לחם היית לצנן, מן האדמה פירותייך נותנת. יודע שהמלך הולך, לספר כל נפלאותייך. זמרת היפים, מלכת תהילים, זורמת על הים, נוצרת צפנים, פורצת ושקיעה עונה יום וליל, המלכה היכלתי בדור חלקות לחייך. אך נשלח ובאמת נקרא, וברכה לפני פורתנו, אילנות ניתן להתמודד, מפלצות הסלע, נשים לנו בבית, סלעית בקודש נשים, עמו איתך יהיה עלייך כצאן ילי. לחם היית לצנן, מן האדמה פירותייך נותנת. יודע שהמלך הולך, לספר כל נפלאותייך.
Before returning to New York after his post-high school tour of the East, Reuven, or Robert as he was known then, decided he'd like to honor his Judaism and visit the Western Wall in Jerusalem. He picked as his lodgings the Intercontinental Hotel on the Mount of Olives. He didn't realize that the Intercontinental was built on a graveyard, and not just any graveyard. The Jewish cemetery on the Mount of Olives is the most ancient and
probably
most
a
important
Cohen.
Jewish cemetery in Jerusalem. Burial on the Mount of Olives started some 3,000 years ago in the First Temple period. On the eve of the War of Independence in 1948, there were about 6 on the eve of the First Temple period, and continues to this day. In 1948, there were about 60,000 graves on the Mount of Olives.
That's on your own.
Huh.
What's up?
Oh, shows your call coming in.
That was strange. That was a while ago. What? It's so weird. I'm not telling you right here. Maybe that. Okay. Maybe that fixed it.
There we go.
That was strange.
Olives.
Yeah, because I heard it at this moment, like
continues to this
the
day.
transition in the video. I was like, wait, is that in the
On the eve
video?
of the War of Independence in 1948, there were about 60,000 graves on the Mount of Olives. During the next 19 years of Jordanian rule in East Jerusalem, roads were paved through the cemeteries, causing bones to be scattered, and tombstones were used as paving stones for roads in the Jordanian army camp of Azariah, where an entire telephone booth was built out of tombstones, Jewish tombstones. Jewish tombstones were also used as flooring in the latrines. Some of those graves were 1,000 years old. A gas station and other buildings, including the Intercontinental Hotel, were erected on the top of the Mount of Olives. After the site was retaken by the Israeli army in 1967, about 38,000 smashed or damaged tombstones were counted. On his first night at the Intercontinental Hotel, Robert thought he might sample some of the much celebrated cuisine at the hotel's gourmet restaurant. He browsed the menu and selected the well-aged steak with champignon and chips à l'anis flavored with cloves, nutmeg, and mulled wine. Delicious, he thought to himself. The food was served with all the obsequiousness that only a waiter in an overpriced eatery can muster. Enjoy your steak, dear sir. Robert cut into his steak, and out crawled a very alive worm. Many years later, Robert, or Reuven as he was now called, reflected on the fact that dining on the graves of his grandfathers deserved a message that one day he would be steak for a worm. The Torah says in Parshat Bo, "My signs that I've placed among them, that you may know I am God." God is sending us signs all the time. Some are quite obvious, and to ignore them requires a heart as stubborn as Pharaoh's. But some signs only become clear to us when we've attained the necessary spiritual level to understand them.
Interesting. I don't really see how he connected that to Parshat Bo, though. I mean, interesting story, but we're I'm not quite sure what's the connection, or like what. Well, I'm not quite sure what happened, but in this context, Mahakesha, what's the connection? But,
I mean, clearly he saw a connection.
This is Rabbi David Foreman, and welcome to Parshat Bo. In this week's Parsha,
I was kind of expecting him to be like,
in last week's
and that Robert, who was actually Reuben, that Reuben was me. But I take it wasn't, because the person telling that story was Rabbi Yaakov Asher Sinclair. So I'm guessing
Yeah.
it wasn't him, unless he also changed his name.
Parsha, the purpose of the plagues had a distinct quality to it. It was a harsh education for Egypt. But the plagues weren't just there to have devastating physical effects upon Egypt. They were also there to teach them something. That there was a one God, a creator, master of all these various different forces in nature. It all came down to one God. The plagues, in short, were for the phrase, "V'yadim Mitzrayim ki ani Hashem," and Egypt shall know that I am God, and vicariously through Egypt the world. All of that changes in this week's Parsha. Look at the phrase that opens this Parsha. God says, "I will harden Pharaoh's heart, l'man shiti ototai ela b'kirbo, in order to establish my signs and wonders in his midst. U'leman tsaper ba'aznei bincha uben bincha et asher hit'alalti b'mitzrayim."
That doesn't say harden.
So
I
you
will
should
make
be able
heavy.
to tell your children and
I
your
will,
grandchildren how I played with
yeah,
Egypt.
sure.
That ototai asher samti bam, and my signs that I put in their midst, vidatem ki ani Hashem, and you shall know that I am God. Gone is the idea that Egypt shall know this. Is that you should know. You should be able to tell your kids how I played with them. There's nothing educational about this anymore, at least not for Egypt. Maybe for the Jews. You should know that I am God. Why did the agenda shift? Why is the Almighty giving up, as it were, upon Plan A, educating Egypt? And the answer seems to be, Pharaoh himself has given up on that. At the end of the seventh plague in last week's Parsha, Pharaoh had finally recognized the truth. For the first time, he had understood Hashem HaTzadik v'ani v'ami harashaim. For the first time, the Almighty was actually the righteous one, and me and my people were wicked. He had understood that his defiance of God was a sin. Chatati apam, he says, I have sinned this time. When Pharaoh changes his mind after that, he's turning his back on the truth. He's turning his back on now what he knows to be true about God, and he just doesn't care. Education is no longer a possibility. So what then will happen now? What is Plan B? The very first verse of this week's Parsha, God says, Ani hichbadati et libo, I have hardened his heart. You go back to last week's video, that phrase, the phrase kaved, that doesn't refer to encouraging anybody anymore. That refers to making them stubborn. For the very first time, God is actually making Pharaoh stubborn. Why would he do that? Why would God interfere with his free will in that kind of way? I want to suggest that the only thing God ever did in last week's Parsha is encourage Pharaoh. When it says here, Ani hichbadati et libo, I shall make him stubborn, I want to argue it's not referring to something supernatural. God is not using his omniscience as a kind of underhanded weapon against Pharaoh's psyche, getting into his mind and changing it. No, what's happening is actually very easy to explain without recourse to the supernatural. Let's listen carefully what happens next, and you'll see. Verse 3. Moshe and Aaron come to Pharaoh. This is the beginning of the 8th plague. And they say, Ko amar Hashem Elokei ha'ivrim, thus says God, the God of the Hebrews, Ad matai me'anta le'anot mipanai. How long will you withhold yourself from being subjugated before me? Moshe and Aaron have never spoken to Pharaoh like this. This kind of language, how long will you withhold yourself? You talk like that to the king of Egypt, the most powerful sovereign of the world? You think Paro's going to give in when you talk like that? That's the whole point. Ani hichbadati et libo. I am going to make him stubborn. And this is how. Plan B is God is going to play off of Paro's ego. Because it was Paro's ego that's the problem. Why didn't Paro give in after the seventh plague? He realized he was the creature and God was the creator, and a creature needs to follow the dictates of his creator. Paro couldn't handle that. In the Egyptian view, Pharaoh himself was a deity within the pantheon of gods. For a deity within the pantheon of gods to realize that he's just a creature in service of his creator, that's a real step down.
Nobody puts
Paro
Pharaoh in the
realized it,
corner.
and what doesn't allow him to continue to hold to it is his sense of self. His sense of self is leading him to deny me, then his sense of self will be his downfall. He's not going to have a chance to give in anymore because his sense of self is not going to let him. I could use his sense of self, his ego, against him. What if in front of his servants I say things like, how long are you going to withhold yourself from being crushed before me? You can't give in then. And now listen to the next thing Moshe and Aaron say. If you continue to withhold yourself like this,
I'm actually thinking, so if because though a lot of the narratives in the Torah, are thought to, at least by scholars who have been written, afterwards, but in some cases, even as far, like, basically they would place them within the Alexandrian schools, not the Tanakh, or not the entire Tanakh, but at least the Torah. And again, it's not to say that they weren't older stories that were retold, that weren't, to say they weren't retold. It's a possibility. I'm not claiming that, but it is a possibility. But what's interesting is, if you think about it, maybe they're actually being written this way because keep in mind they're being translated into Greek as well, and so maybe part of it was in order to not create an antagonism against the Egyptians, especially now that you had this. Because I forget, I think it was the 3rd century BCE that you have the formation of alliance again with Egypt. Am I correct? I forget when it was.
Well, which period are you talking about? You had Cyrus's second.
Sorry, what?
Cambyses II came in and conquered Egypt for Persia and then you had Persian overlordship until Alexander came in like about 330 BC.
Yeah,
The translation would have been about 287 or so with under Ptolemy II.
Yeah. So what if they're writing it, because there clearly was this this historical memory of a time of being ruled by Egypt. So what if it's being written that way so as to say, on one hand, like, oh, this Pharaoh, he was extremely cruel, but essentially to say, well, it wasn't really his fault. He was being made to do it by God. It kind of like almost to say, look, we're capable of recognizing that, just because our ancestors had an issue with you guys, we don't. Because it also emphasizes later on that you're not to hate an Egyptian, for you were a stranger in their land, and as well as this idea of not taking delight in the destruction of the Egyptians from the plagues.
Yeah, it seems very much like an Old Testament, basically pre-phrasing of the, render unto Caesar what is Caesar. That's the idea of, because the Romans got a lot of kind of soft pedaling in the New Testament, and there's some soft pedaling of the Egyptians here. Okay.
Definitely. Another interesting thing that I thought was the understanding of the idea. I mean, it kind of connects, but the idea of the crown of thorns being not in order to, because a lot of people are like, oh, well, it's to crown Jesus, but to hurt him in the process. But a lot of people don't actually realize that acacia crowns were a whole motif in the ancient world. Not only were they associated with death and resurrection, but I'm pretty sure they were used by the Caesars, right?
No, Rome used laurel olive branches and laurel
Yeah,
leaves.
but
Where the acacias were used, where that was up in Comanche and Adiabene, and up in the northern Turkish area there. That's where they actually used a crown of thorns as their official crown tag.
interesting. What am I thinking of? I could have sworn that. Let's see.
Another tie-in with the acacia and the crown of thorns is the idea of that is bringing enlightenment.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was talking about. That maybe not specifically the acacia, but just this motif of the idea of spikes or rays emanating out from the head.
Oh yeah, the aura there. Yeah, no, that's
Yeah,
a standard motif, even predating Rome.
yeah. Okay,
Like
let's see.
Helios and Apollo, the sun aura sort of thing.
Definitely, or even Mitra, right?
Yeah.
Let's see here.
Tomorrow I'm going to bring locusts. Locusts will eat up every single shred, every last crop. What's the GNP of Egypt based upon? What do they live off of? It's an agrarian society. Arbe, locusts, is the economic
Did you
atom
just say
bomb.
what's the?
But Pyro doesn't back down. They live off of. It's every last crop. What's the GNP of Egypt based upon? What do they live off of? It's
The GMP, the gross. What's M?
GNP is gross national product. GP is
Oh,
gross domestic.
GNP. Yeah. At first, I thought you said, "What's the DMT of Egypt?" I'm like, well, clearly acacia.
an agrarian
Oh,
society.
I'm sure they had other sources. They were resourceful.
Yeah.
Locusts is the economic atom bomb. But Pyro doesn't back down. Vayifin vayetzemim Pyro. And immediately after delivering the news, Moshe and Aaron turn around and leave. What happens next? Vayomru avdei Paro elav. Pharaoh's servants get into the act. Ad matai yezalanu lamokesh, they say to Pharaoh, echoing Moshe's words, Ad matai meanta, until how long are you going to withhold yourself from being subjugated? A little bit more politely, they say, how long is this guy Moshe going to be a thorn in our side? Can't we just let these people go? V'yavdu et Hashem Elokechem, and they'll serve God. Haterem tedak yavda Mitzrayim. Don't you know that we're lost? We can never compete against this power that's up against us. Political control over Paro's servants is beginning to slip out of Paro's grasp. His own servants are up against him. Look at the next words. Vayushav et Moshe et Aaron el Paro. And Moshe and Aaron were returned to Paro. Vayushav is a strange conjugation of the verb. It means they were brought back, but it doesn't say who did the bringing. Who are these anonymous people who brought Moshe and Aaron back? It was the servants. It's the servants trying to broker a deal. Now Moshe and Aaron are back, and Paro has a message for them. He's got to say something in front of his servants. L'chu ivdu et Hashem Elokechem. Okay, you can go and serve God. Mi v'mi ha'olchim. Just let me know, who exactly do you want to go? What's Paro doing now? He's looking for an olive branch. At this point, if you're Moshe, what do? I mean, 400 years of slavery can come to an end right now. All you got to do is say, I don't know, maybe we'll just leave some cattle behind or something. Done, we've got a deal. Paro can save face. That's what he's looking to do. Who's going to go? Oh, Moshe says, we're going to go with our young, with our old, with our children, with all of our cattle. But we're going to take everybody. Paro says that's ridiculous, and they leave. The plague comes. Paro calls them back. Chatati lashem elokechem v'lachem. I've sinned before
Just
you.
to be fair to
Please
be
accept
fair
my
to Pharaoh
sin.
here.
And now, verse 24.
I was going to say, to be fair to Pharaoh here, the idea that the cows are going to go worship too kind of puts it over the edge. You're taking the people, the women, the children, that's fine, but you're taking the animals. The animals aren't going to worship.
Oh, so like you're implying like he knows that they're not planning on coming back?
Well, as soon as you threw in the animals, yeah, it looks like they're not going to come back.
Well, what if they just want to make sure that all their animals see the covenant as well, so that they know that the Adonai is their God?
that goes into the animals worshiping, and it's like that is something that I just can't see Pharaoh buying, even if the Jewish people believed it, the Hebrews believed it. I just don't see. I see that the Pharaoh's reaction to that is your animals are going to worship. No, animals don't worship gods. Animals are gods. It's just a concept that I just don't see the. I just don't. I see that one as being pushing it over the edge for Pharaoh. That's all.
Well, then Moses could be like, well, if you don't think that animals are capable of worshiping gods, regardless of being gods or not, then how can you think that they're capable of being worshipped?
And I think Pharaoh would say, "Go talk to the priest. That's their paycheck."
And then you'd be like, "Uh-oh, wait, aren't you a priest?"
I'm not sure.
You
I
know,
don't know if all the pharaohs were priests. Some of
no,
them definitely were.
no, Moses.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay. I see where you're going. Yeah.
Let's see, where are we?
Paro has a new idea. Go, lichu ivdu et Hashem. Rak tonchemu b'karchem yutzag. But how about if you leave behind your cattle? I'm not just implying mi vami halchim. Who should go? I'm saying, can you give me something here? Paro is more desperate. What's Moshe's response? I'm so glad you mentioned cattle. Actually, you guys need to give us cattle, Moshe says. Our cattle has to go with us, so we're not leaving a hoof behind. We have to sacrifice for God in the desert. We don't know how to serve God until God tells us when we get there. Moshe's tone deaf on purpose. If you're going to let us go, you're going to have to confront your own ego. God is hardening Paro's heart. In Paro's eyes, ego looked like a point of strength for him. It was the last point of strength he could hold on to. What in the end will keep Paro from recognizing God? He takes refuge in his own ego. It's his last fortified castle when everything else has fallen in his theological framework. But refuge in your own ego is never a strength. When your ego keeps you from recognizing a truth that you would otherwise see, that's not a strength at all. It's a weakness, and it will be turned against you. It will become your Achilles heel. And that's what it becomes for Paro. Ultimately, he's destroyed, but he's destroyed through something as simple as his own inability to give in.
Is it really his own
There's a little space
inability,
for
though?
comments underneath these videos. Please take advantage of that. Leave comments that I or your fellow students can take a look at.
Yeah, he's unable because God hamstrung him.
Yeah, it's like you sew someone's lips shut, and then they're like, "Well, tell me if you like my artwork, don't say anything." And then they don't say anything, and you're like, "Okay, wonderful. Now that you, the world's #1 art critic, have said that or rather, not said that my work is amazing. That means my work is the best in the world." And I mean, at that point, if you haven't realized it already, if you're the person saying that, you might be a little, because first of all, it doesn't mean that's the best. Second of all, you freaking abducted someone. Again, this is all hypothetical. I don't know why. The point is, this is like, I'm tired. Okay, but the point is, wait, how was I connecting this?
I don't know, but I was totally agreeing with you. You've pretty much gone into cuckoo land as soon as you abduct somebody and sew their lip shut.
Oh, right. Basically, you're making someone unable to do the very thing that would, that they're supposed to do. Or rather, in that case. So, like, it's implying that God didn't want Pharaoh to let them go, which is kind of like, okay, so why did Pharaoh not want to let them go? Which is kind of interesting because really what it's implying is that God basically just wanted someone to test out his weapons on and have some people to see it to be afraid of him. But he couldn't just take them into the desert and then just blow up a bunch of sheep because, it's not that scary. But, once you do it to people, then people start to kind of get worried. Yeah? Hello? You there? Graham? If you're talking, you're muted. Let's see. Oh. Ooh.
There's a fascinating moment in the unfolding story of the plagues that should make us stop and take notice. 7 plagues have now struck Egypt. The people are suffering. Several times Pharaoh seems to soften, only to harden his heart again. During the 7th plague, hail, he even seems to admit his mistake. It says Pharaoh summoned Moses and Aaron and said, "This time I have sinned. The Lord is in the right, and I and my people are in the wrong." But as soon as the plague is over, he changes his mind. He and his officials, said the Torah, hardened their hearts. And now Moses and Aaron have come to tell him about the next plague, potentially devastating plague of locusts, that they say will devour all the grain left after the hail, as well as the fruit of the trees. And for the first time, we hear something we haven't heard before. Pharaoh's own advisors tell him he's making a mistake. Pharaoh's officials said to him, "How long will this man be a snare to us? Let the people go so that they may worship the Lord their God."
Holy crap. You know, it's interesting. I find a lot of parallels every week. Sometimes I don't share them because of just the fact that they probably aren't too popular, and not because they're wrong, but just because people are a little bit delulu right now on both sides. And, you know, I don't know. It's just one of those things where, anyway, what I'm seeing here is kind of interesting because of how it's literally tying in with what's going on right now. So, give me one. So, could you possibly guess what I'm thinking of parallels this? Graham?
Yeah, I keep having my connection dropping off in here, so I'm picking you up in pieces.
All right. So, did you hear this though?
I heard bits and pieces. Let's give me the general
Pharaoh's
idea again.
officials said to
Just
his
this.
advisors, tell him he's making a mistake. Pharaoh's officials said to him, "How long will this man be a snare to us? Let the people go so that they may worship the Lord their God." Terem Tedaki Avda Mitzrayim. Don't you realize that Egypt is ruined? Those words immediately transform the situation. Let me explain how. Back in 1984, the historian Barbara Tuchman published a famous book called The March of Folly. In it, she asked the great question, how is it that throughout history, intelligent people have made foolish decisions that were damaging both to their own position and to the people they were supposed to lead?
Oh wow, who could this possibly be reminding me of right now?
Every world leader, okay?
Yeah, but like, think about it.
Part of my problem is the list is nearly endless.
Let's see, where is it? Pretty sure this was within the past few days. 1 second.
I was going to say the big problem is when you have two contradictory follies butting heads against each other. That presents real problems.
Let's see. Shoot. Here, we'll continue with this, and then once I find it, I'll switch over to that.
By this, she didn't mean decisions that in retrospect proved to be the wrong ones. Anyone can make that kind of mistake. That's the nature of leadership and of life itself. We're called on to make decisions under conditions of uncertainty. With the wisdom of hindsight, we can see where we went wrong because of factors we didn't know about at the time. That is not worthy of attention. What Barbara Tuchman was talking about were the decisions people could see at the time were the wrong ones. There were warnings, and they were ignored. One example she gives is the famous one of the wooden horse of Troy. The Greeks had laid siege to Troy unsuccessfully for 10 years. Eventually, they appeared to give up and sail away, leaving behind them a giant wooden horse. The Trojans enthusiastically hauled it inside the city as a symbol of their victory. Now, as we know, inside the horse were 30 Greek soldiers who that night came out of hiding and opened the city gates for the Greek army that had sailed back under cover of night. It was a brilliant ploy. But Laocoon, the Trojan priest,
Okay, this is what I was thinking of. So it's, I mean, I heard about this again recently, like today, like there's a resurgence of people calling for this, but
Never, for one single moment in my life, have trusted this man. I think he's a psychopath. I think he's a lunatic. Not just I think that. Lots of people. I would never trust him with anything. Not him, not his government. That's all I have to say. They are dangerous people. They're extremists, they're fascists, they're racists, they're fanatics. They don't want peace. They want war because it serves their own self-interest. While most of the people on both sides, Israelis, Palestinians alike,
I
are the
totally
people who
did say this. I was too busy trying to find the video, but yeah, ding, 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 you got it right. I mean, to be fair, it wasn't that hard to figure it out, but I mean, obviously, there, like Graham said, there's an endless list. But yeah, you're right.
I was going to ask a question. Does this guy in the video, does he have a bumper sticker on his car that says Kanye was right?
Why?
Well, Kanye with his Netanyahu.
Well, yeah,
Surely
but
you remember.
Yeah, I do, but that's like saying that because you criticize someone that, I mean, like he did much more than just make fun of Netanyahu.
Oh, I know. I was saying that as a joke. It's like, who would have thought Kanye was right about this?
Yeah.
pay the price.
And the Lord
they are the
hardened
ones who suffer.
Netanyahu's
They
heart.
are
And the Lord hardened Netanyahu's heart.
I don't know. I'm
Does
pretty
he have
sure.
a heart?
Yeah, he does. Don't be ridiculous.
Okay.
How else would he be alive?
Well, Dick Cheney doesn't have a heart. That got replaced a while ago. He's got a mechanical thing instead.
Funny.
are the ones whose lives are lost while they keep the power in their hands. Netanyahu is just like Donald Trump, just like Milosevic, just like Hitler.
Just like
These
Pharaoh.
people will do everything to keep power in their hands, and they don't care if everything else crumbles. They can destroy everything just as long as they remain in power. Just like Hitler, he told the German people, "You're not worthy of living, because if I go down, you go down with me." Same thing with him. Some people in Israel are so disturbed that they think if you simply say you're sad about loss of life, of innocent people, of children, that makes you a traitor, because as long as they're not Jewish, you mustn't say that. This is sick. I refuse. I will never ever change. I'm first of all a human being. I am for life, and I don't care if a child is from Gaza or from Tel Aviv or from I don't care where, from Istanbul or New York. A child is a child is a child, period. And this is the most important thing in the world.
And see where they were bulldozing the graves in Gaza?
Sorry, what was that?
See recently the CNN report about them bulldozing the graves in Gaza,
Yeah,
the cemeteries.
yeah, I did. It's horrible. Oh, this is what I saw.
And amidst the Israel-Hamas war, Israel is rocked by widespread protests staged by Israelis outside Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's residence in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. The outrage among citizens is growing against Prime Minister Netanyahu. In Tel Aviv, thousands of protesters gathered on November 4th, demanded release of hostages taken by Palestinian militant group Hamas. In Jerusalem, protesters staged protests outside Netanyahu's official residence and demanded his resignation over October 7 attack that started the Israel-Hamas conflict.
having decisions that have to do with the life of my children, our daughters, while their daughters have accepted, their daughters are exempted from the army, fighting and are fighting like lionesses, keep heroin, young women that gave their lives to the country. They are the ones who decide to send them into battle while their daughters are safe and sound at home.
The protests, public outcry, coincide with a poll that shows more than 3/4 of Israelis believe that Benjamin Netanyahu should resign from Prime Minister's post. On the other hand, Benjamin Netanyahu has not accepted the responsibility for the failures that allowed the surprise assault, which saw hundreds of Hamas gunmen storm into southern Israel on October 7, killing more than 1,400 people and taking at least 240 hostages. Now, since the October 7th attack, Israel has launched a large-scale air and ground offensive in the Gaza Strip,
What
resulting in
percentage did
killing
they
over
say?
9,000 civilians. Not accepted the post. On the other hand, Benjamin Netanyahu should side with the poll. The protests, public outcry, coincide with a poll that shows more than 3/4 of Israelis believe that Benjamin Netanyahu should
Wow.
resign from Prime Minister's
Wow,
post.
that's huge.
On the other hand, Benjamin Netanyahu has not accepted the responsibility for the failures that allowed the surprise assault.
You know what's interesting? I wonder if one of the ways of interpreting that, because Graham, you know a lot about the Egyptian dynastic like overturning and like the revolutions and stuff, right?
More or less. I mean, again, depends on what you're talking,
Yeah.
what time period you're talking about. But yeah,
So like the era that people think was like around the Exodus, is it like was there a change in power around then?
well, yeah, it depends on, because that's really that's one of your key things that you need to look for at the Exodus is some sort of political turmoil. That's why it's so difficult to find, who was the Pharaoh of the Exodus, because you have lots of political turmoil and all that sort of stuff. The
So I
various
guess what I'm saying, yeah.
Oh, I was just going to say the candidates for the Exodus go from anywhere from like the 12th dynasty, which is is still in the Middle Kingdom, to like Ramesses II in the New Kingdom, 19th dynasty. And you got, so some highlighted pharaohs in between, like Akhenaten and Hatshepsut in there. So tag.
Pepe in there.
Yeah. What?
Pepe, Pharaoh Pepe.
That would have been with Ramesses II. Yep.
What I was going to say is, I wonder if in some way it's almost this idea of like it's because think about it, if Pharaoh was unwilling to let these people go even when it was causing all the suffering to those people, what does that imply about, again, it's also the issue of if it's due to God, but on some level I feel like even because literally what it said, it doesn't say that God made him unable to. It just said that God made him, or like God made him stubborn, which again, it's kind of, I wonder if that's just, I don't know, but like,
Yeah, from the get-go, from the womb.
yeah,
Well, it's like
well,
each time Pharaoh, that was my reading as a kid. Each time Pharaoh sits there, looks at it, comes to the right decision, and then God says, "Nope, you can't let him go. I got more work to do." And that's why it's like I've never been able to see Pharaoh as the monster that a lot of people want to portray him as.
well,
Yeah.
but see, it's also one of those things where it's like just because like something happens to you as a kid, just because you go through some trauma, doesn't mean that you're not responsible for your actions in the future. I mean, sure, you could say that someone's predisposed to it, but it's like at the end of the day, I think just because someone, like for instance, no, if someone truly is unwilling to kill another human being, like except for self-defense, well, see, that's the thing. I mean, maybe that condition could be manipulated, but say someone, for whatever reason, someone is unable to kill another human being. They're just like, for whatever reason, they're unable to. Wait, where was I going with this? Then all of a sudden, Sorry, I lost my train of
Well,
thought.
it's all about what's inherent in people to begin with, and this is
Oh,
just a
the,
premise.
yeah, that was it. So if someone's unable to kill someone from the get go, and someone then puts hate in their heart, that doesn't mean that they're all of a sudden going to kill someone. Because at the end of the day, if you already like, there's you could say that there's certain people where they're already like more willing to do certain things, and then all it takes is a certain stimulus or trigger, which is concerning. But I feel like to say that the person that like, it's almost like saying that a stressor causes someone to go off and do this horrible thing. Is the person who caused that stressor responsible for it? I mean, I guess on the level that if you're omniscient, then yeah, because you know what's going to happen. But on the other level, assuming this is before God's omniscient, then is it really that? I mean, I guess, what is it like? It's like one of those things. Like, can you cause someone to do something they wouldn't already be willing to do?
Yes, you can if you're the omnipotent God.
Yeah,
I
but
was going to sit
Either,
there.
well, is it a state of
Well, if you're a
free
person
will?
too,
Is it a state of free will, or is it intermittent intervention? And if there is intervention, then that state of free will is broken.
yeah, that logic works. It's a question of, you can definitely do it. It's like most people don't want to die, yet people get killed all the time. So there's somebody inflicting their will, inflicting that one.
It's just like sending the bears to eat the kids because they call the old guy Baldy. It's an intervention in the world. It's not just a conceptual anything.
Yeah,
It's
except
slaughtering,
in that case, it was Elijah that sent the bears.
empowered by, made a magic
Right.
man by.
It would have been entirely different if the bears had been offended over Elijah being called bald, and they took it upon themselves just to eat the kids for it. That would have been different.
But I guess what I'm saying is we're applying these later ideas of morality and what was this? Morality, omniscience, and omnipotence to God. Omnibenevolence, when frankly they didn't exist at that point. So what I'm trying to say is inherently it's going to look wrong. No, it's no different than if you were to look at
Well,
um,
even
you
if
know,
it's not even if it's not omniscience and omnipotence, it's greater power than the beings upon which it's acting. And that's the what it looks more like is the wars of the gods, the same thing that it always been. My daddy's can kick your daddy's ass, and that's the god. That's the way you became the god. It's to win the battles. Besides growing the crops,
I guess what I'm saying is it possible that because think about it, what does it mean? And someone hardened, because you can harden someone else's heart. It's not implying that it had to be God. Like, that's the thing. If I have this idea that he's mind controlling him, then yeah, sure. But if it's just this idea that he basically made him feel small, that he made him feel indignant and made him feel unagreeable, then I mean, yeah, it's still not good. God's still responsible for a lot of atrocities, but it doesn't change the fact that it's not necessarily God is like, like controlling him like a puppet. See, that's the interpretation that I have an issue with.
Well, I see it as more like the way that the God is portrayed in the Bible is he lets things run its course unless it's headed a direction he doesn't like, and then he steps in an intervention. And it's not like a constant intervention, and that's why it's here. It's like,
and
again, like I said earlier.
it's a matter
Go
of
ahead.
mood. It's a matter of mood.
It's no different. But see, this is what I'm saying. It's no different than something like how Sekhmet becomes Hathor.
Well, part of what we're doing here is we're trying to reconcile like an El Elyon, universal creator of the world, with more of the tribal deity of the Hebrews. And those are two kind of different creations. They got equilibrated and conflated, thousands of years later. But at this point in time, they were different. Hey,
Well, in all of the traditions, there is a wrathful aspect, and there are the accounts of the God's wrathful aspect, and then the God as the most merciful and the loving, and all of those gods had the same range because they're all outward projections of the human psyche into a larger realm.
oh, to be fair, some of them are nature forces. Storms and things like that aren't necessarily the psyche. Hey,
No, but they're projections of the human psyche onto that. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, well,
I don't know if I can go with
not
projection.
not even the more elemental gods. As soon as they are personified, it's an anthropomorphization on some level of taking it out of a broader actuality.
Yeah, no, I was going to sit there and say it's the anthropomorphization that presents the issues. Just to have it as a generic concept, force of nature, even worshiping it as a force of nature, you're not going too far astray. That's when you sit
Yeah,
there
and
and look at it as like a human type being tag.
and that's the thing. They kind of start out talking about them as forces of nature, but then there wouldn't be a myth except and then the wind blew. So like they start talking in terms of you know political machinations and wars and
Or even just
sexual exploits.
even just intention.
Yeah, putting some agency to why did the wind blow.
But yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things where I think in a lot of ways, the tradition of the Exodus and the 10 plagues is literally being ripped out of Egypt almost whole cloth and just switched slightly. I mean, you can almost one-to-one fit it. The difference, though, is obviously it's this idea of turning it against it. But again, it's possible that this is just a retelling of something that actually happened in terms of, plagues and famine and, these catastrophes that helped to contribute to the collapse of that Egyptian empire, before it was restored under a new one. During
Yeah,
the Bronze Age collapse. But like the thing is, of course, the Israelites seeing this have to say, well, especially later on, superimposing this back onto the historical memory, or cultural memory, is saying, oh well, our God's responsible for this, and basically, he did this because we were slaves in Egypt, which calls back to the whole era of Canaanite, servitude or slavery. I mean, really more servitude. It depends on it. It's all like a terminology game, but the at least at that time, and in that context, because it was like almost one of those things where it's like they were in a subservient position, but they weren't necessarily like there were probably quotas, but the question is, was that quota because they were like slaves, or was it because they had to meet the quota so that they could get the money to feed their family? So it's one of those things where it's like it's like whether
Also,
you're a
quick
slave.
historical note: Egypt at
Mhm.
that point in time was all about quotas. Each nome along the Nile had their quotas. Everything was about fitting the quotas in the hierarchy. So it wouldn't the Hebrews would have been just that was part of the Egyptian system. They weren't being singled out that way. Tag.
Yeah. I mean, they were being singled out in the whole idea of their children being killed, but other than that,
Well, I don't know. I think the Egyptians killed a lot of other people's children too. They just,
yeah. But
we just have a good solid record of it happening to the Hebrews.
Well, like you
anyway,
said, this is a using of natural forces and events that would occur, and like making a top 10 list of what's all the big bad things that have occurred. And just like if a volcano goes off, say why, and then which events happen. If we like it, okay, it's on our behalf. If we don't, it's against us.
well,
And
but
if
in
it's
a
if it
case of
happened,
but it was the Egyptians killing the Israelite children. In this case, it wasn't some natural force doing it.
yeah, but if these events, these plagues had happened in this way for one, why would the people let Pharaoh remain Pharaoh if he keeps not giving them what they want to make their demon go away? You know, it it's just pretty preposterous that nobody's that. The sky is falling.
I don't know about that, dude. Literally, look at Hitler. Look at even just look at what's going on with
The people need to
Yeah,
buy a
but they're
best
sitting
choice.
they're eating a pie in their castle. They're not experiencing, boils and 3 days of darkness, and saying if these things were actually visited upon anybody, they'd go, "Holy shit! What the fuck? What magic word do I say? Here you go. Go away."
The problem is they don't have anybody to turn to but Pharaoh in order to fix the problems. The idea of overthrowing Pharaoh, it doesn't occur. The idea of revolution among the common people just doesn't occur. An overthrow
Well, sure,
happens from another noble or from an outside source.
sure it does. They did periodically. Different.
Yeah, you had commoner pharaohs, didn't you?
But they usually came about via warfare, via conquest. It wasn't like the people, it wasn't like the people
Well,
overthrew that Pharaoh.
it was often intrigue within the families, the high families.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about. It's other nobles taking out the Pharaoh. It wasn't the commoners being upset because the common people's needs weren't being met.
Yeah. Anyway,
They're not there to
So
witness what these conversations are between the leaders anyway.
hundreds of Hamas gunmen stormed into southern Israel on October 7, killing more than 1,400 people and taking at least 240 hostages. Now, since the October 7th attack, Israel has launched a large-scale air and ground offensive in the Gaza Strip, resulting in killing over 9,000 civilians, including children. And according to the health ministry run by Hamas, these are the latest updates that we have.
He's got a gun.
what?
Just the same tactics of propaganda, the one term that's used for propaganda of explaining why police killed someone. The same kind of rationalizations and cover stories that have been put on this from the beginning.
Benjamin Netanyahu, the current Prime Minister of Israel, to leave his job because he's the one responsible for the October 7th disaster, the biggest one we had in the history of Israel, where 400 people were murdered, and babies, women, and children were kidnapped, raped, and burned to death. We need him to go.
I assume he means the modern history of Israel.
Yeah.
It's very hard because we don't know anything about him. We don't know if he got injured or how is his health situation.
Oh my
We
God.
didn't see any films,
He was one of the
videos,
ones that
nothing.
was recently.
We just
At
heard
least
that
Hamas
he's
says they killed.
kidnapped. Well, I'm really hoping that all the kidnapped will come back home because for us it's a big tragedy. We are the Jews. We went through a lot of tragedies in our life, and this was one of the biggest one for us. So we really hope the people to come back home. We're really just holding the light for them, and this is what most important for me now.
It's very scary. It's a lot of feelings all the time. We think of them. It's changing all of our world. It's so sad to be in this period in life when one of a sudden everything turned upside down, and it's really awful what they did and what they're doing. And we're just picking up to come here today and to support the families and to wish that all of this horrible, terrifying period will stop. And said in life when one of a sudden everything turned upside down, and it's really awful what they did and what they're doing. And we're just picking up to come here today and to support the families and to wish that all of this horrible, terrifying period will stop.
So yeah, I mean it's definitely interesting. I mean the parallels gets really oh yeah.
Aaron, look, you said this, I don't know how many
One
times
day
to me in
ago.
the last 105 days, that there are various parties who will not be party to a deal that results in the establishment of a Palestinian state. And Benjamin Netanyahu is one of them. With him at the table, it's not going to happen. So probably none of this is a surprise to you.
No, and thanks for having me, Ali. And you know that Tip O'Neill said that all politics is local, and clearly Mr. Netanyahu ideologically is opposed to a Palestinian state, but he also knows that several members of his government, should he agree to one right now, would probably jump ship. And that's going to mean, as you pointed out, he's on trial for bribery, fraud, breach of trust in the Jerusalem District Court, now 3 years in running. Unless Mr. Netanyahu stays Prime Minister of Israel, it's less the war, Ali, it's the determination to hang on to power, because it's only through hanging on to power that he can seek to dilute or somehow end run that indictment. And I think that's the key here.
Let's talk about what this means. Some people are shocked at what Netanyahu has said, but a close study of Netanyahu since he first came to office will tell you that he's actually been relatively consistent on not being a champion for a two-state solution, or in the case of the Palestinian Authority, actively undermining their ability to be a representative of the Palestinian people. He succeeded. He's weakened the Palestinian Authority. He did empower Hamas, and they are empowered and now stronger than they were probably on October 6th.
Like, it's really messed up, but a big reason why I'm not like as critical as like I really feel like I could be, or rather should be, is because, and I mean, I guess it's at the point where if things continue, I wouldn't really want to live in Israel if it's, ruled by like Netanyahu and his regime. But basically that I'm just like, I don't know, I'm afraid that, they might start being like, oh, who do we let in? Who do we not? And I feel like I can do a lot more to work for, peace and to work for good in the world from there than I can here, just because I feel like a total fish out of water almost all the time. Whereas like the first time I never did was there. And so it's like one of those things where it's like, I'm aware of all the injustices that have occurred. I mean, a lot of injustices have occurred here also, but I feel like I can actually do more to try to bring people together there than I can here, just because, I mean, I'm afraid to even like be open about the fact that I'm Jewish, like openly, like around people that I don't know now. And that's something that, I mean, even though I never felt like 100% at home, I never felt that way before. But yeah,
that's the same thing for somebody being liberal or progressive in the country now, especially if Trump ascends, that we're all marked as enemy.
Well, one side marks the other. When Biden took over, all the conservatives and Trump supporters were now the enemy and getting prosecuted. We're trading off who gets to, use the the district attorney and the attorney general's office to try to oppress the other party. Tag.
It's not going to compare at all, the level.
we're not, he's not, also I take it, Zero, you're not talking about the past, you're talking about what Trump's talked about in the future.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't as organized on it before, and he had people around him that were countervailing forces. This time it's going to be all toadies, all sycophants. And they have a plan called Mission 2025 or something like that plan. And they're going to fire everybody that's not a loyalist. So one thing is that the government is just going to be gutted. There's going to be all these empty positions that are not filled. I mean, we're going to be completely weak and open to any kind of attack, any kind of international conflict, any kind of like affect the power grid. I mean, but
Well, I was going to say, to be
clearly,
fair here,
clearly
Zero,
Biden,
there's
clearly
probably
Biden, and
there's probably there's probably half of those government officials that they don't really do anything with their jobs. So if they didn't have their jobs anymore, I see minimal impact on the government if those people are gone. Again, the problem is Trump's criteria of toady versus non-toady. I tend to
if
go
there's
with
any function,
competent and effective versus waste of money.
if there's any function to government at all, and there is, you know, clearly it's going to be affected because every department has a head, sets the tone of what's going to be going on. And
Yeah, but I agree. But in a lot of ways, government is the problem, and government is causing the problems. And if
that's the
you remove
Reaganist, that's the Reaganist
that's
libertarian line. And
it's,
that the solution is not to eliminate it. The solution is to improve it.
no,
And
the
to fix
solution
it.
is to eliminate that which doesn't work, that which is pointless. I mean, the government actually boils down to it has two primary functions. It's to defend its citizens against rights violations and to be the final arbiter of disputes amongst its citizens. Everything else is like an add-on above that. That's the only necessary functions. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, but like, I feel like there's a difference between getting rid of something and replacing it, or getting rid of something that's redundant versus getting rid of something just like if something's going to if there's positions that get rid of, it has to be bipartisan. That's the only way you're going to ensure that it's not just on this nitpicky, pot shot political level.
It's got to be more than bipartisan because the duopoly is crap.
Fair enough, yeah. So, but anyway, let's move on just because it's like, we haven't even started yet. I kind of want to get back on track.
What can happen? We've heard this week that Americans are talking to other Israelis about what happens after Benjamin Netanyahu. But what can happen?
Well, there's the day after Gaza and there's the day after Netanyahu. The problem is that there's no mechanism right now to remove it. He has a majority of 64, and with Benny Gantz adding 12, who's joined the work cabinet, that gives him a comfortable majority. So right now, literally, there's no way to end his prime ministry. It may well be, and I do not believe, Ali, that the most intense kinetic phase of this war is going to continue for several more months. The war is going to wind down. And at that point, the reservists are going to return home, many of whom are extremely critical of Netanyahu for his efforts to rearrange the political furniture in Israel and undermine the independence of the Supreme Court, of the judiciary. There may be increasing protests. At that point, Benny Gantz may decide to leave the government and to tell the people of Israel why he's leaving. So Netanyahu is not a sole unitary actor. He's going to be under increasing pressure. There's also going to be a state commission of inquiry, which is going to address the issue of the massive intelligence and operational failure. So I'm afraid, and he's the worst of all possible combinations because he's conflated his own legal and political travails with what he believes are the best interests of his country. He's the wrong leader to steer Israel through a critically important period. Problem is, as we approach presidential elections, he is banking on a Trump victory. There's no question about it. It will relieve some of the pressure, and Trump will create a sugar high for Israel. There's no doubt about that. But again, I'm not taking bets on this one. I think there's a reasonable chance that by the end of 2024, Benjamin Netanyahu may not be the prime minister of Israel. Let's hope. And again, having worked for Republicans and Democrats and voted for Republicans and Democrats, that Joe Biden is around to deal with the next Israeli government.
Aaron, typically Anthony Blinken or American officials who have visited Israel since October 7th have gone to Israel, then they've gone to other places, Qatar or Saudi Arabia. In this case, Blinken went to a number of Arab states first to try and coalesce around some kind of an agreement about what can happen to Gaza. And it was shot down the second he got to Israel. Netanyahu said, no deal. Blinken goes back empty-handed. That said, we've discussed the fact that Netanyahu is not looking for that sort of a situation. Is there anything about the discussions that Blinken had with Arab leaders that suggest a potential plan for Gaza in the post-war days?
I don't see one, frankly. I know it's sobering, annoyingly negative analysis, but I don't see one. An international force with the UN or outside one is not imaginable, frankly. The Arabs are not going to do the Israeli bidding, certainly while Israel remains militarily involved in Gaza by sending their own forces. And the notion of bringing back the Palestinian Authority, training Palestinian security forces, even if you could work out the politics, is at least 8, 10, 12 months away. So nobody has an answer, frankly, to the day after, or even the day after the day after. And that's going to be a serious problem as we move to 2024. One last point. I do believe, though, that Joe Biden's demeanor, his emotional commitment to Israel, not to Netanyahu, means that he tends to want to accommodate, understand, and work with Netanyahu rather than confront him. The president has options. He could withhold or slow off military assistance. He actually seemed to rule that out tonight in his post phone call with Netanyahu's comments. He could change voting patterns in New York and abstain or vote for UN Security Council resolution. And in the nuclear option, should he choose, he could endorse a cessation of hostilities, which would put him fundamentally at odds with Benjamin Netanyahu's government. I just don't see, frankly, Ali, whether we're looking at a major breach between Israel and the United States anytime soon.
It's the same figures for Democrats that don't want Biden to run, like 75%.
I was going to say, this guy goes places I don't. My first question is, if Israel had a new prime minister in place, would Biden notice the difference between the two? And would he still call the new one Netanyahu?
Would the policy really shift, or would it just be a kinder, gentler genocide? Unless you're going to get some kind of Bernie Sanders prime minister of Israel.
I don't agree, because the truth is that no one really wants this war to continue except for the bloodthirsty hawks.
Well, it's not just those particular officials in power implementing it and that have stated all kinds of things, clearly genocidal intent. It's a percentage of the population of Israel as well.
Look at Japan. Look at Germany. There's people that they go with whatever is popular. It's fucked up, but it's true. Doesn't mean that people can't change, or even if the people don't change, that their kids can't change for the better.
Main problem is
the herd instinct of the sheeple.
And the government's not being responsive to the people, because like on issue after issue, like here in America, Republicans and Democrats agree on all kinds of progressive things like universal health care and everything, but that's not what's put into law by Congress. And the problem with the government is corporate capture. So the government is kept from doing what it should be doing, keeping the food safe, regulating the environmental, contamination.
The difference is that in Israel, there's more variation from government to government, because it's not like you just have the government. You have this government, or the previous government, or the future government. It's not this idea of the government is eternal and its position, its representatives change, but the government stays. There are different governments, and that's the thing that I think a lot of people don't understand. The next government could be completely different to this one.
Well, it's coalition.
I was going to say I was a little confused there, Zero. I thought government was kind of operating as it should be. The representatives are. Let me finish here. The representatives are there in order to support the interests of their campaign contributors, and that's very much what they're doing, because their major campaign contributors are the corporations. So it's like that. That's basically how.
When they call it a broken system, that's not correct. It's working just as it was designed.
That's what I'm saying. And that's the problem is the problem is people are suffering under the delusion that the system should be operating differently. If you want a different outcome, you need to tinker with how the system is functioning, not complaining about that that it's not getting the output you want.
Yeah,
Again,
calling
it's
for
it's reverse
elimination.
engineering to see where the problem is.
Yeah, it's almost like the chickens at the KFC factory complaining that the process isn't working as intended because they are not feeling very comfortable.
Bingo.
Because I mean, realistically, the taxpayer it's fucked up with the taxpayer in America is the product, not the not the what's the word?
Not the client.
Yeah, yeah. Because you might be paying the taxes, but that's no different than chickens paying their rent by laying eggs or by being meat.
But what you're getting is this general thing across the world is that people just are going toward fascism as this way to fix the messy machinations of coalitional democratic government. And just being anti-government and saying that there's no point to it is part of the feeding into that, and the apathy that is the other side of people that are for fascism, the apathy of people that just cop out and just let whatever happen happen.
Well, fascism I see is that's you're reaching the state of critical theory where you can't form coalitions. It's the idea of it's oppressor versus oppressed, and it's two sides going at each other, basically flipping sides for eternity.
Wait, what?
That's the essence of critical theory, is that you can't come to terms with the other side. There's the oppressor and the oppressed, and which of the two do you want to be? If you're the oppressed, then you want to flip the dynamic and become the oppressor. This is pretty much the essence of critical theory.
Even if both sides are being oppressed, one side just says the other is the oppressor.
Yeah, basically, who's king of the sewer?
Well, and if we can't win elections anymore, which is what was happening with the Republicans, then we don't want democracy because we just want the control. We would have taken it, being democratically so, then we'd feel even better about how our ideas won. But now that our ideas don't win anymore, we'll just do away with that.
Well, it's the idea of you have to get along with other people in society. Both sides
Yeah,
are
to
saying we don't have to
liberate.
get along with the other side. We just have to take our ideas and force them to live our way.
Well, that's part of the winner take all system instead of proportional representation. But
So, and that's what Israel's government is. Which, I mean, like it or not, see that's the thing. You could have that proportional representation, but all it takes is someone to be particularly good at manipulating the masses, and all of a sudden you have them basically creating a dictatorship because they keep getting the vote.
and you do have to have executive power because, like I think Churchill said, you can't run a war by committee, or nothing would ever necessarily happen.
Yeah, there has to be a final decider.
I mean, I think more than anything, it's just people need to realize that Netanyahu, like whether it's this deliberate, like he knew and he didn't do anything, or whether it was just because of him trying to appease the far right and the settlers. Because of that, that's why the border with Gaza wasn't protected, and ultimately why so many Israelis and Palestinians are dead. So it's like, regardless of whether it was deliberate or not, Netanyahu's all that blood's on his hands.
Yeah, and he supported Hamas before that in order to split the possibility of a two-state solution.
Yeah.
So
Anyway.
I mean, he's the hostage taker.
I wouldn't go that far, but he is responsible.
He paid for the hostage takers to be.
That's putting way too
Yeah.
much power into just Netanyahu's hands. There's a whole lot. There's blood on millions of people's hands here.
Yeah,
Netanyahu has a large. He has an enormous share of it, but he's not the only one with an enormous share.
yeah, that would be like saying the people who provided the concrete and the international aid for Gaza literally built the tunnels. No, they didn't. But they definitely helped, and they should be. Well, but see, that's also one of those things where it's like they, if you're trying, again,
That
it's different. It's different.
that's not direct support to a terror organization with a charter that has genocidal charter like Hamas.
Yeah, but what happens when you do have a lot of? I mean, like, if you've seen the construction of those tunnels, it was used with, and like those are like if you look at how long they are, they used so like a good amount of the infrastructure that was made for water piping, for water aqueducts. So like it's one of those things where yeah, like it's not like obviously you're trying to help, but how do you really ensure that it doesn't get into the hands of? So like I'm not saying that Netanyahu isn't complicit, but like to say that he literally took the hostages, that I don't think.
But it was literally his aim to bolster Hamas, not simply that he had to support the Palestinians and had to go through Hamas. When you deal with a dictatorship, you deal with China, you deal with whoever, you can't pick necessarily the government that you're dealing with, and they're not necessarily going to conform to your values. But that when your direct purpose is to support Hamas and knowing what they are about and the stated purpose, so that
Well,
there would be that
he's
exchange.
much more of. I would describe it much more of he's taken the approach of taunting Hamas and backing them into a corner to provoke action. He
Yeah, but
basically it's not an intentional sort of act. It's sort of a indirect manipulation. That's how I
yeah,
see it. Ted.
I think it's ridiculous to claim that he thought he wanted this to happen. I think it's one of those things where if you goad someone into, it's like you keep provoking them, and eventually you're like you don't get away in time, and then you end up getting hurt. And like obviously, I'm not saying that
He
Hamas,
has wider aims too of these other wars.
dude, he's fucked his political career. This isn't some deliberate,
Oh no, he has no political. You don't have political career after this, Ariel. He's at endgame, and what the guy was saying in the video is very right. He's prolonging his prime ministership in order to avoid, the court cases that he looks guilty as sin. And I don't know if you've looked into those, but
yeah.
and this
So
is a. Go ahead.
Yeah, but that all might be the case, but it doesn't change the fact that him supporting Hamas goes back further. It has to do with trying to weaken the Palestinian Authority. It's less to do with with the court case because that's recent.
No, I know, and I have trouble using the word supporting Hamas with what he's doing. To me, supporting Hamas is like giving them donations and stuff.
He did. He channeled money to Hamas.
Well, but see, here's the other tricky thing: Hamas is the government of Gaza.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, when you're dealing with a country, you have to go through it. But
No, but you're saying that he gave money to Hamas. It's because they were representing some of the Palestinian people. It's like
similar. It's similar like the abortion. The abortion. The people against abortion complaining that the federal government gives money to like Planned Parenthood.
No, there were different mechanisms in place, and the Palestinian Authority told him not to give that support to Hamas. Just like the UN aid and things is not just direct support to Hamas. There
and
was
what year
other ways to support the Palestinian people without giving them control over it all.
What years?
And of course,
the reason that's important is because there was a time what was it? There was a time where Hamas wasn't violent. Again, he was trying to weaken the Palestinian Authority, but okay. Thanks, Usal. But yeah, basically, he was trying to weaken the Palestinian Authority, but it wasn't as simple as, oh, he was supporting terrorists, because that came around after. Because I think Hamas existed before the Intifada, but it was around the first Intifada that they became violent. I might be off about this, but what's crucial to understand is that, like, to say, like, to act like he was supporting Hamas as it existed. And again, I think that he has used Hamas as a tool, but to say that he's like, it gets so tricky.
Well, when they said that,
Zero, do you know
Israel,
who Black September was? Okay. That says a lot. That's all. I just wanted to know if you knew anything about the PLO or the PLA.
Welcome to another lesson with
You can keep talking. I was just curious. I mean, I knew you didn't by what you were saying, but that's all. Keep going, brother.
Let's see.
Israel's 9/11.
Black September? No, that was Jordan, brother.
It was in the same sense.
No. Black September was in Jordan, not Israel. That was Yasser Arafat, brother.
You're talking about something else entirely. I said they called it Israel's 9/11.
No. You were talking about why.
I was talking
what?
about.
Hey, brother,
when
can I
this
talk? Or are you going to
October
fucking
7th occurred, they said it was Israel's 9/11. And it was, in the sense that it looks very clearly to have been an allowed incident for the aims
allowed
of
you said
passing,
allowed,
like
allowed
passing,
incident.
yes,
allowed
knowing that it
incident.
was going to happen and allowing it to happen, and possibly even facilitating it to happen with the massive replete surveillance that they had. And it's already understood that they did know there was chatter, okay?
Facilitating.
And they passed the Patriot Act.
Bro,
like the
Esther,
next
do you know
day.
who stop. Do you know what Black September was?
No.
So why are you're talking about, oh, well, Netanyahu he's giving money to the Hamas and blah, 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 before when they were just a charity. Do you know why? Do you know anything about what degree does Abbas have from the Soviet Union? Do you know about his degree?
Oh, isn't it in like Holocaust denial or?
Well, it's Soviet Zionistology or whatever they call it. But he's got his.
So you're trying to say that the Palestinian Authority is just as bad as Hamas?
I mean,
I'm not going to make a blanket statement like that. I'm going to make I made a specific statement. I talked about a specific incident
in history.
I'm not talking about. I'm not making blanket statements. I'm just asking if you know what you're talking about.
I am not Jewish. I am not steeped in every bit of.
You don't have to be Jewish to read history, bro.
I was going to say, let me just cut a little bit. My first association with Black September was the Munich hostage thing in 1972. It was only later that it basically found out that there was the earlier one, and again, it was pretty clear that the Olympic event had, it was basically a connection / commemoration of the previous one.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
did
anybody read
I was
what?
actually a baby living in Munich.
Did anybody read why Iran said they facilitated the attack?
So they've publicly stated that?
They publicly stated they did it for Soleimani.
Oh, wow. And that was thanks to Trump, wasn't it?
Exactly.
Oh, you didn't know that?
No, dude, there's so much shit in my mind. I can't keep track of it all.
Yeah, exactly. Nobody knows every damn thing.
But no, like the thing is, like, yeah,
especially when most people are so disgusted by the ridiculousness of this perpetual bullshit conflict based around a mythos.
Bro, it's not. Don't.
It's
And that's
not.
another thing. Don't do that. That's what
Well,
people do.
are you?
Let me.
Are
Can
you
I say a
talk?
fucking sentence?
Are you talking?
Can I finish
Sure.
my sentence? And you'll know what I'm talking about. So it's not based on a mythos. It's not based on that. It was based on laws. It was based on a need, and it was based on directives, and it was based on votes. It was based on laws. Let me say that twice. The whole idea of it being about a religion and about mythos, it's all just to muddy the waters and so people can keep saying it's so confusing. It's so confusing. It's not confusing. There are laws and there's history.
Yeah, especially because both the PLO and the original first few governments of Israel, both of them were completely secular. So to blame this on religion is bullshit.
There are Jews, there are religious crazy Jews that spout off that are ministers, but they don't have power. But if you look at the Israeli government, it's a secular government.
Yes, it's an economic colonialism and a racism, mainly.
Okay, where did the colonialism take place, brother? And let me ask you this.
Basically with the British.
Okay, and then who kicked the British out? Who kicked the British out? Maybe the indigenous people. If you want to take it this has nothing to do with what's going on. But if you want to use that argument, take it to where it goes. It's the only place where indigenous people kicked out a colonial power.
Well, the British had already committed to leave via the Balfour document before.
You're not wrong.
War
You're
I.
not wrong. It may be my statement is slightly hyperbolic.
I think Haiti's the only country that's kicked out their colonizers.
I'm sorry if I take it away from them.
But anyway,
sorry,
no,
brother. I just woke up. My hands are sweating now. I mean, this is.
I just want to take it and say I see this as a more universal problem because everything you were saying there is very reminiscent of my heritage in Ireland, where you had generation of 1,000 years of fighting back and forth between not 1,000 years, but you had Protestants versus English versus Irish, Protestants versus Catholics. It's a matter of the human race, and they just fill in the blank for some reason to fight and kill each other.
Yeah, and like
it can be
here in
religion,
America,
it can be skin color, it can be political party. It's the problem is that desire to team up and kill each other as opposed to finding some way to get along. Tag.
Yeah, and like here in America, do we know every battle that occurred between the U.S. and each tribe? We've forgotten the names of most of the tribes.
Yeah, but you're making up reasons. Not knowing the history is one thing, but making up a history is another thing. Revising history is another thing. Okay?
A time
so here, let's listen to that.
Time of turbulence and transformation in the Middle East. But what was Black September, and how are Pakistan and Palestine tied into this historical event? Let's dive in. Following the 1967 Six-Day War, thousands of Palestinian refugees and militants, primarily from the PLO, Palestinian Liberation Organization, relocated to Jordan. You can know more about Six-Day War by clicking on the I.
Didn't they? They also ended up in Lebanon, didn't they?
I think Lebanon shut it down before it happened. Everybody got real scared of Palestinians after that, not to be whatever. But I think Lebanon shut it down after that. But
after the
wasn't the whole Golan Heights part of the Golan Heights was part of the 7-Day War, wasn't it?
Yeah, but that was
war. Yeah, but not Black September. That was
right.
Yeah.
Right. Just making sure I had my history right there. Sorry.
Yeah, but I mean there, and then after the that and the civil war in Lebanon, that's when Iran started moving down with Hezbollah.
Yeah.
Steven Spielberg's classic film Munich told the terrible true story of the 1972 Summer Olympics, where a Palestinian terrorist group stormed the Olympic Village. But there was much more to it than the film could show. Here's why the Munich Olympic massacre was even worse than you thought. The last time the Summer Olympics had been held on German soil was in 1936, at the peak of Hitler's power. Racist and anti-Semitic propaganda was rampant. The 1936 Olympics served as a symbol of the Nazi regime, and its memory still lingered in the minds of the international community in 1972. Munich was considered the birthplace of the Nazi
Okay, that's
Party,
eerie.
and
though.
West Germany
72 is twice 36. So obviously, 36 years after, but also 36 is double of 18, and 18 is the gematria of life. I'm not saying there's something deep to it. It's interesting.
Yeah, it's
I,
where
I,
was
I would
living
like to
when
point out.
my brother was born in Munich.
Well, since
72.
I just want to point something. What I found interesting, I started to look. I don't know if this is just tangential, but all of the major attacks, including 9/11, they have a historical reference point that was used to plan out the attack when it was going to happen.
I can definitely believe that. One of the things I wanted to say is, according to Jesse Owens, Hitler wasn't the one who was racist there. The story that Hitler refused
don't even use that name.
to shake his. What's that?
Don't even you say that name. I watched a couple of that dude's things.
Who? Jesse Owens?
Yeah.
I'm talking about the black sprinter who won the 100-yard dash in the
I'm
36
so sorry.
Olympics.
I'm so sorry, brother. I'll not talk for the rest of the time now.
No, it's also funny because I thought you were going to say Hitler. I'm like, okay, like, yeah, Yamach Shamo, but like for reference, I understand.
Yeah. No. I was referring to the famous athlete who was
Sorry, brother. I'm sorry, Grandma.
The story is the urban legend is that Hitler refused to shake his hand after he won the Olympics, and that's a totally false story according to Jesse Owens. Hitler was willing to shake his hand. The person who wasn't willing to shake his hand was Winston Churchill. Churchill was the racist one there, not Hitler. Hey.
I mean, it doesn't change the fact that Hitler was still racist.
Yeah.
Oh, no, Hitler was a racist, just not towards black people. Again, it's Hitler was a monster, but just because he's a monster,
Hitler was
doesn't mean he
racist
did
against black
everything.
people, brother.
Yeah,
Hitler said
he had more sense. He had at least the common decency to shake Jesse Owens' hand, and Churchill didn't. Put it that way, then.
But dude, he also probably shook the hands of Jews at some point in history. I think it's a false. It would be false to say that means he's not racist. I mean, there's plenty of racists who have shook the hands of people that they are racist towards, but they do it for the sake.
Then let's put it. He wasn't the most racist one there. Churchill was.
Just one-upped.
I mean, I would just say that, like, the one who displayed racism in that, it's just, dude, it's tricky because, I mean, they like, according to Germany's policies, they literally they exterminated people who were of African descent as well.
Oh no, they had issues with the Schwarze. Yeah, definitely.
Was well aware of the fraught significance of hosting the event. With the Holocaust less than 50 years in the past, the Israeli team's participation in the Games was a huge symbolic gesture. Some of the Israeli athletes were themselves Holocaust survivors, or had family members that had escaped or been murdered during the Holocaust. And their return to Germany for the Olympics sent an important message. Wanting to put the past behind them, West Germany was determined to project the image of a peaceful, democratic, and modern state to the world in what they called the Cheerful Games. However, the West Germans were reluctant to put up a lot of security in and around the Olympic Village, fearing that it would recall the harsh, authoritarian image they were trying to shed. Organizers hired only unarmed guards, meant to deal with nothing more intense than drunk and disorderly fans, and altogether spent less than $2 million on security measures for the entire Olympic Games. The lack of security meant that to get inside the Olympic Village, the attackers merely needed to scale a 2-meter fence. There were no other significant preventative security measures. The Germans were aware there were potential risks. Before the Games began, West German authorities hired a forensic psychologist, Dr. Georg Sieber, to assess possible threats on the village and outline worst-case scenarios. Sieber came up with a list of 26 possible security threats to the games, and number 21 on his list predicted the events leading up to the Munich massacre almost exactly. Sieber's Situation 21 outlined an event where Palestinian terrorists broke into the Olympic Village, killing and taking hostages from the Israeli quarters and using them to demand the freeing of political prisoners. Organizers were privy to these predictions, but did not implement any additional security measures that might prevent that scenario
This wasn't Hamas
from occurring. The
So
Israeli delegates
Hitler
had even
didn't shake his
expressed
hand.
concern.
He gave him a Nazi salute, and the person that Owen said snubbed him, he said that Roosevelt had snubbed him.
Oh, you're right. My bad.
Also, Roosevelt was on record. I might be paraphrasing this, but basically on record saying, like, send the Jews to Madagascar for all I care. Basically, he's also responsible for not. I mean, like, yeah, there were quotas, but he could have. You know, it's funny because, like, what was it? How was it? Charles Lindbergh, and like some of the other Nazis, they would call Roosevelt Rosenfeld, like to try to say that he's Jewish or controlled by the Jews. Meanwhile, he's literally responsible for not lifting a finger when Jews were on ships in American harbors, including some of my family, and they were forced to go back to Germany, where they were either sunk on the way back or sent to concentration camps or death camps and then died. Some of them survived, but not my family, not a lot of people's family. And these were people who were on American shores. It's like
they were off the coast of Florida. They didn't get onto shore, but they were off the coast of Florida.
My grandfather was on the Illenstein, which was the last one to come in, I think, to Philly.
Wow. But yeah,
1939, brother.
So it's fucked up.
Over the security of
Roosevelt was not a nice man.
Layout.
Oh yeah. Also, interestingly enough, his I don't know if he personally was, but his wife actually read the Theosophical like invocation on national TV, I think during the war.
His wife was a piece of work.
Him too. Mr. and Mrs. Piece of Work.
The village.
So I suppose
Believing their location put them at an increased
solution, because Palestinian Authority is same as Hamas, apparently.
Dude, that's not what we're saying, but
well, I didn't say that there wasn't any dark history or blood on the Palestinian Authority.
No, you were just coming up with some conspiracy theory that Netanyahu was complicit and facilitated October 7th.
Pretty clearly allowed it to happen.
I mean, to be fair here, Usal, that there are people who are suspicious that there was some inside coordination. How far up that would have gone to sit there and try to say Netanyahu was involved? That's a leap that you can't make. But to try to say that there's no possibility, I can't sign off on that yet.
And then when he cites Amalek.
Okay, do you understand what that means?
Kill their
stop.
animals.
Zero. Stop right there, dude. Right
bomb,
fucking there. Do you know? Stop.
It
stop.
justifies the invasion.
No, it doesn't. It means watch your fucking back and watch out for each other. That's what it means. It means watch your fucking back. We became too complacent. These people tricked us, is what he's saying. We believed them, we loved them, and we turned our back trusting them, and they stabbed us in the back. That's what it means when it says to remember Amalek.
I still think
it's citing a genocide. It is citing a call to genocide, not only of the humans, but of their animals.
Okay. Do you think that Israel is committing a genocide?
Yes. Ethnic cleansing at the least.
Then why don't they bomb the whole place to hell?
That is not the definition of genocide. If that was the definition of genocide, there would be no Jews, and Hitler never would have. Because
why would they? Why are they committing?
Because he didn't get them all, right?
Why are they committing a genocide?
That's not.
Why? Why would they?
Why would who? What?
Why would Israel commit a genocide? What are they? Why would they?
It's a general racism, and
Jews are racist.
There's economic reasons as well.
What would be the economic reason?
There's
Dude, their economy's ruined
oil
right
on the
now.
coast.
No, let's zero talk. What would be the economic reason?
There's oil on the coast
That they already have access to.
They want to build a pipeline.
So they're going to commit a genocide when they could do that anyway. Why couldn't they build the pipeline anyway?
They don't have control of the ultimate way through.
Wait, stop. I thought they did. I thought it was an open air prison.
They were pulled out of those areas.
No, how they were pulled out of an open. So what guards went into that open air prison to guard the prisoners if they left that area?
They're clearly trying to push them out into the Sinai.
Why are they clearly? So October 7th
they've stated
was
a internal document.
Was a false flag offense, so they could push people into the Sinai.
What?
How are they going to push people in the Sinai? That's another country.
You don't know about any of these governmental plans of Israel? And
just because someone draws up a plan, like, dude, just because someone draws up a plan doesn't mean that's what's going to happen.
Because somebody leaks
trust
that
me,
plan,
there's
it has to be denied.
There's all sorts of plans that the U.S. has in order to, nuke virtually every country on the face of the earth. That doesn't mean we have any intent to do it.
That's the job of different committees and that hire different think groups so they can come up with every possible contingency, as evil as it is.
Just like that psychologist in the Olympics.
It was determined to be the best choice in that particular
by whom
document.
By whom?
They have
who are they? By whom? By
Israeli fucking military and intelligence, the government.
Whom? Who said this?
I don't have it right here before
me.
Who
said it? They.
You know what?
The evil Jews.
When you've destroyed 85% of the infrastructure, the universities, the hospitals,
85% of the infrastructure. 85% of the infrastructure. 85% of the infrastructure. Okay, let me ask you something, Zero.
The housing.
Let me ask you something. Okay, yeah, that you know what that counts? That counts windows broken, bro. Then also, no, you're not gonna pull me down that slippery slope. Who came up with these plans? Who are they? Who are they? You don't know because they don't exist.
Well, I found the answer.
Well, actually, it sounds. I'm going the other side. It sounds like there's a they on both sides that are drawing up plans for both Hamas.
No, I'm not saying that there's not an Itmar Gavir that's spouting off bullshit that should be shot in the face. I mean, sorry, I shouldn't speak up. There's people that are spouting off shit that shouldn't be spouting off shit. I'm not saying that. But he said that the Israeli government has plans.
Yes. Did you find it, Ari?
Well, I'm sure they do have plans.
It's not a plan. It was a proposal by a division of the intelligence ministry, a quote unquote concept paper that proposed
a think tank.
Yeah, like to say that this was an active plan is not the same as what. And again, I mean, it's fucked up. Like, it's something that I don't think we should say it's not fucked up, but at the same time, even if it was something that they were trying to actively do, that's not to guarantee that the military would actually carry it out. This is
definitely wouldn't.
Yeah.
All I have to say is Rand Corporation in America is the one that started that whole think tank bullshit.
But yeah, I mean, there were also people saying, oh, maybe we should, get the civilians and bring them into the Negev so that, we can make sure that, but dude, like, no, it's not a serious idea.
What my concern is, how do we stop the cycle?
You certainly don't do it by creating more of terrorists by having their parents blown up in front of them.
Stop.
I mean, I agree with that. That's part of the problem with the cycle of violence. But the thing is, there was an answer that, like, for instance, it's also so fucked up because, like,
so can I I'm sorry, Ariel, let me say this. And this is You guys can hate me for this. The problem is where the source is. So, you know, you want to say it's a religious war. It's not a religious war on both sides. But with the stuff that you're talking about, where people are suppressed, where their parents are killed in front of them, and then they turn to religion, and the religion talks about the only way that we're going to, you know, get anywhere is by killing the Jews. This becomes part of the problem too. So we need those people's parents to stay alive, and we need them to be able to teach them not to hate everybody. Right? So how do we do that part?
You don't indiscriminately carpet bomb.
Right. So what do you do about the people that are around? What do you do about the people that are that committed the October 7th, that are in control of the broadcasting companies, that are in control of the schools, that are in control of the hospitals, that are in control of every bit of education that those kids have gotten? And who do those people tell them the source of their problems are? And those parents that died, they also are told to raise their kids to become martyrs. So what do we do about this?
Again, you're making blanket statements across all of the people in Gaza.
No. I'm talking about a specific problem. So what do we do about that?
Problem is
so what do we do about? But what I'm getting at is that's the source of a lot of this.
Okay, so
well, the problem, Zero. The problem exists on both.
Graham, let me just say this. The problem is their parents might be perfectly amazing people, but the government, the infrastructure in Gaza teaches people to feel this way. So like there's plenty of like I have friends that they're good friends with people from Gaza, and they aren't hateful people, but the problem is it takes a really strong family, a really strong parent to raise a child that can withstand that social pressure. And I feel like you're discounting that.
Well, even then, they're not all going to go and act upon it. They may be bigotous. It's just like here in America. But so many people are so bigotous, but they don't actually go and attack these people that are the objects of their hatred.
You're missing a. Let me jump in here for a second. There's a fundamental dynamic here that Usal brought up that a lot of people don't realize, and that's the dearth of the population, especially of men in the Arab world, like between the age over the age of 30. Most people in the Arab world are, especially men, are under the age of 30. So you don't have a lot of that institutional life experience. All they have is what they've basically been taught in school, and that's what they're swallowing, and that's what they're going through. America still has much more of that institutional life experience sustained there. You're dealing with an entirely different animal over there. Tag.
Yeah. So
why don't the Arab Israelis want to move to Palestine or want to fight on the side of Hamas?
Also, is it Yahya Sinwar's family that lives in Israel as well?
I thought they were all in Qatar for some reason, except for him.
Oh no, I'm thinking of Khania.
I don't know of anybody that I don't know. That's crazy though. I believe it.
I think over 1 million Israeli Arabs have moved to Gaza.
They have 1 million. 1 million Arab Israelis.
2.2.
Are you talking about since the war started?
No, he's talking about. What are you talking about from the West Bank?
Yeah.
So wait, do you consider the West Bank part of Israel?
Well, isn't it?
No, it's its own government. It has its own governor, and that governor is in a fight with Hamas.
While also settlements are going into this sovereign space.
Okay, that's wrong.
Yeah.
So it's not really being treated as a sovereign space.
No, it is. But okay, let's go back to this. So you just jumped from one thing to a totally different thing. One has nothing to do with the other. But let's address that for a split second. I'm not an expert on it by any stretch. But what looks like happens to me is that Netanyahu, like guys like Trump, they grab hold of, or anybody will grab hold of the religious right just to get a little bit more power, to stay in power, to get some more votes. That's what looks like happened there, and it's gone out of control to where now the army and the police don't go and kick these people out. That being said, a lot of the settlements that I've seen are out in the middle of nowhere where nobody's living already, And it seems like, I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but it just seems like to me, and I could be just biased on my part, that it's out in the middle of nowhere, but people are just pissed because they're Jews moving in there. Now, these are terrible people from what I see. I wouldn't want to live next door to these people either. But that has nothing to do with what's going on in Hamas. I mean, excuse me, what's going on in Gaza.
Saying not everybody is in Gaza because they're there to support Hamas.
Nobody said that.
So they're not all within the thought realm. I mean, you can't,
No, but they
you can't know until you get into each person.
70% of the people said they were in favor of the attacks on October 7th, and they favored.
But the thing is, they also don't know who's interviewing them. For all they know, it could be someone who's working on behalf of Hamas.
Totally. And you don't know who's listening to you. I mean, people in America can't necessarily talk out against Hamas because their cousin or their aunt that's still in Gaza might feel the wrath of that. So I get that.
Yeah,
So all of the
No, in America, we're only limited about speaking out against viruses.
Or corporations.
Bro, how wrong were we? Oh my gosh, I don't even want to get into it, man. The past 2 months has been an existential mess for me.
So, Zero, what is it you want to say, and then we're going to continue this video.
If what most people end up being about is just their family things, their career shit, their entertainments. That's what most people are about most of the time. But then when your apartment building is blown up, that's going to totally shift you into a whole different state of.
But their apartment building was blown up
where
because
the power
their
is.
brother was
They just know who's got the weapons and where that vengeance can be channeled.
But
and
they
so it's
shouldn't
just
have had the weapons.
exacerbating the problem. If you want to go in and get combatants directly, go in directly and get combatants.
Wait, what do you mean by that? Do you mean that you should send somebody in, like a human should go in and get a human? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes.
Okay, so if we were on the street, that doesn't mean no, dude. You don't do that. You don't do that. You don't send your people to die. You don't do that.
No, you just make other people die. You just make thousands.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem.
Innocent
Here's
people
the
that have
problem
nothing
with
to do with it. People that aren't firing rockets. People that aren't holding a gun. Hostages with their shirts off. It's just the same thing.
Okay,
as
then
the
tell
police
me this.
state does in
Tell me this,
America.
Zero.
People are designated as nobody. The
Zero, they
blacks
haven't
in America are designated as expendable. That's what the cops understand. The blacks are expendable.
Okay, now you're gonna go with some racist shit, huh? Listen to me.
Zero.
No. Let me make one statement real quick. So you said that 10,000 people are dead, right? Not one terrorist has been killed, bro. Not one terrorist has been killed, according to the Hamas Health Ministry. Not one terrorist has been killed, bro. That's crazy.
Here's the problem. There's the Geneva Convention that nations agree to, where your military needs to wear uniforms. And that's the point, is you need to be able to identify who is the combatant versus who is the civilian. And it's what the U.S. Army ran into in Vietnam, and it's a major problem, is when you don't have an armed uniformed military against you.
They do. Hold on. But they do.
They also have people posing as civilians.
No, he's saying I think what Graham is saying is that they do have a uniform, but they specifically aren't wearing it purposely.
Yeah, well, when you can't tell the difference between your civilians and the guy who just could pull a gun out at any second,
right?
That's just not a place where you can send your individual units into.
Yes,
it's not safe for them.
But what I'm trying to say is Hamas, Al-Qassam brigades, they do have a uniform and they're deliberately not wearing it. So So do you want to say that Gaza
and then Hamas is an official violation of the Geneva Treaty, and they should be held accountable for.
But see, that's the thing; they're not officially a state. But if they want to claim that to be a state, or like Like, basically, it's one of those things where if you want to be treated as a state, you should also be willing to hold to the standards. But they're taking the fact that they aren't a state to be to justify that they can do it. But realistically, for all we know, they would do the same even if they were officially recognized as a state.
Another thing to think about, Zero, is do you remember at the beginning of the Ukraine-Russia war when all the train stations were filled with women and children, Ukrainian women and children? It was so many Ukrainian women and children coming that they were kicking African students off of the trains that were trying to leave so they could get their women and children out.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that happening?
Oh, definitely.
Okay, so that's what you do when you start a war. You say,
not
okay,
right.
we're going to get all of our women and children out of the way so that our fighting men can move forward and fight. That's what you do. Instead of, for 3 weeks, telling people they can't leave, shooting them if they do try to leave.
This is like the
They had
hood
3
in
weeks.
America.
Russia
If
did a
there's
surprise.
Bloods and Crips in a neighborhood, you just bomb the neighborhood?
No. Did you hear what I just said? If you know you're going to start a war, you get rid of you.
You cannot hold the barbaric to the same standard as you, who are supposedly a sophisticated, civilized nation.
Right, but
but you do have to defend yourself and meet fire with fire. You can't
You
allow
have
yourself
to go
to
in
get
and
slaughtered.
directly. You
So
have to
in
go
those
in.
houses
If
that they're
somebody's
firing,
shooting at you, you shoot them.
So what do you do at the school that's
If
firing?
they're not, you don't.
If
If somebody's not holding a gun and shooting it at you, you do not shoot them. That is not
Zero.
But if they are, what do you do? If they are
You
firing
shoot
missiles,
them.
okay,
Okay,
that's what happens.
Zero. Here's a scenario for you. How do you handle that if your unit is going down a street in Gaza and you start getting shot at? How do you know which building is shooting at you? How do you know how many buildings are shooting at you? That could happen at.
Combat is. That's what actual combat is.
So
And as the general, Zero, as the general
So
who's
if you
in
and I got into
charge
a
of
physical fight,
protecting.
would I have to tie my hands?
No,
behind
let
my
me
back here?
finish. Let me finish here.
Sorry,
There's
man.
heat
As
sensors,
the
they've got all
general,
kinds of technology. They can pinpoint the phones.
as the general, I need to keep my troops safe. Why should I not bomb every one of those, give warning and saying anybody who doesn't want to die in this area, get out now. And if you don't, Tuesday morning, those buildings will no longer be there. What
Which
is
they
wrong
did.
with the general doing that?
The other thing to think about
There's going
is
to be people that are not able to move, for one, that may not get the memo, for one, and they've been bombing the areas where they've been telling people to move to.
So I have a question. Why? I mean, of course, it's fucked up. I'm not saying it's right. At
It's
the
a
same
mixture.
time, I think you have to
Some
wait.
of the,
Hold on.
Some of the soldiers are noble. Some of the soldiers are.
Hold on. Let me finish this. At the same time, I think you need to realize that that is the very reason that Hamas is using places like hospitals and schools where sick and wounded people are taking refuge.
It's called human shields.
Great point. The other thing to think about too, Zero, is that 14-year-old kid, you may not think he's firing that weapon, and maybe he's not firing that weapon, but his dad just told him, go get that ammo. I'm not saying it's right. It's his dad, though, that did this to him. I don't want his dad to die either. But he just told his son to go grab that ammo instead of telling his son to go south. Go get me that mortar round that we're firing from our backyard.
Like
that we're firing out of our
Anyway, here, okay. I'm just saying we're going to move on from here because we're just.
But can I ask one
Sieber
question?
has suggested housing teams according to sport rather than country, which could help prevent a targeted attack on the Israelis. But these ideas were never implemented. The potential threat posed by Palestine.
They knew this could happen. They had the exact plans of how it could have happened, by who, and yet they didn't prevent it. Are you going to argue that the Munich Olympics were that the Israelis or that some group let it happen? Like, I think that's ridiculous. Just because
the Munich Olympics was run by Germans.
Well, how do they stop it? How do they stop it? Do they stop it with more border crossings? How do they stop it with raids into Gaza? With raids into the West Bank? How do they stop it with more stuff that tells them that they're doing the wrong? Do you understand that part, Zero? Like they would have had to come down harder on Hamas to stop it, which would have been, it's like they're damned if they do and they're damned if they don't.
And the thing is, because Hamas is the government of Gaza, what are you going to do when the government of Gaza is taking hostage your civilians? It's like, what do you do when Germany is, taking hostage?
What do you do when somebody's got their shirt off and is waving a white flag?
I know. I agree. It's fucked up what they did. They shouldn't have done it.
They shot him.
I know,
Okay?
and it raises
now,
questions.
That is not a situation where they were under threat.
I agree.
And they were under threat,
that
brother. They're in there.
And
they're
that
in
happens
urban warfare.
to the
When was the
U.S.
last time you
military
fought
all the
in urban
time.
warfare? What was your rank in the army, Zero?
My father was in the army.
What was your rank in the army when you were in Basra with me? What was your rank?
That's such bullshit.
What was your rank?
I can't have a fucking viewpoint about a goddamn.
You just said they weren't under threat.
Killing.
They're in urban warfare. They're in a city. And you said they weren't under threat. Yeah, it was a ridiculous statement, bro. It was a ridiculous statement. It was a dumb statement. You said they're not under threat. They're in urban warfare. There are windows above them, bro.
You can be scared. Yeah, you're afraid.
And why would you be scared? Why would you be scared? Because you're under threat, dummy.
Fuck you, dude. Don't
Okay.
call me fucking shit. Don't call me
dumb.
a fucking name, dummy.
You're saying dumb things, bro.
You are justifying innocence being
I didn't justify anything.
slaughtered, dude.
I didn't justify anything. I just don't make dumb
Yeah,
statements.
you did. It's all collateral damage. Couldn't be avoided. That's such bullshit.
Did I say either one of those things?
This is the sort of problem we're trying to sit there and stop. Calling each other dummy and emotional things is part of what causes the problem.
Well, he's making dumb statements. I'm sorry.
Well,
nobody can have a say unless they're in the fucking uniform.
Dumb isn't a logical rebuttal.
Okay, ignorant. I'm sorry, he's making ignorant statements.
I mean,
and everybody makes ignorant statements. Everybody.
Agreed. And all I was doing was calling out his ignorant statement. Am I wrong?
Shooting the hostages, dude. Shooting the hostages. Bombing the hostages. If you only care about the hostages, you're even killing them.
Well, in a war, you're not just caring about the hostages. You're caring about your people. You're caring about your military as well.
Yes, all modern warfare.
I guarantee you, those guys. I guarantee you that those guys in that squad or that platoon were more worried about the guys sitting next to them than they were about the hostages that they've never met.
Yes, the United States doesn't want any boots on the ground in any kind of a war. We want to do everything remotely and by proxy. And that is
the reason for that is we don't want to
moral. That's
no. We don't want to. We don't want to trigger. We don't want to trigger to a nuclear war. Once you put U.S. troops in harm's way, you can get U.S. lives being lost, and that can lead to a cascade that just escalates everything.
It can lead to pushback from the body politic in your country. That's why.
No. Well, once you start killing soldiers, the military starts taking over, and you got your military hierarchy. And the military, they don't care about what the civilian politic wants.
So hold on. So guys, I mean, technically a threat. I don't know if you could have considered that. They were under stress, that they felt threatened. But to say that, like, I mean, I have to agree with Zero that they didn't pose a threat to the. Like the thing is, it definitely needs to be investigated. At the same time, it's like one of those things where to ignore the fact that that they're extremely stressed, they're probably not getting enough sleep, they're not thinking clearly. And again, it doesn't make it right. It needs to be investigated, and it needs to be seen whether it's a policy failure or whether it was a failure at the individual level.
Right, which is why in the U.S. people regularly get court-martialed for that sort of stuff. You had people in Iraq, again, the torturing that the people did in prisons, all sorts of stuff. We found out about it, and the people had, they were court-martialed and their lives destroyed because of the evil they did there. And that's the sort of thing that should happen here. If you gun down somebody who's waving a white flag that's shirtless, yeah, you should be court-martialed and your life destroyed, just like you destroyed his. That's simple. That doesn't mean the whole Israeli army's at fault.
Palestinian terrorists was well known at the time. Israel and Palestine had been in conflict for years, and there was no clear end in sight. Following the Israeli War of Independence in 1949, Palestinians lost their homeland to Israel. In retaliation, the Palestinian Authority president Yasser Arafat formed and led the Fatah, a political and military organization whose goal was to regain control of Palestine. After the Palestine Liberation Organization lost the Jordanian Civil War in 1971, the Black September organization was formed. Black September was the breakaway military faction of Fatah and was comprised of even more radical members who conducted terrorist attacks against Israel and its citizens. This militant faction of the Fatah would be ready to turn the games into a political demonstration and were even prepared to die for their cause. The first week of the 1972 Olympics went according to plan. It seemed Germany might successfully rehabilitate their tarnished legacy, but everything took a tragic turn very early on September 5th. At 4:33 in the morning, 8 Black September members scaled the 2-meter fence surrounding the Olympic Village. Armed with duffel bags of weapons and using stolen keys, they entered the apartments where the Israeli national athletes were housed on the first floor of 31 Connolly Strauss. They were confronted almost immediately by Josef Gutfried, the wrestling referee, almost floor of 31 Connolly Strauss. They were confronted almost immediately by Josef Gutfried, the wrestling referee who heard the commotion. The attackers subdued him, but not before he was able to call out a warning, alerting the other delegates and giving Tuvia Sokolovsky, his roommate, time to escape out a back window. Moshe Weinberg, the coach of the Israeli wrestling team, was also awoken by the noise. He charged the attackers, injuring one of them with a knife before being shot in the cheek. Now wounded and held at gunpoint, the terrorists demanded Weinberg lead them to the rest of the Israeli delegates. Still trying to protect his team, Weinberg told them there were no Israelis housed in the second apartment. Instead, he led them into apartment 3, where 6 of the weightlifting and wrestling athletes were fast asleep. All 6 of the sleeping men were rounded up, but on the way back to apartment 1, Weinberg saw his chance to charge his attackers again. It's possible Weinberg hoped he could overpower them with the help of the other 6 Israelis. Unfortunately, Weinberg was shot again, this time fatally. Another Israeli weightlifter, Yosef Romano, joined in the attack, but he was already weakened, having been put on crutches due to a recent competition injury. He was also shot and killed. Amid all the commotion, one other Israeli, Gad Sabari, was able to escape. The rest of the men were dragged into apartment 1, where they joined Gutfried and 2 other coaches that were being held under watch. Sabari was able to escape 9 hostages held under watch. Black September managed to take 9 hostages. The men were bound and tied together by their wrists and ankles so they could not escape. Over the course of the next 20 hours, the Israelis were beaten and abused. One was shot, and many suffered from broken bones and mutilation. Black September members castrated Romano's body before placing it at the feet of the other hostages to serve as a warning. Weinberg's body was rolled onto the street as a message to the police. Black September had no intentions of negotiating. The terrorist group's leader, Lutif Afif, also known as Isa, initiated contact with the German police at 5:08 a.m. via a 2-page letter that listed their demands. The letter threatened that 1 hostage would be executed each hour if the demands were not met. Black September demanded the liberation of 234 Palestinian prisoners who were being held in Israeli prisons, as well as the release of other left-wing militants. The Israeli government flat out refused to meet their demands, saying they would not negotiate with the Palestinian terrorists. Israel's Prime Minister, Golda Meir, declared, "If we should give in, then no Israeli anywhere in the world can feel that his life is safe." The Munich police and the head of Egypt's Olympic team tried to negotiate instead. They offered German authorities to switch places with the Israelis, but they refused. German police even offered an unlimited sum of money for the athletes' release, but Black September had no interest in cash. The negotiations began to break down after 20 hours. At hour 21, Black September demanded a plane to fly themselves and their hostages to Cairo. The German police agreed, despite knowing full well that Egypt had already declined to get further involved in the situation. They never intended for anyone to leave Germany, as they were devising a plan to ambush the attackers when they reached the airport. German police believed the turmoil and commotion that would ensue with the changing of locations could be an opportunity for them to target the hostage takers while they were distracted. Underground garages connected the apartments to the space where the helicopters were parked. Initially, the German crisis team planned to have sharpshooters positioned inside the garages. The garages connected the apartments to the space where the helicopters were parked. Initially, the German crisis team planned to have sharpshooters positioned inside the garages. However, like their previous attempts to free the hostages, Issa saw through this trap too. Feeling uneasy about walking through the passage, he demanded a secure bus be brought instead to drive them in. At 10 p.m., the bus arrived. After Issa inspected it for signs of a trap, Black September and their blindfolded hostages were transported to the two waiting helicopters. The Germans managed to convince Issa to go to Fürstenfeldbruck Air Base. It was only 15 miles away from the Olympic Village, and German authorities had arrived there earlier in a separate helicopter, waiting to carry out the ambush. The group landed at the airbase just over half an hour later. A Boeing 727 waited on the tarmac. Inside the jet, undercover German police officers were masquerading as the flight crew, stationed around the airbase. 5 sharpshooters were waiting for their opportunity to strike when the terrorists crossed the tarmac. However, the ambush quickly turned into an all-out massacre, with shooting erupting on both sides.
There are still a lot of questions to be answered about what happened last night at Fürstenfeldbruck Air Base. However, the German authorities admit that they tried to ambush the guerrillas and failed.
For reasons that were never clearly communicated, the police inside the plane decided at the absolute last minute to abandon the mission, leaving just the 5 snipers outside to deal with the 8 terrorists. Even worse, they left the plane empty, so when Issa went inside to inspect it before boarding, he was immediately tipped off to the operation. Outmanned and ill-prepared, one of the shooters got jumpy and fired a shot at Issa while he was running back across the tarmac to warn others of the trap. He missed Issa, but injured another terrorist. All shooters then received orders to open fire, but by then, Black September members were returning fire. Issa was killed in the shootout, and 4 other members were also gunned down. However, the restrained hostages were unable to escape the rain of bullets. One terrorist, panicking after seeing the arrival of German armored car units, shot 4 of them point blank before activating a grenade and throwing it into the helicopter where they were still tied up. The grenade and the fuel from the helicopter engine exploded, causing more chaos and confusion even as the shooting continued. Another terrorist shot the remaining hostages, and while it is believed the American hostage, David Berger, might have survived his bullet wounds, he died of smoke inhalation from the fire. Just after midnight, after almost 3 hours of non-stop gunfire, the shooting finally stopped. 5 Black September members had been shot, and the remaining 3 were captured. All 9 hostages and 1 German police officer were dead. 5 Black September members had been shot, and the remaining 3 were captured. All 9 hostages and 1 German police officer were dead.
David Berger,
Many preventable mistakes were made that ended up costing lives, beginning with bad intelligence. The authorities who had briefly made contact with the hostages reported back that they had seen only 4 or 5 hostage takers. 2 to 3 snipers should have been assigned to each terrorist, but the police had nowhere near enough manpower to pull off an armed assault of that size. Roads to the air base weren't cleared, so the armored cars that were supposed to provide reinforcements were stuck in traffic. When they eventually arrived, they spooked the terrorists into firing on the hostages. Furthermore, the German snipers were not specialized gunmen, but only volunteers. They were equipped with assault rifles, not sniper rifles, which lacked the long-range scopes they needed to see their targets. They also had no night vision equipment, no bulletproof vests, no helmets, and no radios with which to communicate with each other. In short, they were set up for failure. Munich Police Chief Manfred Schreiber would later admit the police force was not equipped for action against paramilitary-trained terrorists. Close to 1 billion people watched the drama unfold around the world via satellite television. Included in that 1 billion were the terrorists themselves, whose access to television had not been cut off. German authorities never disabled their electricity, giving them full view of the media's reporting, which included showing snipers' positions inside the Olympic Village. The rest of the world also watched in real time. The hostage situation had become international news. But despite the high stakes, initial media reports about the event were wrong. Konrad Ahlers, a spokesman for the West German government, made a statement declaring the operation a success and saying that the hostages had been liberated. The inaccurate news spread like wildfire. First broadcasts incorrectly reported that all the attackers had been killed and all the hostages had made it out alive. Just after 3:30 a.m. on September 6th, sportscaster Jim McKay delivered the true and terrible news.
Our worst fears have been realized tonight. They're all gone.
The Munich massacre did lead to long-term change in Olympic venue security. All countries that hosted the Olympic Games after 1972 increased the size of their security resources, spending hundreds of millions of dollars to ensure nothing similar could happen again. Additionally, the Munich Police Department instituted a special task force called GSG-9, which focused on terrorism and hostage rescue.
The main thing I was talking about Black September was what they did in Jordan and Lebanon, though.
What?
The stuff that they did in Jordan and Lebanon, mostly Jordan.
Yeah, here I found it.
Why aren't more Arab countries in the Middle East taking in Palestinian refugees? The onset of a renewed war between Israel and Hamas has led to fears that millions of Palestinian people living in the Gaza Strip may be forced to become refugees. But despite the fact that Gaza shares a border with Egypt, the Egyptian government almost immediately ruled out any possibility of accepting Palestinian refugees. In fact, Egypt is currently constructing an even larger border wall with Gaza than the one it currently has in place. Now, many outside observers have asked why Egypt, a majority Arab and Islamic nation, would turn away the Palestinian people. And of course, many have pointed out that it may serve the political interests of many Arab nations to refuse to accept Palestinian refugees because it allows them to then blame Israel for any sort of humanitarian crisis that unfolds. But the thing is, historically, many Arab nations have accepted Palestinian refugees, and that may be why Egypt doesn't want to now. For example, in 1991, the Kuwaiti government actually expelled nearly 300,000 Palestinians in the aftermath of the First Gulf War, and this represented an astonishing 18% of Kuwait's entire population. So what was the reason? Well, the Palestinian Liberation Organization had actually supported Saddam Hussein's invasion of Kuwait a year earlier. And this support only grew after Iraq began attacking Israel with rockets throughout the war. After Kuwait's liberation, the government considered much of the Palestinian community to be complicit. This support only grew after Iraq began attacking Israel with rockets throughout the war. After Kuwait's liberation, the government considered much of the Palestinian community to be complicit in the Iraqi occupation of their country. And in response, nearly all Palestinians were deported in just a few months. And this wasn't the first time something like this had happened. Decades earlier, the Palestinian groups operating in Jordan had come to openly call for the overthrow of Jordan's monarchy in the aftermath of the Six-Day War. At the time, the PLO maintained its own separate army on Jordanian soil and used that armed force to sow chaos. Armed gangs of PLO militants drove around the capital of Amman, robbing families and businesses in the name of collecting financial assistance for the ongoing war of attrition against Israel. When members of the Jordanian police and army tried to defend their citizens from these attacks, they were attacked and killed. The Palestinian political network operated as a state within a state, with militants repeatedly using Jordan to launch rockets into Israel. The Marxist-Leninist Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine even went so far as to hijack multiple planes, diverting the flights to a Palestinian-controlled airfield in Jordan, where the passengers were held hostage. By September 1970, the Jordanian army had finally had enough. A full-scale war with the PLO broke out, and after 10 months of fighting, the Palestinians were driven out of the country. Yet, as a parting gift, a Palestinian terrorist group known as Black September assassinated the Jordanian prime minister. Sadly, the story doesn't end there, because the PLO then moved into Lebanon, where they allied themselves with Marxist and socialist movements that were seeking to overthrow Lebanon's conservative Maronite Christian government. The presence of thousands of Palestinian militants flooding into the country completely destabilized Lebanon and plunged the entire nation into chaos. Less than 4 years after the PLO was expelled from Jordan, Lebanon found itself in the middle of one of the most bloody and chaotic civil wars in Middle Eastern history, from which it has never fully recovered. In short, Palestinian organizations have not just attacked Israel. They have sowed unrest in many of the neighboring Arab and Muslim countries as well, and this has led those governments to the conclusion that allowing for mass immigration or even just refugee camp resettlement within their borders would lead to domestic unrest for their own countries. And this, of course, only exacerbates the humanitarian crisis for those Palestinian non-combatants caught in the middle. The problem is, as long as terrorist organizations like Hamas and others are elected to represent the Palestinian people, their plight will most likely continue, as neither Israel nor apparently the surrounding Arab nations want to see their own populations threatened by terrorist groups.
It's
So
tragic.
when the United States installed the Shah in Iran, before that it was a modernizing country.
Yeah, no, that was Mogadday.
Wait,
So
what's this have to do?
It's about how peoples are driven into the arms of these mullahs and what have you, these extremists, to get any kind of justice or sovereignty from
Well, that was
colonial.
But they
power.
don't.
They're grasping at straws, of course.
So that's
But,
the point of the point of my question of why didn't the Arab Israelis
Welcome to Buzz Around the Globe.
move when the war started? The chance for that I see, and I could be wrong, that the Palestinian people, and I'm pro-Palestinian, I want the Palestinians, I still want them to have a state, a two-state, but I could be wrong, because look at the Arab Israelis. They're happy. They didn't want to go down there, this or that. I think the chance for peace and the chance for statehood for the Palestinians is through Israel. I think they're the only ones that seem to care and want to take care of those people.
See, where is it?
In my opinion, I don't think oh, go ahead, Zero.
None in any of these directions. And as I was saying earlier, not all of the soldiers are there totally with nefarious intent or action. But there is an overall strain, and it is the overall thrust of the campaign, and the message has been delivered, just like the impunity to police forces in the United States, and now this backlash of
So you're conflating
Trump toward
social
power.
injustice in America with a war. You're conflating those two things.
No, it's an ongoing conflict. There is a form of occupation here just as well.
I'm not going to conflate the two. I'm going to fight for social justice and rights here in the States. Is different than what's going on in Israel. What's going on in Israel was an attack where 1,200 people were killed. It's not the same thing, bro.
Yeah, it's what it's like is like when we attacked
So-
Iraq after 9/11.
No. Dude.
He wants to conflate imperial power. That's what he wants to do, bro. That's all he cares about.
At this point, Zero has a point. He has a point about going into Iraq. I don't think
because
Zero would argue.
Al-Qaeda, I'm sorry, but Al-Qaeda is not the government of Iraq. It never was.
I'm agreeing with Zero that Iraq was uncalled for, but I think Zero would agree that us going into Afghanistan was a legitimate military action in response to 9/11.
Yeah, but even then, it's not like Hamas was being hosted in Gaza. They're literally the government of Gaza.
And here's one of the
They
points.
started a war.
Here's one of
purpose.
the points I want to support with what Johnny's saying here is there's a difference between social injustice and war in the sense of what I'm talking about is war is between nation states and is governed by a set of rules like the Geneva Convention. Social injustice isn't covered by rules like that. It's a totally different beast. I mean, you have a lot of the same underlying human impulses of, hatred towards your fellow man and stuff driving both, but they're different beasts as far as trying to deal with it.
Can I jump in on what you're saying, Graham? So, did anybody else watch the 6 hours of testimony at the ICJ? Either you three?
some of it.
Did you watch the 6 hours of the ICJ?
No, I didn't watch any.
Okay, I did. So this is what I mean by that conflation. This goes to like words are violence, this kind of thing, which words are hurtful, words are bad, words should be, you know what I mean? They can do bad things. I get that. But what you do when you say stuff like that is you take away from the real violence, the people that are getting hurt. So if words are the same thing as getting hit, the people getting hit, I hope I can't really articulate what I'm trying to say, but maybe I'll get it out by the end. The ICJ, what was Israel?
Let me short phrase it for you. Words.
No, I don't want you to. I want to finish my sentence. I want to finish my sentence. I want to finish my sentence.
Okay, sorry, John.
Now I said that, I'm going to ask a question. What was Israel charged with at the ICJ?
Genocide.
Anybody?
Genocide.
Okay. At no point were they charged with committing the act of genocide. Do you know what the charge was? Genocidal rhetoric. Misunderstanding of the statement of Amalek, of what Netanyahu said. Yemeni soldiers dancing a Yemeni dance for TikTok. These were the things that were cited as genocidal. A pop star said this. A lower minister said this. No statements from the Israeli government, mind you. These are just personal statements from people. And they were brought up on charges of genocidal rhetoric.
It's stage one of it, isn't it?
Genocidal rhetoric.
Yes, which usually.
But what did you say? But no. Let me finish. What did you say when I said what was Israel brought up on at the ICJ? What was your word that you used?
Genocide.
0. Right.
Genocide.
So do you understand? In the world, Israel's been to the international court and they got tried for genocide. Nobody looks into it. Nobody goes past that headline.
It doesn't have any teeth, and
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The teeth. Anyway. It didn't have to have teeth. This is a process that was triggered. It had to happen because of the signatories said that if such and such happened, then this happens. So it was a process that had to happen because it was triggered, regardless of if it should have or shouldn't have. It had to happen, right? So the press is out. So you just said that they were tried for committing genocide, and you knew better, but you still said it. So imagine somebody that doesn't know better and they hear it.
That's as I understood it, and
But it doesn't matter. I asked you what they were charged with, and you said genocide when it was genocidal rhetoric. You didn't say that part, and I guarantee you wouldn't say it to anybody else that wasn't us. You wouldn't go that far into it. So do you understand what I'm saying? This is being perpetuated.
What there, see, you guarantee what about me? About what? You don't know what other causes.
All right. Okay. I'm sorry. I made a. I'm sorry. Hey. I'm sorry. I made a an ad hominem comment. It doesn't negate the rest of what I said. I'm sorry for that last statement.
That's the same type of thing. This conflation of the entire Palestinian population has some level of complicit and some level of expendable.
Dude.
Of their proximity.
No, stop. Go back to what I was talking about instead of jumping on the little shit that I said at the end. You said that they committed or they were being tried for genocide, not for genocidal rhetoric. That's a conflation. And what does that do? What does that do to people that have been through real genocide? What does that do to the real genocides?
It is a real genocide, and they've given genocidal rhetoric.
Bro, then why weren't they charged with it? Then why weren't they charged with it? Why were they charged with genocidal rhetoric?
The leader of the country, top officials, cabinet, and they go on the television. That's what.
And what did they do? They said something. They said something. Like I hurt your feelings when I called you a dummy. They said something. Did I hurt you? No.
They are people in positions of authority over the nation in the government, and they are making these statements.
Dude, I just tell you. I just told you. Whoa! I told you what was wrong. Hey! You said you didn't watch it. I told you I watched it. What they brought up for evidence. Were Yemeni soldiers dancing. That was part of their evidence. They used the words, we're not going to use pictures and videos because we don't want to use them. We don't want to use I can't remember what they said, but basically emotional blackmail. But really what they were saying is we don't want to use evidence because we don't have evidence, is what they said with that statement. So do you think that Yemeni soldiers, because this is what was brought up, because this is what was brought up, because this was brought up at the ICJ, this was brought up at the ICJ, this was the evidence used, was what? Let me finish my fucking sentence. Were Yemeni soldiers dancing? Is that genocidal? Yes or no?
Hold on. Did they? I mean, again, I think it's poor taste. I think it's poor.
It's poor
form.
taste. No,
Yeah.
but the video I'm talking about, Ariel, isn't even poor taste.
No,
it literally was just Yemeni soldiers dancing.
No, I know, but I'm talking about what Zero was saying. The thing is, did they ever say that about Palestinians? Again, I think that there's a danger that it could have been inferred that way, but really they were talking about Hamas. I mean, if they were talking about Palestinians, they would be saying it outright.
That was the statement. So that was brought up in the court when they used the word animals. And they're saying how that's dehumanizing and blah, 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 this or that. When they were speaking about Hamas, Hamas was in every one of those sentences. But of course, that's exactly what South Africa tried to do, was say that they were talking about the Palestinian people and calling them animals.
When you say that you're cutting off all supplies to the entire people, that is a collective punishment.
Okay.
You're talking about
you can say what you want, bro. What did they do? What did they do? What law did they break? What did they do? They said whatever, but what did they do?
Collective punishment.
What did they do?
Who?
The Israelis. You said they said all this stuff. What did they do?
They have bombed it to shit. They are making it uninhabitable.
Okay, has Hamas bombed it to shit?
People.
How many of those houses has Hamas blown up? Hey, do you know what a houseborn ID is? Do you know what a houseborn ID is?
You know what?
Do you know what a houseborn ID is? Do you know what a houseborn ID is?
Fundamentalist Islam.
Do you know what a houseborn ID is?
Wait, hold on. What's this about fundamentalist Islam?
Fundamentalist Islam
This
is
is
a big
fundamentalist slippery
problem.
slope is what it is.
It's a big goddamn problem, and not only for fucking Israelis.
So wait, hold on.
Hold
Wait,
on.
you think this...
Fundamentalist anything is a problem for everybody.
Yeah,
but like,
understanding.
Yeah, but dude, what I'm trying to explain to you is that separated from anything to do with Islam, the PLO did this type of shit. Like if it wasn't for Hamas and they had been in power in Gaza, who's to say this wouldn't have happened? Like this is the thing. Again, it's not to say that they aren't provoked. Again, that doesn't justify what they're doing. But the point is, well, also the other thing is there had actually been a period of peace with relative peace between Gaza and Israel. So that's part of the reason they had their guard lowered. Again, it was a mistake, but what I think really needs to be emphasized is that at the end of the day, like, dude, there were Buddhists in Burma committing genocide against Muslims. Are you going to say, like, at the end of the day, it's fundamental sanctioning, like Graham was saying, it happens with fundamental.
My point is that just because I'm talking about these crimes that are being committed by the state of Israel does not in any way mean
what crime?
that I negate or support anything done by Hamas or any other similar group.
Okay, but now let me ask you again. Do you know what a houseborn IED is?
It's a houseborn improvised explosive device.
Okay, are they being utilized in Gaza City?
Massive bombs.
Are they being utilized in Gaza City?
Being used.
Okay, are they being utilized in Gaza City?
Massive bombs are being used.
Right. Massive houseborn IEDs. Are they being used? Are they being used in Gaza?
Like, how come he asks you about something that Hamas is doing or isn't doing, and you automatically respond with what Israel's doing?
Well, no, he said massive bombs. I think that's part of Johnny's point here is a houseborn IUD. Is they blowing up the house in order to do damage to the enemy?
No,
right?
That's not necessarily why they're doing it, Graham, but...
Okay, I had never heard of them before. That was what I was getting out of
well, I mean, so the Islamic Brotherhood isn't
an
like a
asymmetric.
vacuum, right? They use PR. I don't want to go down that. I'll go there when I get there. But let me ask you again, Zero. Are they using IDs, houseborn IDs in Gaza City?
They are massively bombing civilians.
The Hamas. I'm talking about strictly about Hamas. So you're saying Hamas is bombing
Yeah, that's
civilians?
all you want to. That's all you want to ever be impugned.
No. I'm asking a question, brother. Are they using houseborn IDs in Gaza City?
Just make your point, dude.
I can't if you don't know the stuff. There's no reason. I'm trying to see if you know the stuff. If you don't know it, there's no reason to talk about it.
Dude, such minutia doesn't matter when arms and limbs are being blown off of people.
Okay, so
let me step,
our houseborn
Johnny.
Yes.
I see the disconnect here. Let me speak up to something because it's part of what you were talking about with the court of law with Israel.
Okay.
And that's that the sense of law for a lot of people has very much changed from what I was educated as law being. Because I was taught that law was objective. It was something that you could measure and everybody could agree on.
Yes.
And that has changed where when they're talking about, people's feelings being hurt, now you're dealing with law being subjective. And you can't get objective there. How do you measure if somebody's feelings hurt?
It's not about somebody's feelings being hurt. It's about intent.
No, but it is a lot about.
Wait,
No. I'm talking about how the laws are written.
Just real quick. Sorry, Graham. I'm just meeting you real quick because I'm waiting for you guys. Real quick. Zero, do you think that the firebombing of Dresden was genocide?
Yes, because genocide is not about necessarily killing a people entire.
So then you agree that it's mass death, mass killing,
mass murder. Yes.
I think that Limpkin did mean it as a death of a people. I think that's what Limpkin when he defined
You're
it.
telling me about all these details. You don't know about the basic 5 criteria of what genocide is?
No, I don't. Can you tell me what Limpkin said?
It's the.
Do you know who Limpkin was?
To kill the people of a certain group.
Do you know who Limpkin was?
To force their displacement.
Mm-hmm.
The one that isn't really being done is the removal of their children, but like
Okay.
Russia has done.
Or like Germany did, right?
Yeah.
What do you know who Limpkin was?
But
do you know who Limpkin was?
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm sure you're aware there's a lot of talk right now in the connection with
little Henry Abramson
conflict in the Middle East regarding the idea of genocide. And I thought it would be interesting for us to have a look at the person who actually invented that word. He was a Jewish man named Raphael Lemkin. So let's have a quick look at his background and why he came up with this particular term. So he was born
go ahead and look up what are the criteria
in a
of
part of the
genocide.
world that would be today called Belarus. Actually happens to be a part of the world that my own family comes from. And he was rather different than most Jewish boys his age. His father was a farmer near Volkovishk, where my great uncle was actually a high school principal. And his mother was an intellectual. There's just not that many Jewish farmers, particularly in that part of the world, in Lithuania, when it was called back then. His mother was a great intellectual, a great reader, and she really instilled in her 3 sons a love of learning. In fact, she homeschooled all 3 brothers. Young Raphael was deeply affected by the news of a pogrom in Bialystok that occurred in 1906. And then later, as a teenager, when World War I broke out, the entire Lemkin family had to flee into the forests in order to avoid the hostilities between the German and the Russian armies. While they were hiding in the forest, unfortunately, his younger brother died, possibly of pneumonia or even Spanish flu, but unfortunately he passed away at that time, leaving Raphael with only one surviving brother. He went on to receive a trade school education, but he had exceptional language skills. He was ultimately able to read about 14 languages and speak 9. He studied linguistics in Lviv, which back then would have been called Lvov. Later, he went to study philosophy at Heidelberg and law in Lviv once again. And during this time, he continued to meditate and to think deeply about the nature of human cruelty, and in particular, the history of massacres in Armenia, which occurred at the beginning of the 20th century in Iraq and elsewhere. And he went to one of his professors, Julius Makarevich, and asked him about the doctrine of state sovereignty that the professor had been promoting. The idea that the states essentially can do whatever they want in their own countries and they can't be punished in other legal fora. So the professor responded to him saying, consider the case of a farmer who owns a flock of chickens. He kills them, and this is his business. If you interfere, you are trespassing. Lemkin apparently replied to him, but the Armenians are not chickens. Meaning you can't compare these things, a farmer killing his chickens as opposed to a head of state killing his own citizens. His eventual conclusion was, sovereignty, I argued, cannot be conceived as the right to kill millions of innocent people. He was also deeply moved by the trials of two individuals. One was the assassin of Talat Pasha in 1921, and another I'm quite a bit more familiar with. Shalom Schwarzbard assassinated Simon Petliura, who was the leader of the Ukrainian government during the brief period of Ukrainian independence between World
Yes, he
War
combined
I
Latin and
and
Greek roots.
the Soviet
How about
occupation.
the criteria?
Dude, just listen. It's like you
I'm familiar. I'm familiar.
Oh, really?
Yes.
With Raphael Lemkin.
Yes. The Greek and Latin words fused. So what about the criteria of genocide?
Well, what about it, and how does that correspond to statements? Because that's part of the point that I was trying to make as well that I hadn't
No,
gotten
I'm
to.
talking.
but
The statements of intent are clear. What they say is pretty clear. Now, the actuality of
Well,
what's happened in
how
relation
does
to
that?
the
How do you?
criteria of
How do you?
what the criteria are of genocide, not statements of
Yeah,
genocide.
and
What are the criteria
and
of genocide?
How do you reconcile that with freedom of speech? Is somebody somehow
I'm
because that
for
was the
freedom of speech. I don't think that they should be banning Nazis online or anything. That's how you know where they are and what they think.
and that's my point is Israel should have never been taken to
Bro, don't tell on yourself.
an international court of
You see that?
law.
You see that statement he just made there?
What?
What did you just say?
I
Say it
don't-
again.
I heard what Johnny said. Don't tell on myself. Don't tell on
He
yourself. I
was
don't know if he's
talking
talking
to
to.
me. He was
Okay,
talking to me.
but what I'm to the point I'm trying to make is Israel never should have been taken for rhetoric. To sit there and you should be taken to court for throwing the bombs at people. You should be taken to court for
Yes,
laws
exactly.
should be
That's what I'm
objective.
talking about. What are these criteria of genocide?
And that's what I'm saying is we don't have the taking them to court for genocidal
They weren't
rhetoric
met.
is
They
just
didn't
dirty
have them.
pool.
That's the point. Is that sorry to talk over you, Graham, but that's the point. Those criteria weren't met.
What criterion? Let's call it up.
that's what I'm trying to say. You want to hear about the criteria, but you don't want to hear about the background of the person who developed them.
Or what it means. What does that word mean? What's the definition of it?
I know what it means.
What word? I was using a hypothetical word. You know the background of how something comes about, so you understand the nuance.
I'm talking about the actuality of what's going on right now in the world.
Of Ukraine.
Yeah, bro,
case
that's
of
what I
Shalom
said.
Schwarzbard-
You're talking about these criteria that weren't met, and they were never met, and they knew they weren't going to be
What
met, so they didn't
criteria?
bring them up on those. Those criteria weren't met.
Let's see the criteria and see how they match up.
He went
Were
up
the
to
criteria
Simon
met?
Petliura, the leader in exile now in Paris in 1926, and shot him dead on the street. He was arrested and placed on trial, and he was able to essentially turn the trial around to be not a trial of his own assassination effort, but rather of the activity of Simon Petliura during this crucial civil war period. And even though Shalom Schwarzbard was clearly guilty of assassinating Simon Petliura, the Paris jury in 1927 rendered a verdict that allowed him to go free. And this kind of event led Raphael Lemkin to think, why is it that we can't prosecute those who perpetrate war crimes on their own people? This thought would eventually mature in his mind during his experience during the Holocaust. But during the 1930s, he was working as a public prosecutor in Poland, and he was also very deeply involved in working with the legal codes of Poland and codifying those laws. Let us remember that Poland was recently reconstituted as an independent country after World War I. And in 1933, he went to the newly formed League of Nations.
Perfect parallels, because you had countries that had been recently formed. They had been
met with their legal council at a conference in Madrid. And there he made some derogatory comments about Nazi Germany that when he went back to Poland got him in a lot of trouble, because Poland was working on some treaties with Germany at the time. So he was fired from his public position. He ended up going into private practice. But
he was in Paris, they said?
So Jimmy called me a Nazi here.
When?
Don't tell on yourself. When I said, yes, I think it is overboard to ban speech online, because you only force those people underground, and then you don't know.
I agree with you
are,
100%, Zero.
From. Exactly.
I agree with you too. I don't know why you put.
Saying. Graham was talking about the encroachment upon speech. And I said, yes,
even though there is the problem of,
even though there is the problem of proliferation and that these people can network, but it also enables the surveillance of what they're doing and makes it more likely to be able to intervene.
Okay, but did he call you a Nazi?
So he says, don't tell on yourself.
I don't know why he said that.
He said that because he's saying that I want to spread Nazi propaganda.
I would need to hear from him what he actually
meant. Can you guys hear me?
What did you mean then? Don't tell on yourself. What did that mean?
Just messing with you, bro. Just getting your goat.
See, what is he saying now?
Just getting your goat.
He was saying he was just messing with you. And again, I don't approve of that. I try not to mess with people. But it's part of those. That's one of those things is people make statements. The meaning, and this is part of the reason why things like rhetoric, it's so difficult to have those in laws, because different people take different meanings away from the same words.
It's hard for me to leave a joke alone when you leave it on the table like that.
It's not a joke. It's not funny. It doesn't apply to me. I'm not
smiling,
telling
bro.
You know what I'm telling on myself?
I'm smiling.
Do you know what I'm telling on myself?
I'm smiling, bro.
That I stand
I'm
on
smiling.
Principles, that I am not swayed into these little ethnic enclaves about what reality or truth is.
I know, but part of what it is he is sitting there and getting your goat, getting the emotional rise out of you.
He is saying that I want to spread Nazi propaganda because I'm a Nazi.
No.
Oh, come on. What else does it mean? What else does it mean?
Zero.
That's like Trump shit.
If you assume
that was simply
Nazis are not. Hold on. No, Nazis are not the only group that organize online. So to say that's what he was saying about you is ridiculous.
No. You think I think you're a Nazi? I want you to know I know what a fucking Nazi is, and I know that you're not a fucking Nazi. I know what a fucking Nazi is.
Tell me if I'm wrong on
myself. What does it mean? No. What am I telling on
myself?
Listen
to what Graham is saying, bro. Listen to what Graham is saying.
Answer the question.
I just did.
Did you mean by I'm telling on myself?
I meant that the statements were close together. If you want to put them together, put them together. I didn't put them together. I just said it's funny to me.
Here's where I'm going there. Johnny is one of those people.
Can't even
he gets enjoyment out of basically tweaking people to get emotional reactions out of them.
Well, gee,
he's noticing.
I guess it
should. That's not true either.
It should get an emotion out of someone.
Okay, then I misspoke there.
To impugn that someone is a Nazi, it should evoke some emotion out of them. Yes.
I wasn't implying you were a Nazi. I told you what I said. You left those. Yeah, get over here now. Yeah.
I'm guessing he's talking to his kid. Anyway,
what does it mean? What does it mean? Why don't you guys tell me what it means?
He made some derogatory comments about Nazi Germany that when he went back to Poland got him in a lot of trouble, because which was in 19 recently reconstituted as an independent country.
You ever hear the statement you have to explain a joke?
And in
let me talk. If you listen for the 19th time, I'll say it for the 19th time. Have you ever heard the statement, if you have to explain a joke, it's not funny? Get over here, girl, now.
It wasn't.
Maybe not to you, But you what Graham said is true. I never said you were a Nazi, bro. I said
No,
don't
you
tell
just
on yourself.
sideways said I'm telling on myself. What else does it mean?
No.
You
It
can't
just
just say it's a
doesn't.
joke. What does it mean?
It means what I said. The two things were right next to each other. Don't tell on yourself now. You said I'm not gonna stop a Nazi from talking. And then the other thing, whatever, bro. It was
And
a
so
joke.
what I'm telling on myself is that I'm a free speech advocate.
Okay, which is
So
it could be a misnomer
where's the
for.
joke? Where's the
I've
joke?
heard
Is it
other
funny
people
that
say those.
somebody's for free speech?
I've heard other people of a pretty right persuasion say those exact words too. Doesn't mean that you're a Nazi, bro. Now, do you know what a houseborn ID is? And do you know if they're being used in Gaza City?
I know that you just impugned me
Okay,
as a
stop.
Nazi.
You're a little baby.
And
Okay,
no,
you're a
and you
little
have not
impugned baby.
explained
You're a
anything
little baby,
differently.
impugned
You
little
have not
baby.
said anything that
You're a little
that
whiny baby,
shows it
dude.
to be anything else.
So what? You're a whiny baby.
There you
Okay.
are. See, you're low, dude. You're of a low mind.
Okay. I'm
We
a
are
low
speaking
mind.
on
I'm a fucking
issues,
troglodyte.
and you are
I'm a troglodyte.
you're
Okay.
tossing
What else
basic
am I?
third
I'm a
grade
dirty
fucking
Jew. I'm a
insults.
dirty Jew. I'm a dirty, bloodthirsty Jew, right?
See, what is he saying? Here?
Instead of being Palestinian Jews here, can we play, Catholics and Protestants in Ireland instead? The
Whatever.
whole
I'm bored of it too, brother.
Yeah.
Well,
You're-
all I'm saying is
what was that? Come on, acknowledge that shit. What he just did.
what I did?
No.
I'm autistic. Come on, you got to cut me some slack sometimes.
Yeah, it was out of
He
hand.
just characterized me, and he just did it again.
It was out of hand. But what am I supposed to do? Censor him?
Out of hand? No, I'm not calling for. That's the point I just made. I'm
Yeah,
just
no,
saying
no,
acknowledge what he just clearly did.
Yeah, I've done it all along. Sat there. I sat there.
I'll
And that's what I
acknowledge
pieced
it.
together. That he's a trash. Johnny's a trash
I said I was going to do it
talker.
before I did it.
Yeah, he's a trash talker. It's just like somebody who trashes talk playing sports. I don't like it. I was never a trash talker. I was much more of that just go out and be silent and play the game.
Newly formed League of Nations, which was essentially the precursor to the United Nations. And he met with their legal counsel at a conference in Madrid. And there he made some derogatory comments about Nazi Germany that when he went back to Poland got him in a lot of trouble because Poland was working on some treaties with Germany at the time. So he was fired from his public position. He ended up going into private practice, but he continued to work on his idea of how is it possible to prosecute perpetrators of international massacres. Unfortunately, he would have ample opportunity to continue this line of thought because on September 1st, 1939, the Nazis would invade Poland. Lemkin's own home was destroyed in a bombing raid on the 6th of that month, and he ended up being homeless and having to wander from place to place for some time. He was able to escape both the Nazis advancing into Poland and also Russian detention by portraying himself not as an intellectual, as a lawyer, but rather as a simple peasant. And he managed to make his way back to Volkovishk and to see his parents for the very last time in November of 1939. He moved on to Vilna, the capital, and he decided there, and I'm going to quote from his autobiography, "I really lived only when I was fighting for an ideal. I will devote the rest of my life to my work, outlawing the destruction of peoples." Later in Riga, he would meet with the distinguished historian Shimon Dubno, who would encourage
something that I do think is an important distinction. He didn't say the destruction of people, he said the destruction of peoples. Again, not to say that destruction of people is any less bad or that it's not bad, but he's being very specific. This idea of the destruction of peoples to refer to peoples as the way we understand ethnicities today.
encourage him to continue his work in this vein. Dubno was later killed by the Nazis himself. But Lemkin was able to make his way first to Sweden.
Wait,
and
who
then
is Dubno?
via
Sorry,
Japan.
I have really bad.
He would meet with the distinguished historian Shimon
You don't
Dubno,
know?
who would encourage him.
Oh, what did you say? Dude, are you really going to fuck around like that and pretend like you don't do the same shit that he does?
I do not.
Oh, really? So, dude, like
I have come on here and talked about issues.
zero. What you said was
Ariel,
no zero.
Ariel,
Hold on. What Zero said was ableist. I have memory loss from long COVID, and he's making
No,
fun of
dude,
the
I
fact
was
that
referring to him saying, "Do you know what IED is? You know who Limpkin is? You know who Black
no, you
September is?"
weren't.
I
Do
was
you?
referring
You
back
weren't.
the
Don't
way
don't
he
don't
was
try to
saying
weasel out
that
like
if
that.
you don't know,
He wasn't
I was
talking.
referring to him saying that if you don't know every little bit of minutia, then you can't say anything about
I
anything.
understand. I understand what you're saying, Zero. But the thing is, Ariel has said a lot of times about how he has memory issues from long COVID, and that was the meaning that he took out of what you said, even though you didn't intend it that way.
And
Well,
Johnny wasn't the one
I'm sorry.
talking.
That was
I
not
was.
at all. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. That was not at all. I'm not even of my
Bro
mind.
just said history and background is minutia, is like one little minutia.
And here's
No,
another one.
it's a tactic used that if it's like that
Now,
goof ass.
it's a
And we never
tactic
got to
used
my
because
point.
it's.
We never even got to my point because you
I
didn't
know.
know. So we
Here's the
never even got to my
difference.
point.
Here's the difference, Zero. You're acting emotionally at the idea of being ignorant. I sat there and I addressed, what I thought a house-born IED was, which is basically you blow up the whole house in order to take something. I'm admitting my ignorance. I'm ignorant. Yeah, I know a whole
So
lot of stuff.
as have I. As
You
have I
no
admitted
no.
my
You didn't
ignorance.
even engage. You
But
did not
that
even engage.
doesn't mean just because I don't know of these particular
When did you?
incidents or the
No,
names of the
you didn't
factions,
once say I
it
didn't know.
doesn't mean that I cannot.
You did not once say.
Right.
We
No,
never
you
got to my point. We
got
never got to my
defensive.
point. We
Yeah,
never got to my point.
you got defensive instead of basically saying, "No, what is what is a house-born IUD? I know
Not
what
once.
an
That,
IED is. I know what an IED is. I don't know what the house-born change, how that changes it. Can
Did
you
you
explain
once?
that to me?"
that was in response to what I was saying. It's a diversion from what the issue was.
So you don't have an
No,
issue with diversions then because you use it as well.
no, I wasn't diverting though. That's just
No,
it. Is I wasn't diverting. I was trying to build up
we are each.
background and
We are
understanding
each.
so we could get to my point. But I
We are
couldn't
each.
get to my point unless I made sure that everybody understood what I was talking about.
We
Now,
are
So
each. We are
what
each taking turns making points.
actually, what I see Johnny doing is something different. While I don't agree with his trash talking, the approach he's taking is much more of that legalistic one,
I don't agree with
where
my
we
trash talking either. That's my part. That's why I'm not. I don't go in public a lot. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no. Again, I don't. I just you are how you are. I'm just noting that one. But what you're trying to do there is much more of a collaborative effort here, where he's introducing facts, saying, "Do you agree with this one? If you agree, now we can start building off of this fact together, and we
Literally,
can
it's called
start
building.
and we can start exploring the area to try to figure out what's going on there." It's basically one of the things my father taught me when I was a kid is when two people disagree, you can keep tracing it back until you reach the point where either one of the two of you is wrong about a point of fact or simply a disagreement of opinion, like chocolate ice cream versus strawberry ice cream. One of the two is going to be at the root cause of the disagreement. It may not be worth tracing it back there, but there's no point in getting emotional about it. And that's why I don't get
Well, you
emotional
haven't
about
been
these sorts
called
of
a
things.
Nazi. You haven't been called a Nazi during this, so
I've been called
you're not
lots.
smart.
I've been called a Nazi before. Trust me.
You
I've been
haven't. In,
called
you
all
haven't
sorts
in
of
this
things.
conversation, and you haven't by me.
No.
Okay, so
Okay,
I'm not
Zero.
doing
Here's
what
the deal
he's
with
doing
that,
at
though. Here's the
all.
deal. Here's the deal. Here's the deal. Before any of this got blown out of proportion, before you got called a baby, I said I was sorry. I said it was a joke. You left it. It was close.
No,
I
you
couldn't
didn't.
leave it. It was. If you didn't like the joke, you didn't like the joke. It wasn't a bad joke. Whatever. I told you it was a joke, and I told you I
How
was
is it a
sorry.
joke?
And
What does it
and
apply
back up
to?
and back up. And I never called
What
you a
does it
Nazi,
apply to?
brother. All right, you're a fucking baby, dude. I can't deal with it.
It's the difference between implying and inferring. The speaker can imply, the listener
To continue
infers.
his work in this vein, Dubno was later killed by the Nazis himself. But Lemkin
Yes.
Which
was
makes
able to
it part
make
of the
his
joke.
way
He
first to
implied.
Sweden and then
That's all
via
part of the joke.
Japan to the USA in 1941,
It's
where he
no
became a
joke,
professor at Duke
dude.
University and later at Rutgers University. The Holocaust, however, was absolutely devastating for him. He lost
Do you think that I think
49
you're a
members of his
Nazi? Zero, I'm
family,
sorry to talk over the
although
video.
his surviving
Ariel,
brother actually managed to
do
make
you
it.
think I think you're a Nazi? Zero.
I don't know what you actually
Do you
think.
think I think you're a Nazi?
I know what you have said.
Did I say that you were a Nazi?
Yeah, you just
Did I
said that.
say that you
You
were a
just
Nazi? Then
said
if you want
like
to
I
play
was
this
calling
game,
you
did I say that you were a Nazi?
You just said I was calling you like a dirty Jew and all of that stuff. Okay. What other meaning is anybody supposed to glean from
That's what
that?
I hear when all the stuff. That's what I hear. I'm keeping it out of the argument, but that's what I hear with a lot of your arguments.
That's what
and
you
we're all
infer?
susceptible to propaganda, bro. And if you would have let me get to my point, we could have gone all the way back to University of Chicago and Katab and where this PR stuff is coming from. But you won't because you're whiny.
Through the Holocaust because he was in a labor camp with his family, a Soviet labor camp, and ultimately was able to come to Canada.
That
where
makes
he
me lose a
settled.
lot of respect for you guys.
So Lemkin has
that you're not going to stand up against that shit. I came here to learn, about Jewish Semitic culture. I find value in it.
Dude, we
And
can't even get
now
through a
I have been
video.
impugned for having a different
It's called
view.
emotional blackmail. Penalty.
Dude, I'm not like I don't agree.
Hey, whatever, it just shows that.
Dude,
Ariel, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cause a problem.
No, you're not causing anything. Zero. Like, I'm sorry, but that's really low of you. That's really low of you to imply that. Like, I'm sorry, but I'm deliberately not sticking up for either one of your sides because I actually think that the conversation is important. And the fact that you're trying to imply, first of all, you're implying he's calling you a Nazi. Second of all, you're implying that I agree with what he says. And dude, fuck off. I'm trying to finish a video because you wanted the definition of genocide, and you don't even want to get to that.
And I think, Ariel, I think my point's pretty valid that the two of them are pretty much embodying the whole Palestinian versus Jewish, conflict as to why there's such a problem getting it to stop. Both sides get emotional over what the other one's doing and all. I think that's an object lesson to be had here as well.
The idea that I'm not to be offended by being impugned such, and I did not say that you necessarily agree with him, but that you have not chosen to acknowledge what he has done.
That's one of the things we may have a.
It's just
we
kind
may
of
have
a cop out. It's just
That's where we may have a fundamental disagreement here, Zero. I don't believe anybody has a right not to be offended. That right not to be offended for me falls in the face of the right of free speech.
Besides, have you considered that maybe this has emotionally exhausted me? I'm guessing not.
Who hasn't it? Who hasn't it?
I'm not too bad. I'm sort of sitting in the middle of the tennis match watching the ball bounce back and forth.
I mean, there are plenty of people that are indifferent to the whole thing.
Yeah, but I'm affected on both sides in a way that I feel like both of you are choosing to. And again, I understand.
I'm not talking about sides.
Yeah, you are, dude.
No, I'm not. I'm not picking a side.
How aren't you picking your emotional side over what Johnny's over alternative interpretations of what Johnny's doing?
We have been talking about an issue of world events that are going on.
You inherently do you or do you not believe that Israel is committing genocide?
I do, and that is not choosing the side of anything except, of what's right and what isn't.
Now, here's the difference. You can feel that Israel's committing genocide, you can think it, and you can believe it. And it's like belief, evidence doesn't matter. You can believe it even though there's no evidence to support it. Same thing with feeling.
It's a created dichotomy to say that there are two sides.
Well, there are two sides in every conflict.
No, there are more than two sides generally in every situation.
Well, at minimum,
Everything
there's
is
two sides.
everything is forced into these binaries, and if you're not participating in that binary, you're said to be on one or side or the other.
You mean like you just did with
Exactly, and
me and
so
Ariel?
yeah, exactly.
What?
Like you just did
did
with
that to
with Ariel and I. We had to pick between you and Johnny. We couldn't
No,
just
no,
sit
that's
here.
not what I said. That's not the case. You know, I don't cut off. I have I have problems with family and all kinds of people. I don't cut them off when I have a disagreement, but I acknowledge that something is wrong has been done.
Well,
And I've been doing that. The fact that I didn't do it one time because I'm fucking exhausted, you're going to hold that against me?
And here's a question, and this is a big one.
If this was in another situation, you would be more responsive to it, I think. If it was in a different direction.
I've stepped in and tried to be a neutral rod.
I'm just amazed. I'm just amazed that
Zero.
you will not.
Say what the fuck you mean. Say what you mean. Be a man. Well, what do you mean?
That you have we all have our biases. We all have our, emphasis really is.
So what, you're trying to say because I'm Jewish?
Ariel,
Yes.
don't lead the witness.
He just said yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's I really, I feel for the situation of someone being of an ethnicity that is involved in this. You know what I mean? I'm not, so I'm kind of outside of it, and I can understand how you're tethered into it, whether you want to be or not.
To both
And
sides.
so-
That's what you don't understand. I feel as much affinity, even though there is this tension. I feel as much of an affinity for Palestinians as I do for Jews, and that's what you don't understand.
No, I believe that. I understand that. I know what Ashara's orchard means. You're acknowledging that there's a broader thing there, and
So
you
I'm
in many
not-
ways acknowledge the human situation of it all.
So then why are you holding this against me for not acknowledging it one time, dude? That's what I'm asking you. You're implying that I would acknowledge it if it were a different situation. Let's get back to that. You're implying that because I'm Jewish.
I think you would if I did the same thing in his direction. You would feel it a little bit more as an attack on you as a Jew.
No.
Well, I mean, he very clearly, he's now done it repeatedly.
Dude, you've done the same type of shit. You just don't see it
No,
because
I
it's your
have
blind
not.
spot.
What did I do? What did I say that was anything like that?
Well, for one, you won't engage with him when he's trying to explain to you where he's coming from. Like, it seems like you want to get your point across, but you won't even listen to where he's coming from.
Just like when he said, "What rank was I in the army?" Okay, that's not.
Have you ever been in combat?
That's a fair question here, Zero.
That's a statement. That's a statement that
No,
because
have
I'm
you-
not that because I'm not in the military that I
That's
can't
the
say anything
implication.
about being
How's
in
that-
war or military.
No. Here's this, Ariel. That's what a household IED is. It's a yes or no question. If it's a yes, then he can have a discussion one way. If it's a no, then we need to establish common
I
ground
said
here.
it's an improvised explosive device. We already went
Well,
past that.
I know it was the
We went
household
past
part.
that.
Where the problem is at least where I see the problem is he's asking questions and you're emotionally reacting to what you see as his underlying. I'm sharing with you what my impression is. I may be wrong on this, but this is an outside person who's looking at both of you. I've called Johnny on some of his stuff. I'm sitting here and pointing out where I
Yes,
see
you
some
at
of the.
least have a bit there.
Yeah, I'm sitting here and pointing out on your side where you're sitting there and he's asking that question about it, and you're reacting as if he's already condemned you for not knowing the answer.
What was
And
happening? What was happening before that question? I was asserting things that were then diverted into, and its clear direction is about the tactics that Hamas is using
Well, it
compared
may
to the
not be a
tactics that
diversion.
Israel is using.
It may not be a diversion. It may be a necessary exploration in order to arrive at the truth.
But you
And
don't want to.
this is the difference.
The
You're
truth
kind of
is that
seeing
Hamas has used barbaric means in a
Hamas has
supposed, justice struggle as they see it or whatever, and it's not justified. It's not
well, they would be
justified.
just
War,
like every other freedom
just
fighter
like what
group.
Israel is doing, is
Wait, so,
not justified.
wait, so real quick, did Hamas commit genocide?
Hamas is genocidal. Yes.
Did they commit genocide?
The scale kind of doesn't.
What scale? Is that like that's a thing? Can you give us a definition of?
It's asymmetrical warfare. They do have genocidal intent.
Well, why don't we do what Zero wanted? Let's get those points out here and let's all discuss whether Israel fits it objectively or not.
Let's just finish the video first.
Okay, can we go with it after that?
Phenomenally during the Holocaust, and this further encouraged him to work on his concept of how to prosecute war criminals who commit crimes against people of other nations. His greatest claim to fame, of course, is that he created and defined the word genocide, borrowing from the term genos in Greek, meaning family, and sidera, which means to kill, like in homicide or suicide, terms like that. And he published the term in a book in 1944 called Axis Rule in Occupied Europe, and it proved to be an extremely important term that was used in the Nuremberg trials and elsewhere. The UN General Assembly accepted his Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide in December of 1948, and then later it was ratified in 1951. And for the rest of his life, he worked on many examples of 20th century massacres, including a very notable speech in 1953, in which he was an early individual to identify the Soviet artificial famine of 1932-33 as a genocide against Ukrainians. Unfortunately, Lemkin, who spent the rest of his life in New York City, suffered from very poor health and in particular high blood pressure. Doctors had difficulty diagnosing his illness, which he ended up calling genociditis, meaning exhaustion from work on the Genocide Convention. In 1959, he died of a heart attack on a New York street. Lemkin never married nor had children, but as you can see from his gravestone, which has smaller stones placed upon it by visitors in accordance with traditional Jewish custom, he continues to be revered. His work as a theoretician and as a legal scholar was without peer, and he was in fact nominated for the Nobel Prize 10 times in his lifetime. Unfortunately, the word genocide has been cheapened significantly in our times, and it's used quite casually when it really does not conform to the way Lemkin would define it. In the context of the Middle East, I think it's relevant to point out that in his autobiography, which he titled Totally Unofficial, there is no mention of the Allied bombings of Dresden or of Hiroshima or Nagasaki, even though these involve very high numbers of civilian casualties. So clearly, the high numbers, and especially the disparity between the numbers on either side of the conflict, is not the kind of element that actually plays into his definition of genocide. I think it's very important to think about this in the context of what the Allies were thinking when they were bombing these places. Dresden, of course, and Hiroshima and Nagasaki are civilian cities, but the Allies viewed the attack on the German city essentially as an attempt to extirpate an absolutely noxious, murderous, genocidal regime, the Nazis. And Americans certainly felt they were attacked without provocation on December 7th, 1941, with the bombing of Pearl Harbor. And so ending the war quickly in Hiroshima and Nagasaki by demonstrating to the Japanese that a long, drawn-out conflict was not in their interest, you can understand the American decision, what was going into the American mind when they made the decision to engage in these activities. And this, I think, gives us some insight into what Israelis must be thinking. The brutal pogrom of October 7th was so horrific and so unprovoked and so sudden that for Israelis, this is essentially like a Pearl Harbor moment. And the Hamas organization in Gaza is so dangerous to Israeli civilians that it must be completely removed from the population of Gaza. Now, that is not to say that Gazans themselves are the subject of the attack. They are definitely suffering, and horrific suffering that's unimaginable, but that's primarily because Hamas is embedded deeply into their civilian infrastructure. I do not have the temerity to tell Israel what they should or should not do militarily. That's out of my lane. I'm a historian, not a military specialist. But I will say that I can understand on a historical basis why they would be engaging in the Daya doctrine and trying to exert maximum pressure to squeeze Hamas out of the tunnels and to release the hostages that they kidnapped from Israel on October 7th. I would recommend that anyone has any doubts about this, please visit this website, Saturday-October-7, all spelled out, Saturday-October-7. It's a very, very graphic website, which simply brings together all of the publicly available photographs, cell phone videos, and other things that have been culled from social media that depicts what happened on October 7th. It is definitely a very, very difficult website to visit, but you get a sense of what Israelis must be feeling and why they are taking these actions. So let me conclude by getting back to Raphael Lemkin. In his autobiography, he speaks about how he was first introduced to Jewish culture and Jewish religion and Hebrew and the Bible. And I found an especially moving passage when he describes how at age 7, he was studying the book of Isaiah, one of the biblical prophets. And he says, he read, "Cease to do evil, learn to do well, relieve the oppressed, judge the fatherless, plead for the widow," unquote. This call of Isaiah, Lemkin continues, sounded to me so urgent, as if the oppressed stood now outside our door. The appeal to create peace by converting swords into plowshares seemed to recreate his presence. I thought of the power of our own plows, which brought life and not destruction. And of course, the metaphor of the beating of swords into plowshares is so resonant in Isaiah's writings, and has, of course, affected the United Nations today. And we can understand the motivation of someone like Raphael Lemkin, who devoted his life to ending this kind of horrific massacre of people. I find it especially relevant, therefore, to note that this person who loved peace so much and devoted his life to ending massacres of innocent civilians, nevertheless did not feel that discussing Hiroshima, Nagasaki, and Dresden was within the boundaries of what he conceived of as genocide. And you can make of that what you will.
I think that's crucial to understand. It doesn't
watching.
mean they
And let's
weren't
hope to
horrific.
see an
It doesn't
end to
mean
this
that people
conflict
didn't suffer,
as
and
soon
it
as
doesn't
possible.
mean that people weren't complicit in that. But at least how the term was originally coined, he didn't consider it genocide. And again, like I'm saying, it doesn't make it I mean, like, that's the thing. Some people would view it that way. I personally think that there were arguably other ways that they could have been achieved. But the point is that if we're just going off of the objective definition of whether or not it conforms to the original definition of genocide, it doesn't. So again, I don't think that makes it any less horrific. I'm just talking in circles now, but also,
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you have something else, we should give Zero his chance to air the points.
Yeah.
What was the statement you were saying there? It doesn't mean.
Basically, the way that the rabbi defined it.
He's not a rabbi.
Oh, sorry. The way that it was defined back in the day, it was basically, it had to be the ruler doing it to his own people.
Wait, what? No, that's not what he's saying. What he's saying is that basically, like, in the context of Dresden and again, it's not, again, it doesn't make it good, but basically,
Well, as long as it's done in pursuit of war.
Basically, whether it's a means to an end or the end itself.
Right. And it's basically, as long as it's between two nation states in a situation of war, you can pretty much, unless it's very, very rare situations, it almost can't qualify as genocide.
Basically, like if this were to be genocide by that understanding, Israel would just be bombing literally all of Gaza to smithereens until there was no signs of life left. But they're not doing that. Again, it doesn't mean that the amount that they're bombing is good. I'm not saying
that
that.
wasn't done. That wasn't done to the Jews in Europe either.
No, it was a
Dude.
different procedure. They were rounded up and basically all put into camps.
Yeah.
Are you seriously going to bring up the Holocaust now? Like, dude,
Well,
yeah.
that qualifies as genocide. It was the ruler doing it to his own people, definitely.
It's
No, but
genocide, even though they didn't bomb every square inch and every Jew.
No,
Right,
because
bombing is an essential part of it.
No, but see, that's the thing. The Nazis went into the places they rounded up, and rather than bombing it all to hell, they deliberately took the Jews out, rounded them up, and killed only the Jews. That's indicative of genocide. That's what's not happening here.
Well, the other big example that he used, and the one that motivated him, was the Holodomor within the Ukraine. You understand how that worked, right? Again, you understand how that works, Zero, where basically there weren't any shots fired. They weren't rounded up into camps. They were just forced to grow crops that wouldn't grow. And it caused everybody, what was it, 20, 30 million people to starve to death. That was genocide against the Ukrainian people, even though not a shot was fired and there weren't any concentration camps. Hey.
But if that's going to be leveled against Israel, it also has to be leveled against Egypt, because Egypt has a border with Gaza just as much as Israel does. But notice, they didn't decide to bring that as a charge in the International Criminal Court. Again, not anywhere am I saying what's happening in Gaza is good. I'm not justifying what's happening. I personally think it's at the point where even if you wanted to argue simply looking at it from the perspective of Israelis, it's harming the captives as well. I mean, but that's not what I'm looking at. I think that at the end of the day, it's doing objective harm to the next generation's perspective of peace. This isn't what I'm saying. Yeah,
I think this is a place where it changes, Ariel. If Israel was doing this to the West Bank, then it would be genocide.
Yeah.
Because it's not going across a nation border. When you're doing it across a nation border, it's an objective difference, and that's what laws are based off of.
Yeah, Israel has as much control over Gaza as Egypt does. The only difference is that because Israel provides services to Gaza in a way that Egypt doesn't, it's reliant on Israel. But the thing is that because it's also operated, it's administered by Hamas, Israel doesn't want to give these resources to Hamas. Again, that's where it gets tricky. But at the same time, the same place that it gets tricky with the civilians that were in Dresden and in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Again. And I feel like now, because you brought this up, I'm having to say this every time. I'm not justifying it. I don't think it's good. But to say that it's genocide, it simply isn't, if you want to go off of the objective definition of what Raphael Lemkin coined.
Your turn, Zero.
So when they went into Poland, I guess it wasn't, because it was a different country.
Right. When they went into Poland to get the Jews, that was genocide because, that was an invasion.
No. It wasn't. No, Graham. Graham. No, don't listen to Graham. No, what? Or I don't mean don't listen to Graham, but that's not. No, the reason it was a genocide wasn't because they crossed over a border. It's because not because they crossed over a border, but they happened to cross over a border and they took people out of their homes and they genocided them. They took them to camps or they shot them in the streets. And no. Because German Jews who were German citizens, they had their citizenship revoked. They were put in camps. It has nothing to do with the border. Don't Graham.
No. You cut me off before I finished there, Ariel. I was going to say it wasn't the crossing the border that was the genocide part. It was once they had secured the country, Now they instituted the genocide.
I think the confusion is with the chickens is just because somebody's doing it to their own chickens doesn't mean you can't complain about it on the other side of the fence. It didn't. That's like I think that point was lost. Not like if it's done in war or if it's done even not in war, and you know about it from another country. Because the problem was people knew about the Armenians. They saw the bodies coming down the water, but it wasn't their country, so it wasn't their business, right? Well, we need some kind of convention to where if they're not your chickens, but they're being mistreated, you can still complain about it to somebody. That was the illusion.
Well,
effective complaining.
When you got a little fence around them and you're the source of food.
Wait, hold on. But the thing is, Lemkin said that it's horrible to even compare them to chickens. Like that he rejected.
Okay, I'm sorry. No, I know. I'm not. I was just keeping with the analogy.
I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, yeah, but what I mean is that they needed a convention that even if there wasn't a war and it wasn't one country doing it to another country, but it was even the ruler doing it to a population of his country, not even his whole country. So maybe we want to get rid of these people that live in the swamp, so we drain the swamp that they live off of, and eventually their way of life is gone. So we've gotten rid of those people in our country. Well, somebody from another country can say, hey, wait, whoa, look what they're doing to these people in this country. And that's what the Genocide Convention was for. That's what the illusion was about the owner, the farmer.
War crimes either way, but we were going to look up the 5 criteria modern definition.
Yeah, I thought you had that, Zero. Go ahead.
No, they're not war crimes either way. Wait, stop. They're not war crimes either way. So that was the point of the Genocide Convention, is that even if there isn't a war going on, you can have something to save these people.
Yeah, you're in slippery area where you're definitely intruding into the sovereignty of a nation state, but you're basically saying after the effects of the 20th century.
Right, but that's
the
point.
For.
Sorry to talk over you, but that's what I'm getting at. Is the point is that even if it's in peacetime, you can trigger this convention. So it's not war crimes. It's a genocide is different.
So, but I think the point is, if Germany, if they would have invaded Poland, but they wouldn't have started persecuting Jews, and they would have, just killed Polish citizens at random, because they wouldn't give them their food, shit like that. They were, abusing them, in all kinds of ways. But it's not on this level of discriminating on ethnic basis or on religious basis or on the basis of nationality. So it would be one thing if they're only targeting Polish citizens, but then they're not going after German citizens. But notice this, none of this is happening in Gaza. Again, it doesn't make what's happening in Gaza good. I do want to clarify that.
Understand when I was pointing at Zero, even if you don't want to hear my apology, I'll say it to the other two. And saying the dirty Jew and the bloodthirsty and all these things is because I don't want to have to keep saying what Ariel's keeps saying. I have to keep saying it too, and so that you know that I'm not that or something like that. So it's terrible, and that's what I mean. And I'm sorry if it comes out like that and pointed at you or whatever. But that's what that statement is. I'm tired of saying it. Why do I have to say it's terrible? Of course, anybody dying is terrible. So I'm apologizing for myself and telling you not to apologize or explain yourself anymore, Ariel.
Anyway,
they are being targeted.
Yeah, Zero.
They are being targeted for their ethnicity and killed.
Who is?
Over their ethnicity.
Who is?
You know who.
No, why don't you say it? I'm guessing you mean Palestinians or Israeli. But see, here's the thing. There is no ethnic difference between Israeli Arabs and Palestinians. None whatsoever.
Well, you do, because you have to include culture as part of ethnicity.
No, but see, that's the thing. There is no cultural difference besides that which is developed within the past 20, 30 years.
No, you got the religious difference.
What are you talking about?
Well, Muslim versus Jewish.
20% of the population in Israel is Muslim.
Yeah, it's not with those parts of the Israeli population. And like
Wait, what are you,
like Johnny keeps saying, Israel is a secular country.
no, but separate from that, what are you talking about? Graham, what do you mean it's Muslim versus Jewish?
I'm saying there's a difference in culture between Israeli Jewish culture.
No, I'm talking about Israeli Arabs and Palestinian Arabs.
Oh, okay. No, there's very little difference there.
And like, what I'm trying to say is like, you're trying to say it's based on some ethnic basis. How come they're not going after these? How come they're not pulling out half of this player?
Part of what I was trying to make is I was trying to make sure that the mistake too many people make about not combining culture and genetics, and they see ethnicity as only a genetic component. That's all.
There were Jewish collaborators. There were Jewish collaborators, and there were tribes, Native American tribes. There were Jewish collaborators with the Nazis, and there were Native American tribes that actually fought with the United States in genocide against other Native American tribes.
What's your point?
It doesn't include that every single one be targeted.
No, but see, here's the distinction you're making. So wait, he
just called
if there is a general thrust to
No,
target
dude, you just different tribes. You're associating them all together. Seriously?
Oh wow, I missed that point. You're right, Ariel.
There is a racial ethnicity is got all kinds of factors to it.
No, dude.
You put the nations of America together.
Well, what I see him doing is a little different than
even of the same tribe.
What I see him doing is basically the equivalent of talking about what the Romans did to the Celts across Gaul and Britain and everything, where they pitted one tribe against the other and used them that way. That's the same thing the U.S. did with the Native Americans.
You mean projecting? You mean that he projected his culture onto their culture?
They used natives of a tribe against their own tribe.
Yeah, that's just standard sort of.
No, hold on. That's not how they fought wars. They would turn one tribe against the other. But the thing is, these were tribes that were not considering each other to be the same people. They might have
already warring.
The cavalry had scouts from the tribes that they were attacking.
Yeah, okay, but you're trying to compare that to capos, which is not at all comparable. What you're trying to say would be like, no, hold on, no. What I'm trying to say is that when you're trying to compare them, you're trying to say that capos were like, if capos fought in the Nazi forces. But the truth is, like, yeah, there were some people who fought in the Nazi forces in order to not get killed, but it's very minimal. And the point is, the Germans didn't know about it. This isn't something that's going on. Like, you're seriously trying to compare Nazi Germany to Israel right now.
Yes, targeting ethnic groups for elimination.
Okay, so how come these women aren't being targeted?
So you're not going to look at the 5 criteria.
Let's see if I, where is it? Okay, here.
ושוב מתחילים מההתחלה. La chorale Rana a été créée. La chorale Rana a été créée en 2008. Comme vous voyez, nous sommes des femmes juives, musulmanes et chrétiennes. Et on se réunit une fois par semaine pour des répétitions, parfois plus quand on a des concerts. Moi, j'ai pas de questions. Une fois par semaine pour des répétitions, parfois plus quand on a des concerts.
Moi, j'ai pas de questions. Je voulais juste intervenir par rapport au fait que j'ai pas tout compris, mais on sentait que quand vous chantiez, c'était sincère et j'ai ressenti beaucoup d'émotions. Et parce qu'on sentait vraiment que vous vouliez la paix et que, enfin, je suis un peu émue, désolée, mais enfin, bravo, vous avez été super.
Moi, pour la première fois que j'ai entendu qu'il y a cette idée de faire un choral arabe juif, j'ai pensé, c'est encore une fois qu'on emmène des femmes ensemble, on parle très poliment sur, oui, des arabes et des juifs, oui, il faut vivre ensemble, et bye bye, on mange des hummus. Et c'était lentement qu'on avait plus en plus de confiance pour aller un peu plus loin.
Bonsoir, moi je m'appelle Safa.
Yeah, one of the beautiful things about this, you can't tell which one's Muslim, which one's Jewish, which one's Christian. And the reason is because really there is no difference.
Est-ce qu'en fait,
They pull people over of darker skin in Israel to be searched?
Again, because
I'm talking like tourists and stuff.
So what you're saying is that African Americans are persecuted in Israel as well as American because of their skin color?
That there is an association with more dark blood in the Palestinian population.
Dude, that's such.
Than in the Europeanized Jewish population. Yeah.
Dude, that's such crap. That's crap, and you know it.
I'm sure there are some absolutely hate-filled people in Israel who think that, but that's not the general Israeli population.
No, but not even that. A majority of hold on. A majority of Jews in Israel aren't even Ashkenazi. So you're seriously trying to say that 40% of the population, like, yeah, there definitely was early on, but it had nothing to do with association of being Palestinian. It was like just a general like a Europeanized identity. But the thing is that because a majority of Israel is in Ashkenazi, you don't have that culture. Like, I mean, sure, you probably have some people who do that shit, but like to try to say that there's a policy of it, you have any evidence of that, or are you just going to throw that out there?
I don't have another computer going to be calling up any of these things, and you're not
going
to look up the definition of genocide.
No, I can understand where he's coming from, Mario. I can't always look stuff up when I'm connection challenged as well.
You can open a second tab.
Sometimes that'll drop my connection.
I'm on my phone, and I can do it. Okay.
Marie, on pensait finalement que vous participiez à cette chorale.
הגענו למקהלה, ובהתחלה היה לנו מאוד קשה עם החברה לקבל שאנחנו שרות והקול שלנו יוצא, כי בדת שלנו הקול של האישה הוא עורה, כאילו לא עורה, הוא לא, אסור כאילו להשמיע את הקול של האישה, לא מקובל. אבל אנחנו מאמינות בעצמנו כנשים אוהבות לשיר, לא ויתרנו ולא לא הקשבנו לכל מה שהיה, כי אנחנו מאמינות בשירה, אנחנו משפחה מוזיקלית, אני, אמא, אחותי, הבנות שלנו גם שרות, מנגנים, אוהבים לשיר, ודרך השירה אנחנו מאמינות שאנחנו יכולים לעשות שינוי.
Mais est-ce qu'aujourd'hui, vous arrivez à parler du conflit? Est-ce que vous arrivez à chercher ensemble des solutions au quotidien? Vous avez certaines d'entre vous, peut-être des enfants qui font l'armée, d'autres qui subissent les conséquences de ce choix. Comment ça se passe?
On ne cherche pas de trouver des solutions parce que ce n'est pas notre mandat, c'est-à-dire c'est vraiment... mais je pense que le fait qu'on peut comprendre et accepter la difficulté de l'autre, pour nous, pour moi personnellement, je veux dire, c'est le maximum que je peux espérer dans une société. On n'a pas, c'est-à-dire on ne va pas arriver au moment où tout le monde sera d'accord sur tout, mais on est tout le monde d'accord qu'on veut pas de violence. On est voilà. Donc tout ça, je pense que c'est suffisant.
אנחנו בטוחות ומאמינות שהשלום יגיע רק דרך נשים. שהשלום יגיע, אנחנו בטוחות ומאמינות שהשלום יגיע רק דרך נשים.
يا ليل يا ليل يا ليل يا ليل
I have to use the restroom, but yeah, y'all feel free to talk in the meantime. Don't say anything that makes me come back.
I was going to say they pronounced their Hebrew kind of funny in that one.
What do you mean?
Well, a lot of that sounded more like French.
Well, no, oh, you were making a joke. They were speaking to French students.
Yeah, no, it's one of those. I'm making a joke about my English is my only language other than math, where it's like, oh, that's a foreign language. With you, I think everything's Hebrew.
Funny. But yeah, y'all have any thoughts?
No, it ties into a lot of what I've been trying to say here. It's the leaders that are the problem. The common people are not.
Yeah, I have Jewish in my family's line. I'm probably the generation that finally doesn't have Jewish blood anymore. I haven't done my DNA, but judging by my uncles. And I've always found I live in Indiana, and it's a lot more hick and backward than people think. It's still a lot like the South. And I've always found affinity with Jewish people, always been more politically aligned and generally in all the progressive cultural ways. And so, I understand and acknowledge, a whole value and affinity with, and
I'll be right back. I'm writing down the definition so I can have it, and then you guys can write it down too. Hold on.
Yeah, no, as Ariel says, my background is, again, I was grew up in a, probably, about half or so Jewish community. About half the people were Jewish. So, celebrated lots of bar mitzvahs and seders and, grew up, helping with flashcards, with my, my classmates learning Hebrew and stuff. So I'm familiar with a lot of this. And the other side of my heritage is, again, I'm Irish, and my family's been on both, people on both sides of the troubles, where one side's blowing up the other one, then the other one's complaining about it. So I understand having heritage on both sides of a conflict.
yeah, I've got some of that too, and some Cherokee.
So, as I was going to say, yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I think that it's really, see, like, the tricky thing is that, this is what I was going to say before, like kind of tying it back to the whole, like, Exodus and story with Egypt. What would determine if what God, and again, I mean, I don't think it's right either way, but what God did to Egypt kind of, it's, in a sense, almost becomes a genocide depending on whether or not the Egyptians were continuing to throw the Jewish babies into the Nile. And again, we're all talking about a narrative that, very likely is, mostly mythical. But the point being is that it's almost like this idea, but again, it's like, it's one of those things where, God could have just killed the people before they, threw the babies into the Nile. So the point is, like, it's all a thought experiment, and for the sake of this, it's not really that useful. But the point being is that, I think that really what needs to be understood is that this isn't what's going on between, I mean, and again, it's important to separate what's going on between, Hamas and Gaza and so I want to be clear. What's going on in the West Bank, like in terms of the Israeli settlements and expansion, that's wrong. But at the same time, it's a completely different situation than Gaza. And I mean, obviously there is a connection, but it is a different situation. But in either case, in both cases, it's not an issue of religion, and it's not an issue of ethnicity. It's an issue of nationality. And really, if you boil it down to it, ideology. I mean, everything's an issue of ideology, but like it's an issue of nationality, because How is it that you have people who live in, I mean, you literally have someone who lives, say, actually, there's the best example. Say you have someone in West Jerusalem who is of Muslim Arab descent, and you have someone living in East Jerusalem, and they're also of Muslim Arab descent. They might even be cousins, but they might have two completely different takes on what's going. Well, again, East Jerusalem is West Bank, so it's a different dynamic. So maybe a better example would be someone living living in Gaza, and then someone living in like the Negev, like on the other side of the fence of Gaza. So they might be cousins, but then they might and very likely do have two very. I mean, again, it doesn't mean that they agree with Israel and everything they do. It doesn't mean that they even support Israel. But at the end of the day, it also doesn't it's very unlikely that they're going to have the same opinion. And I mean, they might. That's one thing to emphasize. They very well might. But by and large, you don't have the same political or social or even necessarily religious trends that you have between like Gaza and Israel. And I think that's something that needs to be noted. It's not an ethnic conflict.
Ethnicity was mainly the base of nationalism before modern sort of secularization and multicultural as much. It's a component.
But we're talking about from the 60s onward.
It's still a component.
Right, but it's a call back to something that maybe wasn't there too, right? It's a component of fascism as well. It doesn't make it true.
Well, and the nation state as we know it is pretty much a modern construction in the last, 500 years or so.
Absolutely less than that, I would say.
I was going to say the biggest state is the Holy Roman Empire, but yeah.
I wasn't really sure if that's what to expect, but at that time I wanted to do something meaningful, spiritual, and to contribute to my community. So it was like, hitting
a special place. So for you guys to bring, all these different influences, and I know you sing in all the different languages. I mean, do you feel like, we can make a difference in this world and with this conflict through bringing together artists like yourselves?
I think we do make a difference, even if it's something small, like, touching someone from the crowd, or, or making someone believe that, maybe, I think it can happen, and coexistence can really happen.
Right. So, and also, for you, and you see, like, there really aren't, even though culturally there are differences, but you have a monastery here in Jaffa. I mean, you have everyone. It's like a microcosm of what could be. And, it's like everyone kind of has the same roots and influences at the end of the day, correct?
Yes, absolutely. And also, what Lubna says is absolutely right. I mean, we don't have any illusions of, bringing the peace to the Middle East, but...
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to take this to Netanyahu's office, but,
No, we wanted to try. But we do get very strong reactions after each performance from people who come and say, you give us hope, or we didn't think it would be possible, and we also saw. I mean, each and every one of us in the choir experienced a huge change along the way. I mean,
Right.
We've been together for almost 10 years.
So yeah, I mean, you yourselves have grown together, and it's so meaningful. I know you have a show in September, graded here in Tel Aviv, and we really hope you could get the word out in more places and really be able to travel and take this message, especially coming from women. I mean, really, it's very profound and deep.
Yes. Also, I mean, in Israeli society today, as you know, women's voices are a delicate issue. So this is also something
we've all experienced that individually. So it's good because we have so much to say and so much to give, right?
Right.
And we work together well.
Yes.
Thank you guys so much, and continued success. Here, we need to hear you sing really loud one day so we can hear you from right outside here while we're working.
Yeah.
How does that sound?
Right.
So a stone throws away. All right, thank you. Meanwhile, Palestinian and Israeli teens are in Santa Fe, New Mexico, to bring peace in the Middle East as well. Here's more on the creativity for peace and their mission in the U.S.
After just a few weeks of American summer camp, Lama and Eden are inseparable. A friendship that would have never blossomed back home, 11,000 kilometers away, where they find themselves on opposing sides of the Israel-Palestine conflict.
If someone put a hijab, so they can't think there is a terrorist or something bad, and it's not right. So now I know that I'm gonna change something, and if someone gonna say something wrong on the Arabs, so I'm gonna protect them.
Trying to know more about each other, like feel with each other, like.
And again, this is just one anecdote, but if it weren't for the difference in clothing, would you be able to tell one was Jewish and one wasn't? And the truth is, if you think the answer is yes, I have something to tell you, and it's that you're wrong.
I have a question. Does anybody know if a Muslim that grew up speaking Arabic could even become the president in Israel? I know it's juvenile.
Yeah.
Right.
You're joking. You know that.
I mean, I don't think he'd get enough votes, but I think I don't know.
Yeah.
It sounds like it might be technically legal.
But we don't know about that.
Wait. That's what they said about Obama.
And after repercussions of this, things are going to swing from the right to the left eventually. I'm hoping, right? After seeing what the right this is terrible, right? So maybe it swings to the left, and who knows in 20 years.
It's like Nikki Haley saying America was never a racist country.
What are you talking about? That's such a non sequitur.
This idea of a two-state solution.
We're not talking about a two-state solution right now.
Literally just talking about
Gaza is already its own nation. The way we've been talking about it. I guess there's already two states, right?
Dude.
The two-state solution usually refers to the West Bank.
I was going to say, is that...
Well, and Gaza in conjunction with it.
Yeah, but I was going to say Gaza, it's a different argument because that's technically Egyptian territory.
Notice how this has nothing to do with what Johnny was saying. Not a damn thing. Zero, do you know what Johnny was asking?
He was saying that Israel is not a racist state, not an apartheid.
That's not what he was saying.
What he was trying to see is how the laws of Israel were written. Did they prohibit somebody who was an Arab-speaking, a native Arab-speaking, Arab Israeli from becoming president?
And if anything would be inferred from what I said, I would have hoped it would have been the last part where I was like hoping that the last little bit of racism and stuff like this, or big bit, however you want to fucking say it, would be squeezed out of the place. That was what I was inferring.
Yeah, and I thought you were inquiring whether the laws were actually written like that, because it's like in U.S. laws.
I was being juvenile when I said it that way. I knew.
Okay.
I know. And an Islamist could become the president.
Yeah, I'm autistic. I take everything at face value, and I know, like in America, if you're a naturalized citizen, you can't become president. It's written in the laws that it's like you have to be a native-born American in order to become president.
So but I'm just saying, there's nothing. It doesn't. You guys, the point is getting muddled now, so I'm just gonna drop it.
We knew a lot of things that we couldn't imagine before, so we're now real good friends.
For the past 20 years, this ranch in the hills of New Mexico has hosted 20 Israeli and Palestinian teenagers every summer. 3 weeks of share.
I'm sorry, but immediately hearing a ranch that hosts teens in
These are rich kids. These are rich kids that were sheltered and have their views. Just take that for what it is as well. Like, that's nothing saying bad about rich. I'm not trying to say anything bad about rich people. I'm saying this perspective from both of these girls is coming from a pretty exclusive lifestyle, I think.
Well, I was gonna say, were you thinking what I was, Ariel? Here's your summer camp at the Zorro Ranch.
No. I mean, I'm sorry. It's like, we need a little bit of comedy to, not be so stressed out. But yeah, it's like I was thinking, I'm sorry, but immediately hearing, a ranch that hosts teens in New Mexico. Yeah, I'm going to be maybe a bit like, okay, yeah, what's it called?
Shared living activities, and memories.
Those little things we do that trying to help and promoting peace. Yeah, it's not like math. There's no one solution that can help to everybody, but we
Wait,
have
I'm sorry.
one things in
It's
common,
not like
and
meth or not like
can help
math.
Speaking of New Mexico,
promoting
meth. I literally
Yeah.
just got the point of the camp was I literally just got the point of the whole camp. Oh my gosh, I'm such a dummy.
What do you mean?
I don't know why I thought it was just these two girls that just happened to meet each other at camp. I didn't realize it was a whole camp for all of these girls to meet each other.
Yeah.
It's not like math. There's no one solution that can help to everybody.
I disagree.
but
I think meth can help with a lot of things. Maybe it's not a panoply, but it does help.
Yeah, but her point is it's not like math. She's saying there's math
No, I said
here,
meth,
and then there's
meth,
getting
meth.
along.
Yeah, Johnny said
Meth.
that.
Oh, meth. Okay, yeah. It's a short-term solution at best.
All right, unpause. Come on.
We do that trying to help and promoting peace. Yeah, it's not like math. There's no one solution that can help to everybody, but we have one thing in common, and we want peace.
Paid for through private US donations, the program hopes to foster trust and break down barriers.
It'll be up to these young women to do the work, and I believe they absolutely can. It's important for them to be strong enough to be able to work for peace even under very adverse conditions. And
It's also a girls only camp. I didn't. I'm sorry. I just got it.
we want them to go
Oh,
out
you
into
didn't
the
get
world
that
and take
aspect
action
of it? Yeah.
I mean, I didn't know if they were just showing the two girls at that point.
and make things better.
Soon they'll return home to Israel or the Palestinian territories and will have to try to hold on to the lessons they've learned here, despite being surrounded by a conflict that's lasted almost 70 years.
All right.
Let's see. Where is it? Rana Choir.
Zero, I know we're not touching it, but to get back to your points about the 5 points, the 5 points are the points, but I think the elements are also very important, right? The two elements of the crime.
Yep.
And the first element is what?
I don't know. I'm not seeing it on the screen.
Okay, I don't want to take us back there. I feel like I'm
Yeah, it's clear that people have made their decisions about what's going on in front of all of our faces.
well, I like the feeling of the pressure being relieved too, though. So I don't want to put it back on us.
Honestly, though,
Yeah,
I feel
that's why I dropped it.
though I do admit that it feels kind of petty the way that you just phrased it just now, though. Zero.
Me, I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. I really didn't. I just had to. I'm trying to talk quick because the
Well,
dog.
you were answering his question. You didn't say anything petty. I mean, like it was just that he's like, oh, everyone's made their decisions, as if to imply that like we're like standing on the wrong side. Like no, just because we're saying this isn't genocide doesn't mean that we think this is all right. I mean, I'm not speaking for Zero, or I mean, I'm not speaking for Johnny, but like I just think that it's a huge misrepresentation to phrase it like that, because I mean, there's only one time when people say that.
It's sort of like the difference between murder and homicide. Something cannot be murder and it can be homicide. It's still somebody died. It's still awful. Still the same facts. It just doesn't fit the same definition of under the law.
These are sloppy analogies, but even though it's sloppy, I would go to manslaughter at least.
Yeah, I was going to say, because like you could kill someone on accident, or that's not your intention, but you're still responsible for that. But again, it doesn't mean that it's murder. Oh well, he dropped. I don't know if that was just his connection or. I'll reserve what I'm going to say depending on if he actually does come back, because like I feel like in one case that actually is just kind of a judge of character, and the other case, yeah.
I really didn't mean for that to happen, and
no, it's fine.
You've seen me on other shows, and you know that I can't debate. I can't argue. I get emotional. I get my armpits sweat, my hands sweat, and I hear it in my voice, and then I just watch myself start hitting people with insults. So I apologize for that.
Dude, don't apologize. At that, I mean, like, yeah, maybe for the insult part, but like at the end of the day, I mean, and again, like if it, it's as simple as if he actually is planning on coming back. If it wasn't just like he just left because he, like, I don't know. At the end of the day, I feel like how he reacts to this kind of, and I'm like again reserving my judgment because I don't want to put myself in either state until I know. Like basically, he can join back.
What I'm willing to say is he's reacting emotionally, and it's an emotional subject. And
no, but see, okay,
but even with
okay, yeah, good. His Wi-Fi lapse. I hate ever jumping to conclusions, but yeah.
No, and I don't either. I just felt like it was breathing room for me to say that, so you guys understood that, and maybe so Zero could hear it too.
Yeah.
But even with Graham and I arguing, I know my voice has gotten cracky. I don't know if I've ever insulted him, but
we've had our issues on that one. And again, part of it's my autism is I tend to be it's like my autistic focus is truth.
So
everybody has their own.
I'm not a psychologist or a psychiatrist, but I'm assuming we're all spectrumy, if that makes any sense. That's why we always hang out together.
No shit.
So we don't need to keep. Yeah, that's the other thing. We're also all in a show that Ariel created called Ashura's Orchard. Like, I don't think any of us want to fucking see a genocide anywhere. So there's all these
or mass death, regardless of like the categories. Like at the end of the day, they're human categorizations, and while they are different, like at the end of the day, they both involve the death of a lot of people.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know where I left off when my Wi-Fi lapsed, but I wasn't saying that anybody was for it or anything, but that it's an atrocity being committed by the Israeli state. It has multiple motivations, and some of those are ethnic, and it is treating the life of the Palestinians as less.
I mean, anyway,
the rest is semantic and jurisdiction and technicality.
I'm willing to say that there's an element of that within a subsegment of the Israeli population / government. And I think to generalize it as that's all of them and having that they all have that motivation is going too far.
No, it's not what I said either. I said earlier that there are soldiers that are acting nobly, that are not, being indiscriminate. There are people within the military and the command structure that I'm sure are a kind of counterforce as well, but it is being executed by the Israeli state.
But you understand that in a modern army, there's no room for a single soldier to be noble. That's why there's medals.
There is only where they are the ones in a proximity of action.
All right. What I mean is that,
like I said, in the command structure as well.
Okay, but even there's no that once the order is given, right? So the arguing is going on, and yes, do you understand? Like, oh, man, this.
Let me address it because I've wrestled with this one again. I wasn't Army; I was Air Force. So
wait, really?
Which is even more so. Which is even more so much far away. So yeah, Graham, I think you have more to say on it actually because of the distance from the killing.
Wait, Graham, you were in the Air Force?
Yeah, I was a medic in the Air Force.
Oh, right.
I was a combat medic.
Yeah, no, I was trained for that one. I still have my Geneva Convention card.
Wait.
Wait, is that like a yearly convention in Geneva? I'm
joking. No, it's one with your picture on it that certifies you as a non-combatant in the case of war.
Got the Miranda rights on it.
You can't be taken as a POW.
As a conscientious objector to get that?
No, it's just when every medic gets that.
I didn't get that.
Oh yeah, you should have gotten that as a, as a medic, because as a as a medical personnel, you're not a combatant. As a non-combatant, you're covered differently under the
I
Geneva
mean,
Convention.
I understand what you're saying, but no, I don't know. Because we're
You
gonna
would have
get.
gotten that when you went through like your secondary training, your tech.
Right, I understand, but even then, we maybe had a course on legalities, because I do remember that happening, and I read some stuff. But I think in modern because we're trained to shoot and then patch the guy up, if that makes sense.
Oh, wait, where Graham, were you stationed like overseas?
No, I was stationed
That might be
entirely,
it.
basically, I was stationed in St. Louis. I was about as far away from any U.S. border as you can get.
I'll bet you that's it. Because
Well, it's also could be a change in regulations. It might have been incorporated into his regular military ID by that point in time. I was in the 80s, and I'm sure he was in after that.
I was in 97 through 2008.
Yeah, so you were good over a decade later. So things changed significantly in that time.
For better or for worse.
Well, we were still using V files where I had to check my paperwork, and they had to send everything via paperwork. And I'm sure by the time Johnny was there, they were probably doing a lot by email and stuff.
They actually lost everything I
I was
had
heavily recruited after
in
my ASVAB school.
in a flood in Indianapolis. So to answer your question, that we're still using the same stuff until after that. I think it was 2000.
Wasn't that the same flood that destroyed all of George H. Bush's, the son's military records at the same time?
I don't know.
A flood that just happens to take those out? Yeah.
Yeah, I got a 94-0.
Yeah, I was heavily recruited after my ASVAB scores.
Yeah, I got a 94 on mine. What'd you get?
I don't even remember what it was, but they, came to my house and everything. And that was when HW
91. I mean, I just said
So I was like,
No, the Army is bad. I don't like the military actually at all.
My dad was Army. I saw some value in some, and so was my uncle, and but not the way they would have it structured, and the way that it has to beat every bit of individuality out of you in the first stage.
Okay.
I kind of appreciate the conscription model of Israel.
That's what we call a callback in the business. So the lack of individuality, so the individual nobility of a soldier is really not there. So where the decision is made is in the lawyer's office, not the politician's office. Then that order comes down and it's handed out coldly.
The challenge, though, is you're faced with things like Corporal Calley with the My Lai incident in Vietnam.
Right, but we don't have any.
They court-martialed him because he enforced the order he was given rather than refusing the lawful order.
Yeah, because then you end up. I don't know I don't actually remember, and it sucks because that was like my Colonel Hackworth phase from the My Lai. I started reading all of the Colonel Hackworth stuff from there, but I don't remember the case.
Well, they went in and they massacred the whole village.
Oh no, I remember that, but I'm saying no, I don't remember because the Tigers were when I don't mean to take a star this route. The reason I brought up Colonel Hackworth is he was the innovator of the LRPs and later the Tiger Force who did it.
Oh, okay.
After his guys getting what they did because they didn't listen or whatever, he left the Army. He didn't want to be in that anymore. So he went to Australia, gave his medals away, burned all his uniforms, all this kind of stuff. He wrote a book. I can't remember what it was called, but what I learned
sort
about
of the Vietnam version of Smedley Bradley in back then in World War.
Well, he went in. No, he went in when he was 15 into World War II. Actually, he went in at 15.
Oh, Smedley did that back in either World War I or the
I thought it was
American War.
Okay, same thing. I think but that's where I learned about the kickbacks and these guys getting Kevlars that were less effective because it was 5 cents cheaper, and this colonel is going to get like $1 million kickback on this deal and all this kind of stuff. So that military industrial complex stuff. But we're way off topic now. I'm so sorry.
had guessed that it was a plot, and he warned his people as a symbol of their victory. Now, as we know, inside the horse were 30 Greek soldiers who that night came out of hiding and opened the city gates for the Greek army that had sailed back under cover of night. It was a brilliant ploy. But Laocoon, the Trojan priest, had guessed that it was a plot, and he warned his people in the famous words, "I fear the Greeks even when they come bearing gifts." His warning was ignored, and Troy fell. Another of Tuckman's examples is the papacy in the 16th century, which had become corrupt financially and in other ways. There were many calls for reform, but the popes ignored them. The Vatican regarded itself, like some financial institutions today, as just too big to fail. The result was, of course, the Reformation and more than a century of religious war throughout Europe. That is the context in which we should read the story of Pharaoh and his advisors. This is one of the first recorded instances of the march of folly. How does it happen? Some years ago, DreamWorks Studio made a cartoon film about Moses and the Exodus called Prince of Egypt. The producer, Jeffrey Katzenberg, invited me to see the film, which was about half complete at the time, just to see whether I felt that it was a responsible and sensitive way of telling the story, which I thought it was. What fascinated me was the way Pharaoh is portrayed, not as an evil man, but as a deeply conservative one, charged with maintaining what was already the longest-lived empire of the ancient world, and not allowing it, as it were, to be undermined by change. Let slaves go free, and who knows what will happen next. Royal authority will have seemed to be defeated. A fracture would appear in the political structure. The seemingly unshakable edifice of power will be seen to have been shaken. And that, for those who fear change, is the beginning of the end. Under those circumstances, it's possible to see why Pharaoh would refuse to listen to his advisors. They were weak, in his view, defeated, giving in to pressure. And any sign of weakness in leadership only leads to more pressure and more capitulation. Better be strong and continue to say no and just endure one more plague. We tend to see Pharaoh as both wicked and foolish because we've read the book. His advisors could see clearly that he was leading his people to disaster, but he may well have felt that he was just being strong while they were being merely fearful. Leadership is only easy, and its errors only clearly visible in retrospect. Yet Pharaoh remains an enduring symbol of the march of folly, a failure to listen to his own advisors. He couldn't see that the world had changed, that he was facing something new, that his enslavement of a people was no longer tolerable, that the old magic no longer worked, that the empire over which he was presiding was growing old, and that the more obstinate he became, the closer he was to bringing his people to tragedy. Knowing how to
It's
listen
really
to
eerie
advice,
how it connects to
how to
everything we were
respond
just
to
talking
change,
about for hours.
and when to admit you've got it wrong, remain three of the most difficult tasks of leadership. But rejecting advice, refusing to change, to bringing his people to tragedy. Knowing how to listen to advice, how to respond to change, and when to admit you've got it wrong, remain three of the most difficult tasks of leadership. But rejecting advice, refusing to change, and refusing to admit you're wrong may look like strength to some, but usually they're the beginning of yet another march of folly.
Wow.
Shabbat Shalom.
But yeah, I mean, I think in different contexts, but definitely applying to both the leaders of Hamas as well as Netanyahu and his insane delusional like the far right. I really think they both are like Pharaoh.
Hard-hearted Netanyahu. What does his name break down to be?
What?
What is his name? I get the Yahoo part, I guess. What's the
Nathaniel. gift of God.
Which he basically thinks he is.
I was going to say one of the things that struck me there is the Greeks were very lucky that the Trojans didn't have, a
Greek
religious
fire.
festival similar like what the Carthaginian or they had in Cadiz, Spain for Melkart, where they would sit there and light an effigy of Melkart on fire and put it into the ocean. Because
Oh,
I can
that's
imagine
funny.
what the Greeks would have done. It's like, oh, they left us this wooden horse. We're going to send this horse back into the sea to Poseidon. We're going to light it on fire and send it into the sea. Like that would have backfired a little bit for the Greeks. Hey.
You understand the matrilineal component in that story?
What's-
That Helen was like the queen. Marrying the queen is what made you the king, and so the removal of Helen and then her sacrifice. I mean, I guess I'm mainly getting it out of. I guess it's Agamemnon. And then the mother kills him for sacrificing the daughter, and she says, "It is my right. I am the sovereign." And then they set up a system of justice with 12 men, apparently, the 12 jurors, to say, no, that is no more. And they switched to the patrilineal system rather than the matrilineal.
Interesting. So let's finally start. Baruchu et Adonai hamvorach. Baruch Adonai hamvorach leolam va'ed. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam. Asher bachar banu mikol העמים. ונתן לנו את תורתו. ברוך אתה Adonai נותן התורה. ויאמר אדוני אל משה בוא אל פרעה כי אני הכבדתי את ליבו ואת לב עבדיו למען שתי אותותה אלה בקרבו. And Adonai said to Moshe, come to Pharaoh, and that's the name of the Parshah, Bo, come to Pharaoh, because I have hardened or made heavy his heart, and the heart of his servants, so that Lama'an Shti, so that I may Shti, so that Shiti. Oh, so I may set my signs, set these as my signs in your midst. Oh, in his midst. ולמען תספר באוזני בנך ובן בנך את אשר התעללתי במצרים ואת אותותיי אשר שמתי בם וידעתם כי אני אדוני. And so that you may count, or so you may tell in the ears of your son and the son of your son, that which has hitalalti, which I have caused to go up, which I have dealt with severely in Egypt, and the signs that, and my signs that I have placed in them, that you, would it be that you are, that you will know that I am Adonai. And again, it's interesting because in this you have the haze, which are, well, specifically this last haze, like the Shekhinah, and the Shekhinah is also the one that's like visiting the destruction upon Egypt, which I think is interesting. It's something that I really think is kind of almost like parallel to the idea of Sekhmet becoming Hathor, or almost this idea of, again, this is really a stretch, but of the Shekhinah becoming Torah.
The Anat.
Definitely, but I mean, like you have that implicitly with the idea of Sahmat, but it's more so just this idea of like this idea of like the divine presence being embodied within the Torah, but also within that kind of that linguistic couching. Let's see, where are we? And the signs. Okay. And so basically with the I am Adonai, basically the I am Yah. Ooh, I wonder if it's Yahweh, Yud Hey Vehe, like Yud Hey and Hey, Yud Hey and Asherah, Yahweh Asherah. Ooh, that's how I'm going to choose to read it from now on. Yahweh Asherah. I mean, I'm just going to say Adonai because it's easier, but that's what I'm thinking. Any Usul, any thoughts on that? If not, no worries. Let's see, where are we? ויבוא משה ואהרון אל פרעה, ויאמר אליו כה אמר אדוני אלוהי, העברי מאדמתי ומאנת להענות, מי ואני שלח עמי ויעבדוני. And Moshe and Aaron came to Pharaoh, and they said to him, "Thus said Adonai to." See, it's weird because it says Adonai Elohe. So I'm wondering. I'm just going. Thus said Yahweh Asherah, the gods of the Hebrews. Ooh, I like this interpretation. Thus said Yahweh Asherah. Thus said Yah and Asherah, the gods of the Hebrews. Until when? Me'anta leonet. Until when will you refuse to answer? To answer, respond, testify, speak, shout, mifnai, before my face. Shalachami vayavduni. Send. I really like send. Let my people go that they may serve me. I'm almost like reading this as if like. So it's saying my, not like dun ya'avdunu or ya'avdunam. I forget what it would be. Basically, the point is that it's almost like they're saying it in unison because they are in unison. So they are one, even though it's like they're also four because it's four letters. But in a more real sense, it's just like it's almost like you have masculine and feminine, but then you also have this idea of like, of a father, a mother, a son, and a daughter. And so they're four, but they're also two, but they're also one. And in another sense, because there's only three different letters, so they're 1, 2, 3, and 4. Ooh, that's cool. And any thoughts on this before I lose it?
No, I can see that.
Oh, and then Johnny said he can't talk right now. No worries, no worries. What about you, Zero?
What was the point again?
Basically, so Yahweh. So this name, there's one. So one, but then it's also 4 in one. But then you also have 3 different letters, Yod, Hey, and Vav in one. So far that's 1, that's 4, and then that's 3. But then there's also 2 because you have the Yud and the Vav, which is masculine, and then you have the Heys, which are feminine. So you have 1, 2, 3, and 4, all within. It's almost like the tetractys? Is that what it's called?
Tetragrammaton.
No. I'm not talking about that.
So is it? Are you talking about the? You're not talking about the numeric value of the letters. You're talking about, or are you?
The tetractys, or tetrad, or the tetractys of the decad is a triangular figure consisting of 10 points arranged in 4 rows, 1, 2, 3, and 4 points in each row. So it's almost like Yud, Hey, Vav, Hey. Yud and Vav, Yud and Vav, and Hey and Hey. Yud Hey Vav. Yud Hey Vav Hey.
And that's why some people attributed some spiritual significance to bowling when it originally got started. And
Are
the
you
strike
serious?
when and the strike you were knocking down all of them. Yeah. Oh yeah. No, that was one of the things that it was used to allow people to bowl on Sunday back in the day.
Well, yeah, and like the tarot deck, people just play games with it, but it's got a deeper meaning. And so it's actually in the same passage
All of Torah was
spelled.
kept within the dreidel.
Wait,
So
what
in
do
the
you mean?
in the same passage, it's spelled multiple ways.
What do you mean?
No, I think Ariel's saying that all of those are contained within the one name.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, and this is cool because, all right, so let's see. So I don't know how well you can see this, but it was basically, let's see here. Let's see, how do I do this? So here, actually, how am I? Wait, is this? Yeah. Wait, here. So here, you can see on the top layer you have Yud Hey Vav Hey. Bottom layer, then you have Yud and Vav. Then you have Hey and Hey. Then below that you have Yud, Hey, and Vav. And what's interesting is Hey is feminine, Yud and Vav are masculine. So it's like almost like it's like like sandwiched in between. And then you have Yud, then Hey, then Vav and Hey, and there it's alternating, and it's all within one name. And so you could almost view it. So the top layer, one name, second layer, masculine and feminine. That's 1 and 2. Yud, Hey, Vav. That would be the 3 letters of the name that are in the name, and then the bottom layer would be the 4 letters of the name, as well as what is it? Wait, would be the Yud. Yeah, so the Yud would be the father, Hey would be the mother, Vav would be the son, and Hey would be the daughter. But anyway, to answer what you were saying, Johnny, was that the idea of the Shekhinah becoming Torah is like it's almost like Sechmet, Sechmet Shakam or Sacham is almost like so close to Shachan. And then you have Hator, which is close to Torah. And again, it's kind of a stretch, but I thought it was a little bit interesting. Let's see, where did it go? All right, we're on this. All right. Koamar Adonai Elohei Vrim Ad Matai Me'anta. Wait, no, I already said that. So the gods of the Hebrews, until when will you refuse to answer before my face? Send my people, or let my people go that they may serve me. Ki ma'en ata l'shaleach et ami hineni mehevi machara harbe migevulecha. Because if you refuse to let my people go, behold, tomorrow arbe locusts will come upon bigvulecha. It will come upon your, or like will come upon, or like encroach upon your borders. Interesting that's taking forever to load this. Oh, this is weird. Usually it doesn't take this long. I'm going to refresh this so we're on 4, just in case it gives me some trouble. Any thoughts so far?
Nothing standing out.
Oh, this is weird. It is not. Let's see. It's so weird. It's not. It's almost like. Maybe it works on the other one. Let's see. Oh, this page isn't even loading. So, oh wait. Okay, here it is. Well, now it's Okay, now it's working. Perfect. Yeah. So arbe, a kind of locust form, sudden disappearance, insignificance, activity, from rabbah to become great, become much. So like increase. Upon their borders or territory. Vikisa etein haaretz velo yuchal lirot et haaretz ve'achal et yeter ha'peleta הנשארת לחם מן הברד ואכל את כל העץ הצומח לחם מן השדה. And there will not be and there will not be an eye in the land that is not able to see. And Vikisa, and they'll cover all the eyes, all the eye of the land, and they will cover, and all the eye of the land, all the eyes in the land will not be able to see the land and eat the increase. It says they will cover the surface of the land so that no one will be able to see the land. And the excess will escape, and the remnant of them. The remnant of them from the barad, from the hail, and will eat all the trees and all the tzomech, all the herbs. Is that all that sprouts? Lachem, all that sprouts before the for them min hasadav, from the all that sprouts. For you from the field. So it says they shall eat away all your trees that grow in the field. And I thought I saw something else. All right. Umalu batecha vatecha uvate kol avadav uvate kol Misraim asher lo re'u avotecha va'avot avotecha מיום היותם על האדם עד היום הזה ויפן ויצא מהם Paro, and they will fill your houses and the houses of all your servants and the houses of all Egypt, that none will see their avotecha, their fathers. None will see your fathers. That not your fathers nor the fathers of your fathers will see from that day until the earth. That day upon the earth until this day. And Yapan Pana, and he turned and he left from the presence of Pharaoh. Vayomru avdei Paro elav ad matai yazelanu misho למוקש שלח את האנשים ויעבדו את ידוני אלוהיהם הטרם תארה כי עבדה מצרים. And And the servants of Pharaoh said to him, "Until when will it be like this for us? For Limokesh, for a bait or a snare. Shalach et hanashim. Let the people ve'avdu et let the people go that they may serve Adonai Eloheham, their gods. Hateram teda. Before you know that Avda Mitzrayim, before you know the before or do you not? It's saying do you not yet know, but before you know that. Interesting. Before you know that Egypt is lost. That's the literal translation. So do this before you know that Egypt is lost, but it translates as, are you not yet aware that Egypt is lost? Let's see. Hateram Teda. Like, maybe there's something I'm missing here. Hateram. Before, not yet, before that. Yeah, I'm the one that's correct here. Well, at least I know that I got a good instruction in Hebrew, better than whoever translated this.
Did it say that to let your people go so that they can worship him?
No, it says, wait, in which case?
It says Anishim Selach.
No, just Anashim. Oh, no, Shalach, send, or let go.
Okay, question. Okay, I'm sorry.
Release. But yeah, it would have been interesting if it said that. But let's see, where are we? Vayushav et Moshe v'et Aharon el Paro vayomer alehem Lachu ivdu et Adonai Elohechem mi hacholchim. And Moshe and Aaron were returned. Oh, this is the thing that one, I forget who was saying that, but they were brought back by unknown persons or whatever. But they were brought back to Pharaoh, and he said to them, "Go and serve Adonai, your gods." Who it's like, I'm guessing who will and who and who will go. It's so weird how it says this. Commentary. Is there any commentary that we can find on this that will explain it? Even me.
Is it to do with it being plural?
No, it's like it repeats it in a way that doesn't really go and serve. Who are the ones that are going? Pharaoh asked a rhetorical question. If it had not occurred to them that they would demand that all of them would go. This is why he had simply said go and serve without limiting the ages or sexes of one who was inclined in all that offer. He had naturally assumed that only adult males would participate in the ceremony. Under discussion, that is why he later said, your menfolk may go, because that is all you ever requested. He did not even want that all the adult males go. Okay, is there anything else on this? It's like none of it addresses it.
Are there two other clauses that are attached to those who's?
No. It just says who and who will go. Wait. Maybe. Let's see. Who? Maybe. No, because.
So could it mean who, referring to Hashem's people already, and also those who want to come along and become Hashem's people? I don't know.
I'm not sure. Okay, wait, this might be it.
Who else?
Wait.
Like who and who else?
Wait, here, listen. Mi v'mi haholchim. Who are all those who are going? So Pharaoh wanted to know that seeing the request of the Israelites had been for. Let's see what. Request of the Israelites had been for leave of vows and offer sacrifices to their God, who would be the people involved in that other than adult. Okay, but it doesn't make sense. I mean, the thing is, so here it says lechu, which is from the root holach. I'm pretty sure halach, yalach. No, so yalach is to walk. Wait, halach and yalach are the same root, basically, just slightly different. So
The leket.
yeah, lalechet, holachet, it can be a walkway. So, and then here's holchim. It's the same root. So, I wonder why. Maybe it's saying who are the ones who. Maybe it's saying who are the ones. Wait. Go and serve.
The ones that are going to go and the ones who want to go.
Wait. Wait. Let me just try it. You guys, Wait. Said to them.
Goers.
Go. Wait. Go and serve Adonai, your gods, who I honestly I can't figure it out. I'll bet you it's probably something like, oh, they wanted it to add up to a certain number or something.
Read it all straight through. What it says.
Who and who is going?
Yeah. It's maybe like who.
Maybe this. Who have been serving and those who are going to be serving. They're literally going somewhere so they can serve. In juxtaposed to the people who or their ancestors maybe served there as well.
No, but lechu, it's like it's what's the word? It's like saying do this. Like I forget what the term is, but it's saying like go and.
That's what I mean. Like those who have been doing it and those who are. Right. I don't mean to interrupt you. I think I understand, and that's what I'm saying. Like those who have.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Lechu ivdu. It says go serve. Like it's imperative. It's telling someone to do this. It's not saying it's been done.
Right. Or yeah. And the not on time. What's it? The double meaning there is they literally are going out of Egypt to do it. So holeket and whatever the objective for Yochal are are the same, are both being implied from that same root too. So somebody playing with the root as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm honestly not sure.
The pairing you have with who and go and serve is who goes, who serves.
Oh, nice.
Right, they're going to serve. The latter, the Erev Rav, maybe is what the reference is.
You have go and serve, like you have who and who.
Interesting. Right. But yeah, the other thing I was going to say is that was it maybe there's a connection to the idea of holchim, like halach and halacha.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. All of those things, and exactly, they're going so they can follow halacha.
Yeah,
they have to go there to do it.
Yeah, to do it. I like to do it. Do it. Imagine they were all just rubbing tefillin on the mount.
And so, what is that? Is that a ceremony, a ritual?
Yeah, it's a ceremony ritual of getting the hell out of Egypt.
I mean, the word you're talking about there.
Oh, just go and serve or go and work.
No,
work serve. All right. ויאמר משה בני אהרנו ובזקנינו נלך בבנינו ובבנותינו בצוענינו ובבקרינו נלך כי חג אדוני לנו. And Moshe said, in our youths, in our youths and in our elderly, our youths and our elders will go. With our youths and with our elders, we will go bivanenu with our children, and with our sons and with our daughters, and with our cattle. I mean, our flocks, like flocks of sheep, and our cattle. We will go because it is a chag of the Lord, for us. For we must chag. For we must observe. It says chag Adonai. Ki chag Adonai. Because it, I wonder, nelech. Go on. We must go because we will go because what is it? Because we must interesting. Because a Chag Adonai, because a festival of Adonai, it is for us. I don't know why it's translating it differently. It's very strange. But we'll move. Actually, I'm going to see if there's. Where does it say social station? Bine'arenu v'ziknenu. Taking Na'ar and Zaken as terms of social rank, literally with our underlings and with our elders. Interesting. Let's see commentary. Hold a feast unto the Lord. All of us are obligated to sacrifice unto the Lord. In other words, the term chag means a sacrifice, and our clause is to be translated for we must sacrifice unto the Lord. Ki chag Adonai lanu, for it is a festival of Hashem for us. Oh, I was correct. The festival Moses and Aaron spoke about was a festival, holiday of Shavuot. Oh, shoot. What did I... Oh, shoot. That was lucky. I thought it was glass that fell over, but it wasn't. Because it is a... Well, I should probably move this then. Because the holiday of Shavuot, the day Torah would be given, God had already advised Moses of that event when he told them at the burning bush, when you take the people from Egypt, you will serve me at this mountain. The festival Moses spoke of is not to be understood as the festival of Passover. The Passover was observed inside Egypt. It is also impossible to understand the word Chag Moses spoke about as the festival of tabernacles as nowhere in the festival connected to the mountain of God. Okay. Anyway. Vayomer aleihem yehi ken Adonai machem kasher ashlach etchem ve'etavchem reu ki ra'a neged pneichem. And he said to them, it'll be thus Adonai, that Adonai is with you, is with you, as I have, it says, but he said to them, it'll be that Adonai is with you, just as I have been sent to you and to your children. See that I am, you see that, you see evil against your faces. I don't know. Lo chen lechuna hagvarim v'ivdu et Adonai ki ota atem mevakshim v'yagaresh otam et pnei paro. No. It is not so. please go, please the men go and serve Adonai, because you and them sought sought it, and you will be expelled from the face of Pharaoh. And they were expelled from the face of Pharaoh.
Ariel,
yeah.
do you mind if we go back? I don't know how halakhic it is, but go back to the who and who is going.
What about it?
So the translation, the Robert Alter translation is, and Moses and Aaron with him were brought back to Pharaoh, and he said to them, "Go worship the Lord your God." Just who is going? That's how he translated it. So just who is going, the literal meaning of the Hebrew is who and who are going. Pharaoh's agreement to Moses' request is immediately followed by this question that clearly implies he is not prepared to have the entire people leave.
Oh, interesting.
Out of curiosity, could that be a grammatical formalization to talk about the plural who is going? Not just a singular who, but it's like who and who is the plural. Okay.
This translation is very like plain of the time vernacular is what it's supposed to be. So that's so it's dramatic in the fact that it's and just who is going would be the drama used.
It's like who and who. Like, I get it. It's like it's contextual. It doesn't make sense on a like logical level, but on an emotional level. All right, let's see, where are we? ויאמר אדוני אל משה נטה ידך על ארץ מצרים בערבה ויעל על ארץ מצרים ויאכל את כל עשב הארץ את כל אשר השאיר הברד. And Adonai said to Moshe, stretch out your hand upon the land of Egypt, or over the land of Egypt, in the locusts, and upon all the land of Egypt, they will Oh, okay. That's what I wasn't making. I thought he was agreeing to it, so it's like rightly punishing him, but he's not really agreeing. So, I said to Moses, "Stretch out your hand upon the land of Egypt, in the locusts, and they will be upon all the land of Egypt, and they will consume all the herb of the earth. That is." All that remains from the barad, from the hail. ויית משה את מטהו על ארץ מצרים, ואדוני נהג רוח קדים בארץ, כל היום ההוא וכל הלילה בהבוקר והיה. ורוח הקדים נשא את ההר. And Moses stretched out his staff upon the earth, the land of Egypt, and Adonai Nihag drove or led wind from the east, or easterly wind, into the land, or onto the earth. All that was in it, with all the day and all that day and all night. That morning was the morning was Viruch Hakadim. And it was all night, and the morning after, I'm guessing, or when morning was, the easterly wind lifted lifted up or carried the locusts. ויעל הרבה על כל ארץ מצרים, וינח בכל גבול מצרים, כבד מאוד, לפניו לא היה, כן הרבה כמוהו, ואחריו לא יהיה כן. And the Darbed, the locusts, were upon all the land of Egypt, and they rested in all the borders, all the territory of Egypt, and they were heavy indeed, or a lot of them, I guess it's like before the face, lefanav, before their face. It had not been thus. There had not been thus or that. I guess it's saying that many arbe, or there had not been locusts like them. And after them, there would not be any more. ויכס את עין כל הארץ ותחשב הארץ ויאכל את כל עשב הארץ ואת כל פרי העץ אשר הותיר המרד ולא נותר כל ירק בעץ ובעשב השדה וכל ארץ מצרים. Were you going to say something? No, I don't know. And they covered the eye of all the land, and they darkened it. They darkened the land, and they consumed all the herbage of the land and all the fruit of the tree that was hotir, that yatar, that was left over from the hail, and they did not leave any remainder. Kol eretz, and all the green of the tree and of the herbage of the field in all the land of Egypt. ויהי מהר פרעה לקרוא למשה ולאהרון ויאמר חטאתי לאדוני אלוהיכם ולכם. And Pharaoh hurried, or quickly called for Moshe and for Aaron, and he said, I have sinned before Adonai, your gods, and before you. Well, it's nice I finally realized it. I'm joking. It's a complicated situation. והתירו לאדוני אלוהיכם ויסר מעלי רק את המוות הזה. And now, please lift my sin, so that now, or just now, and I will pray to God, or I will entreat, I will supplicate to God, to Adonai, your gods, Vayaser, and I will turn from upon only the death, from only upon this death, that this death but be removed from me. It's weird way of phrasing it. I'm going to see if I can find a commentary. It's so odd. Only this once. Rak et hamavet is only this death. This teaches that human beings also died during the plague of locusts, just as they had died from the effects of the hail. Perhaps the locusts caused them to become blind, as a result of which they were prone to have fatal accidents. That would be interesting to see in Hayodim Abayim. In the days of Joshua, it is reported that the affliction of the skin disease called sarats caused blindness. Alternatively, the reason that Pharaoh referred to this plague as this death was seeing that the hail had killed the crops the earth and the fruit. The locusts finished what was still left over. As a result, the Pharaoh was correct in describing the situation in Egypt now as one of this death. The Torah adds the word rock only as a hint that the way he felt about the things was temporary. As soon there would be relief, he would undergo a change of heart. What happened to him as hopeless, what appeared to him as hopeless at this moment would suddenly assume a totally new dimension. He would think that he had survived the worst that the Jewish God was able to do to him. He revealed his eventual change of mind by asking that Moses entreat God. Only at this moment he implied that there would not again come a time when he needed Moses' intercession. Interesting. So he's getting cocky again as soon as he's asking for help. All right, let's see. Please forgive my sin. When addressing Moses, saying he was the senior leader and was an Elohim. Interesting. This is saying, please forgive. Pharaoh employed the singular mode when addressing Moses, saying he was the singular leader and an Elohim. Say this is saying that Moses was a god or a godly one, depending on how you read it. But it's none. It's regardless. It's very interesting. Almost like implying that he might be like an avatar or something. I don't know. I might be reading too far into it. ויצא מעם פרעה ויתר אל אדוני ויתר אל אדוני, and they left from the presence of Pharaoh and they entreated to Adonai. ויהפוך אדוני רוח ים חזק מאוד ויישא את ההר ויתקעהו ימה סוף לא נשאר הרבה אחד וכל גבול מצרים. And Adonai overturned caused the spirit of the sea. This is Ruach, spirit of the west, but it's not spirit of the sea, so it's spirit from the west, or Yama from. Oh, it's because Yama can be sea. So spirit from the west, or from the westerly sea, to overturn a strong wind from the westerly sea. To overturn very strong wind from the westerly sea to overturn and lift up all the locusts and v'yitakehu, and they blew them to the sea, Yamasuf to the Yamsuf, to the Sea of Reeds. Lo nishar arbe, there was not left one arbe, one locust in all the territories of Egypt. ויחזק אדוני את לב פרעה ולא שילח את בני ישראל. And Adonai strengthened the heart of Pharaoh, and he did not let the children of Israel go. So I'm going to take a quick break to drink some water and to take it up. Any thoughts so far?
I was going to say I need to take off here to church. One of the
no
things
worries.
that I was impressed with is I agree. There were no locusts like that. It's like they had GPS. They like stopped right at the Egyptian border and didn't bother anybody but the Egyptians.
Fascinating. Yeah, it's like the instead of birds aren't real, it's locusts aren't real.
No, cool. Well, all
right, take care.
I was gonna sign off and saying it was fun, you guys, and behave while I'm gone. Thanks.
I need to go to the school too.
All right, take care.
What was the term? What was the term you said? Something like God man?
Oh, Elohim, but it just spells it when it's not in Torah as Elohim. So as not to like take God's name in vain, but
Heavenly one.
Yeah.
No, you're right. Godly one. Yeah, just straight godly one.
Yeah. There's an interesting thing that I forget what video what it was, but something about Shemayim is like it's masculine because it's in heaven, but then the feminine when it's on earth is Shemot, like the idea of like names as, not just names but the people themselves.
Yes.
Let's see what we can find here.
People think, well, in ancient times, people were giving the children to Malak. In this day and
The
age,
Hitriot, Akeem.
What?
The Hitriot, Akeem. I gotta go, brothers.
All right, take care.
Bye.
Let's see.
nobody does that. Listen, in these day and ages, when everybody is doing it more, because Moloch relates to fire, to war. In these day and ages, when everybody is doing it more, because Moloch relates to fire, to war. And unfortunately, a lot of people are sending their children to war. Any place. People love war here. Souls are sacrificed for that demon. That's why it's very powerful. And people ignore this. And at first, it says there, you shall not give your son or daughter to pass through the fire. It comes into my mind this very moment also. Those Tibetans that pour oil into their bodies and then they light a match and burn alive. That is a sacrifice to Moloch. Wherever the justification for that type of sacrifice is stupid. And that's only a demon can be agree with it. When people talk about Tibetans, they think that everything is positive. No, there is black and white in all religions. All religions have the positive and negative. So when you do that type of sacrifice or that type of immolation to burn yourself like that, you are literally doing to Moloch. That's why it's written, we deny thee our children to devour. This is most obvious, but there are many wars among many religions. And when you sacrifice your children and then to fight the so-called, between quotations, holy wars, that's for Moloch. Wherever you fight the so-called, between quotations, holy wars, and then to fight the so-called, between quotations, holy wars, that's for Moloch.
Isn't
whatever justification we give
quotation
is just for Moloch.
Kodesh
And that's the first one,
is
because that's the vice
has holy in it.
that is very common
Holy. I didn't know if it was
in our societies, unfortunately. Only if you enter into this, you have to inquire about in which way you are breaking this law, utilizing the forces of Geburah, the forces of Samael, the god of war, in the wrong way. Because the most difficult way, the only way to deal with that force is by awakening. And of course, the rest, I don't need to explain the rest because, sorcery, hypnotism, fortune teller, witch, mythomaniacs, which are abundant in this day and age, mediums that are called channelers in this day and age, enchanters, necromancers, and all those black magicians that are, of course, utilizing the forces of the soul in the wrong way. This is what is called the maid servant in the Bible. In Kabbalah, the maid servant is the soul, which is cheated by the forces of the Pharaoh, the forces of Metzharim in Malkut. And they think that by practicing this type of black magic, night parts of black magic, they are going to, or they are working with God, beginning with the first. Those people that go and explode themselves in airplanes and different places because thinking that in that way they are going to heaven after that with explosives in their bodies. They're giving their life, their souls to Moloch, not to God. The unmerciful is peaceful. This is not war, unless it's a war that you are going to do against yourself. That's different. So behold there, we are all of us battled into this materialistic world, and we have to fight. That war is against us, against all the negative things that we have that only we can overcome through initiation. And this is precisely what we have to understand when we read this. Of course, remember that when Abraham enters into Egypt, he knows that all of this exists, all of this black magic exists in Egypt. But he's very cautious. He has to overcome it within himself and leaves Egypt alive. And after that, we have that the dissension of the archetypes continue. As you find in the second graphic, going into the second graphic again, because from Abraham and Geburah, which is Isaac, goes into Jacob. The inheritance goes into Jacob. You read that in the Bible, you find how Jacob started working and fighting against Geburah again, against Samael, and wins. And that fight is in Yesod, and the stone of Yesod. He conquers the second initiation of major mysteries, because all the archetypes are there with a lot of strength, thanks to the righteous Jacob, because he is in chastity. So then they enter into the third initiation of major mysteries, which the Master Samael explains in his books, the 7 words, which is related with Hod, which is related with Joseph. And then Joseph is already with the archetypes dealing there in the astral plane, the plane of dreams, where everybody goes when we fall asleep. And we find that Joseph is that archetype in us that is skillful in interpretation, because he is not a lazy one. He's working in the third initiation and study the messages that he receives, Kabbalah, to receive. He received the Kabbalah from God, and he explains the mysteries to the Pharaoh, where in the physical world, the intellectuals here, recall, that's another Pharaoh. When Joseph goes into Egypt, because his brothers sell him into Egypt, is precisely the way in which the forces of Hod has to go down and to develop as an astral body, which in this case is Benjamin, the astral solar part of Joseph, of that archetype. And this is how, because there is a famine in Egypt or in all the lands, the archetypes go again into Malzarim, into Egypt, all of them, because Joseph is already there, as we explain here. Every man and his household who came with Jacob, as we read it in the first verse of Exodus. And then they enter all the tribes of Israel, which are all the 12 forces of the zodiac, into Matzraim, into Malkut. And all the souls, which is called Nefesh, all the forces that came from above, from Tifereth, into Mizrahim, since Joseph is already there. I mean, that archetype that is developing in the third initiation of major mysteries. So behold here, the second Pharaoh. First, the Pharaoh of Abraham, then the second Pharaoh, but this Pharaoh is, of course, favoring Joseph. And now, after that, appears Moses with another Pharaoh, because it's certain that the Pharaoh that knew Joseph is dead. And now another Pharaoh takes place, and Moses appears. So, in other words, when we read the book of Exodus, or Shemot, we have to understand about the three pharaohs in order to explain the grades, because these three pharaohs are three grades that we have to pass. In order to explain these three grades, let me show you the word vitriol, which is a Latin word, which is visita interiora terrae rectificando invenies occultum lapidem. Translated into English means visit the interior of the earth. By rectification, you will find the occult stone. Everybody that enters into this path had to follow that vitriol, because no one can develop if he doesn't go inside the interior of the earth, Malkut. Because inside Malkut, the physical body, is our psyche. So all the archetypes. By rectification, we will develop those archetypes. But remember, step by step, minor initiations, major initiations, and higher levels. This is how we understand it and how we have to see it. Mizrahima is precisely what we find here in this beautiful graphic. When you find the sun and the moon, which is the symbol of the father and mother, all the planets or archetypes or the lights, which are of course in Mizrahiman, but disorderly, in disharmony. All of the names are in disharmony. We have to organize them. And that's the beauty of the initiation. This is how Moses showed it. Then, that's why in Daniel chapter 12, verse 2 and 4, it's written, and many of them that sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake. Who are those many? The archetypes. When we talk about the archetypes, we're talking about the souls. We're talking about the consciousness. Because the consciousness is divided into many archetypes. Those are the parts of the being that need to awake. It is written, Brahma sleeps. Brahma needs to awake. So then, many of them that sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake. Some to everlasting life, and some to shame and everlasting contempt. And they that be wise, shall shine as the brightness of the firmament. The firmament is Israel, all the parts of the being. And they that turn many to righteousness as the star forever and ever. That's a prophecy. But thou, O Daniel, shut up the words and seal the book, even to the time of the end. Many shall run to and fro, and gnosis shall be increased.
Sophia.
And knowledge shall be increased. Same thing. We are in these times.
Oh no, this would be different. This would be
Knowledge,
different.
that is increasing. Everybody is receiving this doctrine freely. And of course, if you take advantage of it, you shall awake positively.
Interesting. So going back to this. Do you have any thoughts before I continue?
No.
It's definitely interesting, though, how some people draw connection. I mean, I honestly don't know what to think about that one guy, but it's interesting nonetheless. Vayomer Adonai el Moshe Natei yadecha al hashamayim v'yehi חושך הארץ מצרים והימש חושך. And Adonai said to Moshe, stretch out your hand to the heavens, or upon the heavens, and there will be darkness upon the land of Egypt, and it will be capable of being felt. And darkness that can be felt. Interesting. So this word mashash means to feel or grope, which is like close to the idea of mashach, which means to like anoint or to like smear upon. It's interesting. So it's like mash means to touch almost.
Yeah, it seems to relate it to ash,
What?
like volcanic ash.
No.
The darkness that you can feel.
Oh, I thought you were talking about mashash.
No, just the
yeah.
darkness, and then zinc. I think after that it starts to also talk about smear, right?
Yeah, I think that's. Wait. Sorry. What was the second thing you said?
I think in the upcoming it starts talking about smearing in the eyes.
Oh, interesting connection. But no, so I mean, it's a different word. I'm just drawing the connection because of the similarities.
Yeah, I'm just talking about the sequence of it seems like a volcanic eruption, darkness you can feel, and then I think it's followed up later by the smearing the ash in the eyes or whatever, like the ash has fallen.
I maybe I'm not sure. All right, let's see where we're at. And the darkness will be able to be felt. Vayed Moshe et yado al hashamayim vayehi choshech afela v'chol eretz Mitzrayim sheloshet yamim. And Moses stretched out his hand upon the heavens, or towards the heavens, and there was darkness, the darkness of darkness. There is a darkness, like a gloomy darkness in all the land of Egypt. 3 days. Let's see commentary.
Which is like Inanna in the underworld.
Yeah.
3 days.
There's a thick darkness. Rashi comments that the Israelites were able to see as usual and could find where the Egyptians kept their valuables, so that when the time came to ask for them, they could know if they lied when claiming they did not possess certain items. An Israelite had requested. This is dark. This is a deeper meaning of V'Adonai natan et chen ha'am be'enai. And the Lord had disposed the Egyptians favorably towards the people that they lent them willingly. That's dark.
That's just a bunch of kind of made up on the side, right?
Right. That makes you think maybe that's where our friend gets the idea that, well, no, maybe this is what Lestes meant. That it's like, no, I didn't steal the Egyptian stuff.
The again, not dealing with whether Goshen is also in darkness.
Maybe they're not. But no, it seems.
And whether you could use fire and still see.
Interesting. Like maybe the heat from the fire.
Like it's night doesn't mean you can't see anything.
No, but if it was so thick, then it might not work. All right, anyway, let's see. So let's see that. All right. The thick darkness remained for 3 days, that not a single Egyptian even dared to rise from where he had been sitting on. This means that the darkness lasted a total of 6 days. Moses did not decree a plague to last 1/4 of a month. This is also how the verse is explained in the Mechilta. Rabbi Levi explained that the Almighty reserved the 7th day of darkness for when the Egyptians tried to cross the sea, when a dark cloud enveloped Pharaoh's army, as indicated also in the Targum at LOC. And Moses stretched forth. Wait, what was this? The Egyptians had no way of knowing the last. Wait. And there is a time when a thick darkness comes over the Atlantic Ocean, during which time it is impossible for a person to distinguish between day and night. The aforementioned occasionally lasts for as long as 5 days. I myself have been there many times. Interesting.
What's that supposedly caused by?
A thick fog. So like the weather. Anything else? He made darkness his screen, dark thunderbolt of his songs, dense clouds of his sky warriors pavilion around him. Inasmuch as the darkness was of a supernatural kind, Moses did not consider it appropriate to raise his staff against supernatural phenomena. Other rabbis commenting in the same section of the Midrash considered this darkness as belonging to purgatory. Both groups of rabbis may have been correct. There were two categories of darkness. One prevailed during the 3 days no Egyptian could move. The other during the day they merely could not see one another. Choshech afela, a combination of regular darkness, absence of sunlight, plus added deep darkness. Shlosha yamim, 3 days. See, and there was darkness of gloom when no man saw another during those 3 days. And there was, moreover, another period of 3 days darkness twice as thick as this, when no man rose from his place. One who, this must be the next part. A threesome of days. That's funny.
Well, in Nana, when the underworld is complete darkness, it goes down for 3 days.
Yeah. Let's see. לא ראו איש את אחיה ולא קמו איש מתחתיו 3 ימים והוא לכל בני ישראל היה אור במושבותם. A man could not see his brother, and a man could not rise from below, or from no one could move from where he was sitting, I'm guessing, or move from his rear. 3 days. One second. 3 days. And all the children of Israel there was light in their dwellings. Interesting in here, Haya. I never realized, but it's also like Yud Hey and 2 Hays. Also missing is above. Vehaya is just the tetragrammaton in a different order if you think about it. Vav, Hey, what?
And what's it mean?
Haya means was. So Vehaya means, let's see, Haya was. So Vehaya is there will be. Anyway,
kind of like the I am.
Kind of, yeah. ויקרא פרעה אל משה ויאמר לכו עבדו את אדוני רק צאנכם ובחריכם יוצא גם תחם ילדי עמכם. And Pharaoh called out to Moshe, and he said, go and serve Adonai, only your flocks and your cattle you will set or you'll
be stopped or stay. Only they will stay, and also your children or your dependents. I guess it says children, little ones, your little ones. Yelech. I was saying. Also your children or your dependents. They may go with you. ויאמר משה גם אתה תיתן בידינו זבחים ועולות ועשינו לאדוני אלוהינו וגם מקננו ילך עמנו לא תישאר פרסה כי ממנו ניקח לעבוד את אדוני אלוהינו ואנחנו לא נדע מה נעבוד את אדוני עד בואנו שמה. And also our cattle, or not cattle, our livestock will go with us. They will none will remain, or no. Parshah, a hoof, interesting. Because Parshah is used in a different context in Aisha Chayil. I just forget what it is. Kama Parshah liani. Wait. Kama Parshah liani veyadea shilcha. Wait, hold on. Shall veyadea shilcha vushani. So mem. So kaf yud. What was it? Tata. Wait. Kama Parsa. I'm sorry. I don't remember what it was. So also let's see. None will remain. No hoof will remain from amongst us. From amongst us. Nikach. Not will be left lavod to work, or wait, not a hoof shall remain behind, for to serve Adonai our God, and for we are taking them to serve Adonai our God, and we do not know what we are to worship or how we are to worship Adonai, because I think ma can be how as well. What, how, or what kind, yeah. How we're to serve Adonai until we arrive there. V'yechazek Adonai et Pharaoh velo aba leshalcham. And Adonai strengthened the heart of Pharaoh, and he was not consenting to send them free or to let them go. Vayomer lo paro lech me'alai yishamer al tosef leot panai כי ביום ראה אותך ואני פניי תמות. And he said to, and Pharaoh said to him, go from amongst me, and guard yourself so that you do not gather or increase the sighting of my face. Basically, don't let me see you again. Do not increase the sighting of my face. That I love that. That's such a catchier way than saying don't let me see you again. Do not add to
No,
Yep.
you mean no more. Yeah.
Do not add to the sightings of my face, or do not add to your sightings of my face, or my sightings of your face. No, it would be your sighting, or do not add to the sightings of my face, because in this day that I have seen you, panai tamut. Because on the day that you see my face, you gonna be dead. ויאמר משה כן דיברת לא הוסיף עוד ראות פניך. And Moshe said, thus divarta, thus you have spoken, do not let me see, or do not add more to the sightings of your face, or let me not increase, let me not add more to the sightings of your face. Wait, ויאמר משה כן לא יוסיף עוד רעות פניך. Yeah, correct. I want to take another quick break.
So it did say that there was light in the house. I read.
Yeah, it seems so.
Was it just light? Or did it have any other association like fire? Or, I don't know. I guess it would.
No, not that I can see.
And is that what's the word for light?
For what?
Light.
Or
So that Hator Torah thing. It is
No.
the first point where it really talks about writing the 10 Commandments coming down into the golden calf, which seems to me to relate to Hator more than El or Baal.
Yeah, but even if you look at it, like whether it's Hator and Ra or El and Asherah, both have this idea of a goddess who kind of scorns or is like abandoned by her father / lover. It gets weird.
But I mean, Torah partly understood as law, right? Too, and
Yeah.
the 10 laws are brought down from the mountain. Seems to be the point of, in a way, it's talking about the creation of the written language. There's also that that root. I think
Oh,
it's of Uranos. I think it's Uros.
yeah. Oof. Sorry, I kind of like fell asleep for a second.
That Uros had to do with like rain, and with that association with light. Both of those things that come down, and the other association is flow, like urinate comes from it as well. So it seems to relate to transmission, whether it be rain or light.
Interesting.
Transmission of the law, like Kabbalah, transmission.
Let's see.
There is a somewhat famous part of the Talmud, the end of Tractate Saita, that speak of the signs that the world's going to go through prior to the arrival of Mashiach, just prior to the arrival of Mashiach. And if we looked at this section of the Talmud over the past 30 years, you see many of the issues that the Talmud speaks about relevant to our time. But going through it last week, you saw that some of these things over the past 30 years, you needed some homiletic interpretation to make it relevant. But now it's actually spot on. So let me share with you what the Talmud says. The first thing the Talmud says is Bikvus Mashiach Chutz Beyaski. When the footsteps of Mashiach, when the heel of Mashiach will come, first of all, there'll be tremendous amount of insolence, brazenness, chutzpah. What is chutzpah? Chutzpah means that there is no substance to the person's arrogance, if you'd like. That people do things without their, something to fall back on. They have knowledge, they have wisdom, they have understanding, they have generosity, they have achievements, without any of that. Chutzpah. I put myself in a place because I have the chutzpah to do it. Someone told me something very interesting last week. He said in the past, for someone to have a voice, they needed to have gone through life's experiences. If you have a voice, if you're someone who's a scholar, someone who's a leader, someone who's achieved a lot in business, so someone has to be, to get yourself quoted in the newspaper, for example, you needed to be a somebody, so to speak. You needed to have something that you've achieved through life. And the reality is when people go through life and have gone through the ups and downs of life, that kind of it chisels you a little bit. It makes you more nuanced and more understanding. The problem today, the guy told me, is everyone in his mother's basement is able to just go online and say whatever they want to say. And it doesn't have to be true. It doesn't have to be thought through. It could just be blotted out there. And it becomes a topic of a conversation. It becomes the issue that people accept. It's crazy. That's chutzpah yaski. They only have is chutzpah. They have no achievements in life. All they have is the chutzpah to get online and to say whatever they want. And we see, unfortunately, chutzpah is something, well, over the last 30 years, we've had a lot of chutzpah. People have acted in a way of chutzpah with this brazen insolence. Unfortunately, the events that have taken place over the last couple of days in 770 is just basic chutzpah, where a bunch of youth have just taken matters in their own hand, do whatever they want, bring destruction on the sanctified shul of the Rebbe because of what they think, without going to the proper people who are in charge of the place, or authorities, or advisors of more senior individuals. They do whatever they like. That's a expression of this piece of Talmud of chutzpah yaski. The next thing the Talmud says is yeker yamir, which means there'll be the prices will skyrocket, will soar. Basically, it's inflation. Now, although we've had higher levels of inflation maybe in the past, but the quick extent of inflation over the past couple of years has been mind-boggling and staggering. So we see that as another sign. The next thing the Talmud says is that although the vineyard will give its grapes, the wine will still be expensive, which means this is why, because the demand will be so high. So I say that I look at this in two ways. Number one, yes, substance abuse. There'll be a tremendous amount of substance abuse. So no matter how much there is of these kind of substances, it'll never be enough. Number two, it could mean in a broader sense that the economy of the world, or the food supply in the world, there'll be enough food grown, which is the case today, but nevertheless there could be starvation because of the inability to bring the food, to distribute the food to wherever the people who need it are, whether it be because of despots, of wars, or other such things. So there'll be enough food in the world, but it won't be enough. There'll still be a lack. The kingdom, the leadership of the world, will transform into minus. Minus means heresy. We've seen this. The country that leads the world, the United States, used to be a country that was very much under God, very much faithful and God-fearing. And we've had, unfortunately, a situation today where any morality, any dimension, recognition of God is not allowed. It's not allowed in this public schools. It's not allowed in the public square. The Pledge of Allegiance, in many places, they've taken out the word under God. And instead of the idea of separation of church and state, instead of the
irony
idea
being that they added it in the first place, it was
of religion, they see it as freedom from religion. And so we have a bunch of people running countries who are not God-fearing, certainly do not have the divine morality as their north star. So that's what we see. And then there is no rebuke. And you say, what do you mean there's no rebuke? You're unable to, well, there's a lot of rebuke. People are morality as their north star. So that's what we see. And then there is no rebuke. And you say, what do you mean there's no rebuke? You're unable to, well, there's a lot of rebuke. People are constantly rebuking each other. That's what they constantly doing on social media. I think to say, what does it mean there's no rebuke, is that you can't achieve anything, because people are not speaking in a way that people
But if you don't want it, you shall awake as well, but down there to shame and everlasting contempt. That's a decision. Each one of us has to do it by his own will. That's why in one of the axioms among the Gnostics, you find the following quotation. Whosoever called ye Telemites shall not commit an injustice, as long as they comprehend the word with perfection, because it contains exactly 3 degrees. The man who dwells within silence, the man who loves, and the vulgar man of the earth. What you want, what you will, that shall be the mean, and knowledge shall increase. Same thing. We are in these times. Gnosis, knowledge, that is increasing. Everybody is receiving this doctrine freely. And of course, if you take advantage of it, you shall awake positively. But if you don't want it, you shall awake as well, but down there to shame and everlasting contempt. That's a decision. Each one of us has to do it by his own will. That's why in one of the axioms among the Gnostics, you find the following quotation. Whosoever called ye Telemites shall not commit an injustice, as long as they comprehend the word with perfection, because it contains exactly 3 degrees. The man who dwells within silence, the man who loves, and the vulgar man of the earth. What you want, what you will, that shall be the meaning of the word. Telema. It shall be up to you. The Hierophant, in this case, the Hierophant is Chesed, the innermost, our own particular monad. Observe 3 ordeals in one, and it may be given in 3 ways. The gross or vulgar must pass through the ordeal of fire. The evolved or educated are tried in the mind, and the lofty selected ones or chosen ones in the highest. Thus, ye have stars and stars, systems and systems, degrees and degrees, but let no one know well the other. This quotation comes from Egypt, ancient Egypt. And is repeating. In this day and age, we have it. And of course, who is Telema? Telemites. Telema is Moses. Telema is the word that we use in Greek for willpower. That's why we the Gnostics say our motto is telema. And when we said that, we said our motto is willpower. Or our motto is Moses, the synthesis of that willpower. Because that Moses is developing. First, very hidden in Abraham, very hidden in Joseph when he enters into Egypt. And the third Pharaoh faces that Moses already, because that initiate already created the mental solar body and the causal body. And that Moses is already an adult. That willpower has developed from Malkut to Tifereth, even though that is what we call the vulgar men of the earth. Let me tell you about this in order for you to understand. Telema, Moses, develops within us through 3 grades of initiation. Called the man who dwells within silence, the man who loves, and the vulgar man of the earth. When we said man, we're talking about chesed within each one of us, different levels. Then, the first grade, the vulgar man of the earth, relates to the mysteries of the first, second, and third chambers, or apprentice, devotee, and meditator. This is what all of us have in the different schools in Gnosticism. 3 chambers. When you enter into the lecture room, you are receiving the knowledge according to the one that is giving it. That's the first chamber. Second chamber is the devotee. If you observe, is related with what the Bible calls Leviticus, in which you learn, you study the doctrine. Observe the tree of life, and you will see that in the very bottom are 3 sephirah related with the triangle of magic, triangle of priesthood. From Malkut, you enter into that triangle, which is, the beginning is Yesod. And then you enter into the first chamber, you learn the doctrine, then into the second, and eventually the third, when you are a skillful meditator. The first grade, the vulgar man of the earth, teaches the Gnostic mysteries. The Gnostic symbol of the vulgar man of the earth is the pentagram, which is the symbol of the microcosmos, or small cosmos, small human being. The 4 lower extremities of the pentagram represent the 4 lower sephiroth, Netzah, Hod, Yesod, and Malkut, with the apex, which is the head, represented in the sephirah Tifereth. depicted in the Sphinx as the one between its two paths, which means telema, willpower. The fifth spiritual power of the Sphinx relates to the incarnation of the Word, the initiation of Tiferet. The pentagram is a symbol of the Word made flesh, which is the function of the soul united with Christ in order to perform its divine will. The vulgar man of the earth has to conquer the four initiations of major mysteries of the Sphinx and to control the four bodies of sin: physical body, vital body, emotional body, and mental body, by means of willpower, telema, thus attaining the incarnation of the Word. The work of the vulgar men of the earth is to develop their human will from Malkut to Tifereth through Tantra alchemy in order to link his human will to Christ or divine will, which is precisely what all of us want, to unite our will with the will of God. May thy will be one with mine, is what everybody wants, the incarnation of the Lord. Well, this is precisely what we have to do. Eliphaz Levi, great Kabbalist, states there are four indispensable conditions in order to attain the incarnation of the Logos. In other words, in order to attain the wisdom and power of Da'at, gnosis, knowledge, namely, an intelligence illuminated by esoteric study. I mean, we have to study. It's not just anything like that and fanatically doing things. We have to study Kabbalah. An intrepidity, and he said, an intrepidity which nothing can check. A will which cannot be broken. And a prudence which nothing can corrupt and nothing intoxicate. To know, to dare, to will, to keep silence. Such are the four words of the one that enters into the triangle of magic, into the triangle of gnosis. Yesod, Hod, Malkut. Behold the three forces, the three parts on every Gnostic school. Hod, devotee of the second chamber, is necessary because we need to receive the strength of Chokhmah. That's why when we talk about the vulgar men of the earth, we're talking about us. Whether we are for first, second, or third chamber, we are vulgar men of the earth. Because in order to enter into the third or the second triangle of the tree of life, which is the triangle of ethics, we have to reach Tifereth. You see, Tifereth is the entrance into the second, from the bottom to the top. What is the entrance into the triangle of magic? Is Yesod. Yesod is the entrance from Malkut to the triangle of the priesthood. Therefore, we have to be in chastity. If we are fornicators, we are wasting time. Right? It depends on us. Depends how we use our will. Many people enter into these studies, but they don't continue. Well, it's their will. This is why it's just written, do what thou wilt, or do whatever you wish. That is the only law. But remember that you have to answer for all your deeds. Not to us, to your own God. After all, you have to answer. Before God, you will answer. Or whatever the masters of karma. What is what you did? Your will. Well, I entered into the first chamber, but I didn't believe it. Okay, that's your will. I entered even into the second chamber, but I didn't continue. Well, that's your will. We respect that. Because in this doctrine, nobody is forced. Only you for yourself. with your own telema, your own will. But many vulgar men enter into these studies. When I said men, talking about any soul, woman or man. We said human being. And scarcely reach the first initiation if they are serious. But very rare are those that reach the apex of the pentagram, which is the head, where we find will, power in the pineal gland, united with the heart, as you see here in the graphic. The heart and the head have to be united, mind and heart. So when you reach that, and for a blessing, you receive the incarnation of the Lord, because it's Tifereth, the one that received the initiation of Tifereth. Then you enter into the second grade, in which you have to accomplish this exodus in another level. The second grade, the man who loves, concerns to the development of mastery or adepthood, namely adeptus minor, adeptus major, and adeptus exemptus. The one that is without karma. When you reach the top of that triangle, is where your karma is forgiven. You are at the level when you don't have ego related to Malkut. You are a being that is developed in the triangle of ethics. And those ethics have nothing to do with the laws written in this physical world. If you see the ethics is in relation with Shin, with your monad, with their own particular spirit. And you receive your own law, your own commandments from your own being. Those can contradict sometimes the laws written in the physical world. But you have to follow your own mystery. But that's only for adeptus, those that reach the fifth initiation of major mysteries and that enter into that triangle. The goal of the second order, the lovers, is to incarnate in their human nature all the attributes of Atman Buddhi. It concentrates and extends in the triangle of ethics through different degrees. The Gnostic symbol of the lovers is Geburah and Tifereth, is a six-pointed star, the holy hexagram, the Star of David, which is the symbol of the union of the twin souls. The Star of David also indicates the union of Tifereth and Malkut, the opposites in alchemy. The final outcome of this holy union is the philosophical stone. When, of course, we are working very hard, we descend into Malkut, because Tifereth, which is already the fifth initiation of major mysteries, is a master that descends into Malkut again, in order to work in the higher levels of this exodus that we are explaining here, with all these plagues that we were explaining in the previous lecture. So the way in which the adeptus, the master, work in his own exodus is different to the one that works in the vulgar man of the earth, the first grade. Remember that we always have to deal with three pharaohs, or pharaohs, as we said. 3 steps, because we have 3 brains. The man who loves is in relation with the lover. Remember the 6th arcanum of the tarot, the lovers, relates to Tiferet. That state, of course, we have to work with the Geburah, because when somebody reaches Tiferet, he incarnates his human soul. But he has to incarnate Geburah and Chesed, and that's a great work. It's just an adeptus minor. The one that reaches the initiation of Tiferet mastery is an adeptus minor. He has to work very hard in order to be an adeptus major. And after that, an adeptus exemptus. This is important to know in order for those people that are working in the vulgar men of the earth, the first grade, related with first, second, and third chamber. Do not mistake works. Do not start advising people to do works that they are not capable of doing it. Because we had to awake, we had to build first things. And this is precisely how we do it. Through the alchemical work, the lovers, Tifereth and Malkut, make light from their darkness. They developed their own particular knowledge and wisdom from their own monad, Chesed and Geburah, within themselves. Namely, the power to combat, Geburah, the power to love, Kedulah, which is to perfect or to be perfect in the flesh as their Father who is in heaven is perfect. So that is the step in which we have to work very hard and to be perfect in this flesh, here in the physical world, as our Father who is in heaven is perfect. So don't be discouraged because being in the level that you are imperfect. Because that perfection is attained only when you enter into the second triangle, after passing all the initiations of the first or lower triangle, the tree of life. This is a psychological process. Now let us talk about the third grade, which is the man who dwells in silence. Silence is a virtue of Binah, the Holy Spirit, the third sephirah, or the first triangle. Only those that are adeptus exemptus can enter into that triangle. It's obvious. Because you cannot be interlight like the vulgar men of the earth. Some instructors are always advising, performing works of the men who dwells in silence to those neophytes that are entering. That's absurd. Because you have to be without ego in order to do the work of the man who dwells in silence. Or in other words, the man who dwells in Binah, the Holy Spirit. This is, of course, related with the logoic triangle, in which the initiate is reaching the levels of Nirmanakaya, Sambhogakaya, and Dharmakaya. Those are the levels of the triangle of the Logos, the first triangle. Moses, of course, explains that as the book of Numbers, because at that level, all the numbers of the archetypes are self-realized and perfecting themselves. If you observe the tree of life, the book of Numbers is in relation with the first triangle. The book of Deuteronomy is in relation with the second triangle. And Leviticus is relation with the third triangle, the tree of life, while Malkut is in relation with Exodus, with Shemath, because from there we have to take everything to the higher levels. From Malkut, we take energy. From Malkut, we take all the archetypes. Without Malkut, we cannot do anything. Mizrahim or Mizrahima. So then, these degrees relate to the first triangle of the tree of life. The Gnostic symbol of those who dwell in the silence is the heptagram. In other words, the lamb with 7 horns. Those bodhisattvas who have given their life's blood to humanity. The heptagram indicates the 7 bodies of gold, the Merkaba, the Egyptian Sahu, Horus, the highest form of existence, the complete fulfillment of vitriol. And somebody reaches that level, have reached vitriol completely, means visited the interior of the earth and achieved to take everything from there. Is done. The goal of the man who dwells within silence is to become an absolute man. In other words, to go beyond the first triangle into what we call the 11, 12, and 13 eons. Ein Sof Or, Ein Sof, and Ein. When you are at that level, which is precisely the level in which the Master Samael was at that time, was a very higher level. He was a Logos who can guide all of his disciples internally. A being that reaches that level of the man who dwells in silence and reaches the absolute man can guide his disciples internally. Those who was waiting for the Master Samael on the earth to come physically, they're wasting their time. He is interested in your archetypes, not in your ego, not in your physicality. Why is going to somebody to come here and take all of these physical bodies into certain place? All of those physical bodies are working in themselves, of course. But the Logos, Chokhmah, the letter Shin, is interested in our archetypes, not our ego. He is not interested into fanatics. That's why he works in different levels and help them in their own particular exodus. The man that more in silence, that dwells in silence, his goal is to become a master of the universe, a Paramarta Satya. Those who reach that level of absolute man
just kind of
are in
some thought, but let's continue. Just finish this up. So, see, I think, yeah, we finished also. ויאמר אדוני אל משה עוד נגע אחד אביא על פרעה ועל מצרים אחרי כן ישלח אתכם מזה כשלחו כלה גרש יגרש אתכם מזה. And Adonai said to Moshe, Od nega achad, approach another time, or strike another time, and I will come upon Pharaoh. I will bring upon Pharaoh. Oh, he said, I will bring upon Pharaoh one more plague. And upon Egypt afterwards, he shall send you, or he shall let you go from here, as he sent, as when he finally sends. Oh, yikes! That could have been bad. As he sends you, as he when he finally lets you go, he will certainly drive you all out from here. דבר נע באוזני העם וישאלו איש מת רעהו ואישה מת רעותה כלי כסף וכלי זהב. Let's see. Please tell me please, or I think do tell, or tell. Let's see. Do tell in the ears of the people, and for them to ask a man, or ask someone from amongst his fellows, and a woman from someone amongst her fellowesses, for implements or tools of silver and tools of gold. ויתן אדוני אתכם בעיני מצרים גם האיש משה גדול מאוד בארץ מצרים בעיני עבדי פרעה בעיני העם. And Adonai gave the grace of the people in the eyes of the Egyptians. Also Moshe a great man. Moshe was a very great man in the land of Egypt, and in the eyes of the servants of Pharaoh, and in the eyes of the people. It says Adonai disposed of the Egyptians favorably towards the people. Moreover, Moses himself was such esteemed in the land of Egypt. Literally, the participant whose involvement in the depicted situation, Moses' tradition, the man Moses, see the dictionary under Ish, was much esteemed in the land of Egypt. Interesting. Let me see if there's any commentary on this before we finish off. Was a very great, esteemed man. The Torah writes this in order for us to understand the reason why the Torah reports that the Israelites emptied out Egypt, referring to their gold and silver. And Egyptians gave gifts to the Israelites as a sign of their high esteem for their leader Moses, as well as in the eyes of the people, the Egyptian people, not only in the eyes of Pharaoh's official. Lord gave Scripture relates the Lord kept his promise to Moses, and I will give this favor in the sight of the Egyptian, give this people a favor in the sight of the Egyptians. Moreover, the men Moses, for many let them have they respect out of favor for Moses, so on and so forth. Yeah. See. Gamaish Moshe Gadol. Okay, anyway. And then I just want to make sure if I think this is what it says. Let's see. Samach. Sof. I think it means Sof at the end. Let's see. It doesn't say. I'm guessing that's the end. I just need to check on my phone. Let's see, is that it? Exodus 11. Oh, thank God. Alright, so I'll finish off here and continue next time, which I don't know when that'll be, but and also Usal said he explained Malchut, Lake Gurdjieff's carriage driver, shaman, and oil, not ashes. Anyway, on that note, I will finish off here. So, let's see. Look forward to doing this again next time. And obviously, we won't get bogged down in hours of discussion about modern day politics. It's something that I'd like to avoid, but if it comes out, I'm not going to just, not address it because I think it's important. Especially because it's so nuanced. It's literally one of the most impossible situations to cover. And it's like, obviously I don't have any audience. I feel like, the way I acted was literally just because of how I feel, when interacting with people. It's important to, to be real, not to just be fake so that people, it's also hard, but in some ways it's easy to be real when it doesn't matter what you say that you're going to piss someone off. So you just realize that it's important to just say what's true. And, again, it's not like, I feel like some people are like, oh, people don't like what I say because it's the truth. It's just like in my case, just ends up meaning that you step on a lot of toes. And again, it's not because it's unpopular. It's just because when you tell the truth and you're not just taking one stance, you're always going to get people who, notice something not quite in alignment with their understanding. They'll be like, wait, that's not right. But with, if you stick to as objective as you can be, then it ends up being that everybody feels like you're not being fair to them, which is unfortunate. And I think it's also part of the problem of like, how do you compromise and have everybody feel like they win? Because in a way, compromising is a win if you look at it in contrast of the alternative, because that's no fun at all. And on that note, because I ran out of ideas, Mashiach now. And again, don't think the Mashiach is Rabbi. It'd be nice, it would be convenient, but no. I just really like this video because it feels like such the energy we need right now. Happiness and simcha, and if only things could be easy. Anyway, take care.
Want to tell the Rebbe the words of the new song that we're singing with Mashiach, right? So I'm just going to read him. Am Yisrael, have no fear. Mashiach will be here this year. We want Mashiach now. We don't want to wait. Okay? We want Mashiach now. We want Mashiach now. Oh yeah, Am Yisrael, have no fear. Mashiach will be this year. Am Yisrael, have no fear. Mashiach will be here this year.